Good morning.
Are you ready to record, Chair McDaniel?
I am. So let's get started, Dion. Thank you. Good morning and welcome everyone to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting of March 17th and March 18th. We have a rather full agenda for the next couple of days with a lot of very important items that we need to address for the state. We'll begin with our Pledge of Allegiance. Dion, could you execute that for us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Dion. Laura, I'd like to execute a roll call to ensure that we have a quorum for today's meeting.
Adams,
Present.
Blecka,
Present.
Garcia,
Happy St. Patty's.
Haskett,
Sorry, here.
Hauser.
Here.
May,
Here.
Phillips,
Here.
Schaefer,
Here.
Touchton,
Present.
Barty,
Present. Chairman
McDaniel.
Present. And thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for reminding us it is St. Patrick's Day. I am a McDaniel, so I should have said that first for my half Irish heritage that I have. So welcome everyone and welcome to the St. Patrick's Day version of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. With that, let's move forward to agenda item 2, which is an action item to approve the minutes of the January 13th, 14th, 2021 virtual meeting. Are there any modifications or corrections to those minutes? Hearing none, I'll take a motion. Let me read that for you. Is there a motion to approve the minutes as written?
So moved.
Commissioner Garcia, a second?
Second.
Commissioner Hauser, thank you. I think we can do this one by voice vote. So with that, all in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Let's move on to agenda item 3. This is the consent agenda. Are there any corrections or removals from the consent agenda topics? Hearing none, those will remain on the consent agenda as listed. And that will allow us to move forward to agenda item number 4, which is commissioners' questions and comments. So with that, I will open the floor to my fellow commissioners. And let me take a look here. And if anyone has questions or comments, please raise your hand. We will start with Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. First, I just want to comment on Commissioner Phillips' background. I don't know what kind of elk those are, Duke. Is that your herd there?
They're beef elk.
So I just wanted to do a quick shout out to the folks in Grand County. Last night, our Trout Unlimited chapter put on a presentation on the trout in our area, the Fraser and the Colorado, and John Ewert did the presentation, and he started at 6:30. At 8 o'clock, I had to bug off. He talked nonstop from 6:30 to 8 o'clock, and I don't know when he was done, but he could still be going for all I know. But just a big shout out to him on the aquatic side and Jeremy Huntington on the wildlife side and all the work, especially with the East Troublesome fire that we've gone through. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to do a quick shout out to all of our Parks and Wildlife people in Grand County. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. Seems like a long time since we got together in January, and happy St. Patrick's Day to all. Good to see everybody. I've been busy with several Sportsman's Roundtable, attended the Sportsman's Caucus also, and a couple HPP, which is a Habitat Partnership Program meetings. But the big highlight was the fishing derby. Laura, can you put that up for me? So right after our meeting in January, there is an annual fishing derby at Lake Avery for everyone, and it's a big family event. You can see on the right, all of the kids are gathered together before it started. And next slide. On the left is a couple little kids catching the fish. And then on the right, I want to note is Mike Swaro, the Assistant Area Wildlife Manager from Craig. And they recently did an article on him in Moffat County, honoring him for all the work he does with youth also. And you can tell by this picture, he's always out helping kids. Next picture. The one on the left, I just love. You can see the determination in this little girl when she's catching that fish. And then on the right, of course, you got to get a little sledding in when you have kids out. Next slide. And then on the left is the Lions Club. They provided lunch for us. They had hot chocolate and coffee and all of that for us to keep us warm. And then on the right is just a picture of the lake. There were probably close to 100 people that participated. It's a family event. And there were a lot of people out there, even though it was an overcast day. It was still warm. And we had a lot of fun. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, hello, everybody. Laura, I'm happy to share my screen, or if you wanted to share yours.
If you're able to, that would be great.
No problem at all, happy to. Let's see. So I have had an incredible time in the field, first in my role as representing the Commission on the Colorado Natural Areas Program. And we recently released our new triennial report. So I wanted to make sure that my fellow commissioners, as well as CPW staff, and all of those stakeholders who are listening on the call were aware of this new triennial report, where we dive more deeply into our mission of protecting our Colorado natural areas, our stewardship program, and our robust volunteer program that we are looking to expand, rare plant conservation, as well as the status of our state national areas. Some highlights include, as far as our strategic focus, really greater integration of our diversity, equity, inclusion principles into our program, and making sure that we are aligned with what's going on across the agency, as well as in the Department of Natural Resources. We are also very much focused on monitoring, as well as integrating the climate change and climate resiliency, as well as how do we better integrate into the statewide conservation effort. So very excited. Please let me know if you're interested in hearing more about that, as I will be doing a field visit at the end of May. So if there are fellow commissioners that would like to learn more about this program, I was certainly new to it when I came and joined the council. So I wanted to offer that. And I also wanted to make a recommendation as we go back to in-person meetings to actually visit a state natural area if possible, so that all the commissioners and attendees can have an opportunity to have a better understanding of how this program connects to the larger work and strategic priorities of the agency. Also wanted to highlight again this incredible new map where you can actually access all of the different natural areas across the state and see some of the features, et cetera. So really excited about this as an opportunity to raise the transparency of this program and the accessibility of the program as we try to expand our volunteer program. I also got to serve as a panelist in the National Wildlife Federation's Creating Safe Spaces in the Outdoors for Black People Roundtable series. There were three regional series, so I got to participate in the Midwest, Southwest series, and all of the all sessions have been recorded. We have a national town hall coming up in April around Earth Day, and that will have a more policy focus both at the federal and state level and local level, so 3 levels. I'll make sure that you all have those invitations. And again, happy belated Black History Month. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that March is Women's History Month as well. I had an opportunity to get out into the field to Colorado Springs, and I want to thank Frank McGee and the rest of the team down there. You will see we got to do some cub denning, and we got to field some sheep that were going to be redistributed and to strengthen some of the other herds. So I got to really have some tactile experiences in the field. So a tremendous opportunity to learn. And you'll see on the upper right-hand corner, that's my car in a ditch, and our CPW team helps to get me out of the ditch. So I was very grateful to have all these trucks with machines to get me out. And again, just that reminder that this is indeed a group assignment, and that we all play a role in making sure that we are safe in this work. So I want to again personally thank the team for digging me out of the ditch, and also for raising my awareness around the tremendous work that we do in herd management. And oftentimes we hear about hunting and angling, and it was wonderful to see the other side of that work as it relates to managing cubs and making sure that the herds are safe and healthy. And so that was wonderful. I also got to visit the Farm Collaborative, fellow Commissioner Ed Vardy. And I raised this because I just learned so much about different ways that public land can be used. As we look to 30 by 30, both at the federal and the state level here in Colorado, I was really inspired. I highly recommend, if you have not already visited or connected with the Farm Collective, to do so, to be able to go into their tropical greenhouse and to hear about their educational programs, the integration and alignment and collaboration with community, the jurisdictional relationships and all the different jurisdictions that are involved in the coordination. So again, just very inspiring. I think as we think about green space and nature spaces, just reminding us all about this connection was very inspiring. So thank you, Commissioner Vardy, for allowing us to tour the facility and learn more about this incredible work. And then I've got to save the date. Latino Conservation Week is coming up in July, and there's an announcement for events and activities. And so just curious if Colorado Parks and Wildlife wanted to put something together or work with some of our many organizations like Latino Outdoors Colorado, who I know is already starting to plan around that. So again, that we can model what meaningful, authentic, ongoing relationship building looks like with our diverse racial and ethnic communities here in Colorado. So thank you so much, and I look forward to the other updates.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As one of the 3 ag reps on the commission, I think I'd be remiss in my duties if I did not recognize the significance of this past week's storm. Many people in my part of the state are in dire straits because of the drought, and this storm was absolutely a life changer for everybody. Not only for people, but for wildlife, for livestock, for everything that grows out here, the diversity of the plains. And I just wanted to recognize that. But specifically, I want to say DNR and all the facilities and the things they make available to producers, and specifically the Department of Ag. A week ago today, I was on a Zoom call, and the Commissioner of Agriculture, Kate Greenberg, was part of that, and she was offering everything, all the resources available to any producers that were going to be in need, trying to be proactive, be out in front of the storm. And I just want to recognize that sometimes I think that's overlooked, but we have an extremely strong support system, and they're usually overwhelmed. But in the case of this, they were at the ready, standing ready to be able to help anybody who was going to be caught in a rough situation. And I just wanted to say this storm improved many people's lives greatly. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. And thank you, Commissioner May, for pointing out the benefits of this recent storm. For us as well on the Western Slope, it was just such a massive relief. We went from panic planning for the summer to preparing for a good season with our stream flows. So thank you to everyone that did the snow dances. It seemed like it really helped. Thank you also, Commissioner Adams, for the shout out and for coming to visit. It was lovely to host you at the farm, and the invitation is open to all commissioners as well as to the public to come visit our facility anytime. I got to participate in several hands-on activities since our last commission meeting. The collaring of some bighorn sheep here in the Basalt State Wildlife Area, as well as collaring and capturing of cow elk up near the Aspen area. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Matt Yamashita and his team. It is really, really exceptional and exciting to be involved in the activities. I got to bring my kids, and the hands-on work that happens every day with our staff is really inspiring and something that just doesn't get seen by the public too often, but is so critical to the work and to collecting data to make informed decisions. So just wanted to mention that. And the elk capture was notated well in both the Aspen Times and the Grand Junction Sentinel. So if folks didn't get a chance to participate in elk capture, you can learn a little bit more about the process and why we do it there. And lovely to see you all here. Excited for a meeting with a lot of good decisions to be made today.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. I just wanted to touch base real quick. We had, I wanted to talk about the Stalker Lake Restoration Project, and I was too late in the game to get some photos and a PowerPoint together for it. So I just, in May, I'll share some photographs with regards to it, but I just wanted to say that and give it a shout out to the Northeast Region field staff for putting together this incredible restoration project at our local fishing hole and at the hatchery here, in Ray. And so I just wanted to say, great job, you guys. And in May, I'll have a little presentation on it during this time, because the fish that they pulled out of there are huge, and they put them all back, and it's crazy, and you won't believe it until you see it. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blecka. I don't see any other hands up for comments. So with that, we'll move forward to agenda item number 5, which is DNR Executive Director Dan Gibbs with a Department of Natural Resources update. Welcome, Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for all those updates. It's amazing how involved you all are, and just exciting to hear all the great stuff that you're all involved with. Want to give you kind of an update. Just there's a lot going on at the Department of Natural Resources, and I'll let Dan Prinsloo focus on, I believe he's going to more focus on what we're doing for equity, diversity, and inclusion, but I'm going to try to cover a lot of material. But isn't it hard to believe that we've been about 1 year, a little over 1 year, that COVID hit, and you know how our lives have changed? It's just been absolutely crazy, to say the least. And I really want to thank Parks and Wildlife, thank Director Prinsloo. You know, we are one of the few states that have been able to keep our parks open during this whole challenging worldwide pandemic. And again, it's just amazing that it's been, oh, here's my daughter, Grace.
Welcome. Good morning.
Oh my God, she's so big, Dan.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I remember when she was born.
We have, on a side note, we have, some of you know, we do our DNR town hall meetings, and every family situation is very different. And so when I hear from folks that are saying, how do we get anything done with my 3-year-old or my 6-year-old, or I'm dealing with my parents or whatever it may be, I'm definitely one of those people that you just never know when a little kid is going to jump on my lap. So thank you. But anyways, it has been very, very challenging, but we have stayed open, and things are looking better, as you all know. And I just want to share with you some of the updates in terms of COVID numbers in the state. To give you a snapshot, so over the last 12 months in the state, we've had a total of almost 500 total COVID cases. It's been about 441,000, and 23,000 people have been hospitalized. And we've had 6,048 total deaths so far. And the state reported, as of yesterday, 322 new positive cases and 341 new hospitalizations. And in terms of new cases, 2 of the last 14 days have been on the upward trend in the last 7-day moving average. So that's not a good trend, of course, but overall, things are looking much better, in part because we know the vaccine is being distributed around the state. And I just want to give you a snapshot of what that looks like in the state of Colorado. Let's see, next week, Colorado is planning on their vaccine allocation will increase by 3,000 doses of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, and we'll receive the same amount from Johnson & Johnson next week as we did this week. So that's going to increase to about 6,700 doses. But then towards once we hit April, we're actually anticipated to reach 400,000 doses per week by the end of April. So we're going to have a huge influx of vaccines around the state. So the governor has really been working hard to put together these pods around the state where folks can literally drive up and get your shot, and is really hoping to have a vaccine available for all Coloradans by mid-April. So it's just, I think you all heard the president was hoping to get, most people vaccinated by, I think, June 1st, but we've really been, I would say, kicking butt in Colorado. I believe that we are I think the 4th best in terms of rolling out the vaccine in the nation. So hope is on the horizon. I know some of you are probably wondering, when we can start meeting in person, and we're going to start that planning process here with my team and work with Department of Personnel. And a lot will depend on where that particular location will be, because, of course, we still have this dial situation that really is reflective of what local public health orders are like. But we are going to start planning on doing that. I personally can't wait to see you all, especially if we can do that in a safe way. Let's see, a few of you mentioned, Commissioner May mentioned water and snowpack. I agree 100%. It was just so wonderful to have some more, some snow activity over the last few days. And to give you a snapshot, just last week, we went from statewide average of snowpack at 85%. And with this recent storm, that jumped us up to 91%. And in some of the basins, that tipped us into 100% snowpack level. So for example, the South Platte, which is kind of northeast Colorado down towards Denver, that went from 87% to 100%. The Arkansas, Commissioner May and that went from 89% to 100%. The Upper Rio Grande went from 99% to 105%. The Gunnison went from 81% to 86%. So you get the idea. We're seeing an uptick, and for Colorado, March and April are the 2 most critical months for snow activity. So let's just keep our fingers crossed that this continues. Some years we can easily have numbers in the Gunnison Basin, for example, at 150%, and so going from 84% to 89% is positive. But we are still in a really terrible, statewide drought. And so we are definitely not out of the clear, but things are looking better. And just thinking of what the additional snowpack also means is we're continuing to see avalanche activity throughout the state of Colorado. from March 1st through the 13th, we had 222 avalanches reported. 18 of those were human triggered. 2 people caught in avalanches, but very fortunately, we've had no deaths in March. So that we want to make sure people are safe. And really, thank you so much to CPW in particular. I know Rebecca Farrell has been very involved with working with the Colorado Avalanche Information Center, with our DNR team, and OEDIT and Colorado Search and Rescue for really trying to get the word out on responsible backcountry travel. Whether folks are on a snowmobile or backcountry skiing, we want to make sure that we get information out to people so that they have the best available information while they plan their backcountry adventures. The legislative session, as I think you all know, is in full swing. We're going to get more of a detailed legislative update from Doug Vilsack and Alice Cosgrove a little bit later on today, but I just also want to give you a snapshot of some of our priorities that we're working on. We are continuing to work and refine our Go Wild Colorado Recreation Pass. We've talked a little bit about this, and I know you're familiar with this, but we're continuing to refine this, and that's really exciting. That would change the point of purchase to allow folks to have a state parks pass at the point of purchase of renewing their vehicle registration fees. And if folks feel like they don't want to visit any of our 42 state parks or state wildlife areas, they're able to opt out of that. We are also working on reimagining and strengthening our Forest Health Advisory Council. Right now, it's really housed within the Colorado State Forest Service. So the plan is to bring that within the Department of Natural Resources. And then the reporting mechanism will be to the governor and to state legislators. And then we are also working on a roadside inspection aquatic nuisance species pilot program that would be enabling legislation that would allow Parks and Wildlife to have the legal authority to do aquatic nuisance species checkpoints. We have a tremendous challenge in Colorado where boats come from other states and bring aquatic nuisance species into our streams and rivers, and that's just a really, really bad and challenging situation. Let's see here. Also regarding legislation, a week and a half ago or so, of course, Parks and Wildlife, as you all know, is neck deep in wolf implementation of Proposition 114. So we've seen a lot of different bills. The governor and the department and Parks and Wildlife, we've all supported House Bill 1040. That's a bill by former CPW staff, Representative Perry Will. What that particular bill does is it clarifies that hunting and fishing dollars will not be used towards the implementation of Proposition 114. So it really clarifies that fact. That bill is, they're actually working on a new bill to actually have it amendment fit under the title better, but we're planning on supporting the new version of 1040 once that bill is reintroduced. And I really appreciate Representative Perry Will, Senator Kerry Donovan is also on this bill, and others for really working with us to help get this language right. Let's see. We are also, the governor announced a major state stimulus proposal, and that's focused on 5 major areas. And this is a $700 million package. And this focuses on strengthening small businesses, revitalizing our infrastructure, supporting Colorado families, investing in rural Colorado, and developing our workforce. And you're probably wondering, what does this have to do with Parks and Wildlife? Well, it does have a lot to do with Parks and Wildlife, but it also has a lot to do with the Department of Natural Resources. But within this stimulus component for the state, we're expecting to see between $10 and $20 million of additional funds to help with the Colorado Water Plan implementation. We're going to see 10 to 25 million for our forest restoration and wildfire risk mitigation grant program. That gives grants for counties, for For example, Commissioner Garcia, I don't know if you have a HOA where you live in the Grand County area, but communities can come together and apply for grants to do proactive defensible space. And then we also have 10 to 25 million for our watershed restoration grant program. After fires, there's just a huge challenge when it comes to water quality and quantity. And a lot of the numbers are still coming in right now, but we know, for example, just the East Troublesome fire that, they're looking for $10 million for non-federal assistance to help get some federal funds. But we know it's just millions and millions of dollars after fires that we really need to help communities with. And then we also had $20 million that for stimulus that's going to be directed towards added capacity and improvements for our state parks. So 20 million, that's really amazing and very, very exciting to say the least. And then on top of it, just last week, we had the American Rescue Plan pass, and that was a $1.88 trillion bill. We're going to see billions of dollars coming to Colorado as a result of that. And the most publicized component of that is, of course, the $1,400 stimulus checks, but also key components for the state is that there will be state assistance funds coming to the state as well as to local governments. And so we are analyzing that to see, especially in the infrastructure component, what that means for the Department of Natural Resources for conservation and how we can potentially direct some of these funds for some of our needs. And then I'm getting down to the wire here. I just want to remind you all too, it's really easy when folks say, hey, what are you all working on? And, I like to highlight our WIGs, our wildly important goals, which I just want to share with you just to remind you all that these are our main performance metrics that we are working on. And number one, to track and prioritize water project needs. And this is to coordinate Colorado's 8 major river basins to create and prioritize statewide database that identifies accurate costs and needs for 160 critical and ready to implement projects. We also have a WIG on balancing outdoor recreation and conservation. This is to develop a statewide vision, guidelines, and regional partnerships dedicated to achieving sustainable outdoor recreation and conservation of natural resources and wildlife habitat, and also to develop 3 regional partnerships and adopt the vision of the guidelines by June 30th, 2021. Our next performance metric or WIG is sustainable funding for parks and wildlife. This Colorado Go Wild Pass really ties in really nicely for that. And we're continuing to work on that. And then we also have our equity, diversity, and inclusion performance metric that's really focused on 3 main areas. Number 1, hiring and retention. Number 2, representing Colorado communities and programs, initiatives, values, and advisory teams. And number 3, advancing equity community partnerships principles, including building DNR's partnership in this work. Dan Prinzlow, Director Prinzlow, and Wendy Padilla, my HR director, are going to focus much of their comments today on what we're doing for EDI within the Department of Natural Resources and for Parks and Wildlife. And then just to round out other big ticket items we're also continuing to work on, we just announced a water equity task force last week. This will be a 20-person advisory group that will make recommendations on how we look through a lens of water equity as we implement our Colorado Water Plan, and we update that. We're planning on updating the water plan in 2022. So those recommendations will go into our final 2022 plan. And then we also have our anti-water speculation work group, really looking at how we can strengthen our water laws in the state of Colorado. That is ongoing. We've had 3 meetings so far. And then later on this week, we have our Colorado Geographic Naming Board Advisory Group. So that is ongoing as well. So we are just extremely busy at the Department of Natural Resources, and Parks and Wildlife and staff really play a huge role in making all these really important goals, happen. And I also want to, before I turn it over maybe or open up for questions too, I also want to give a special thanks to Mark Leslie and to Mark Lamb. as I think you all know, Parks and Wildlife, weigh in on really important development programs and proposals, thousands a year. In my community in Summit County, if Breckenridge or Summit County want to develop something or expand a ski resort, Parks and Wildlife weigh in to say, hey, these are the wildlife impacts. And I just want to recognize that sometimes it's very difficult, especially when there are competing interests. And I just really appreciate the professionalism of them dealing with weighing in on a really important, impacts to wildlife. But also this proposal was actually looking to expand and work on a large solar project that's also really important for the state. So, it's not about pitting wildlife against solar renewables, but figuring out how we can all coexist. And again, I really appreciate Mark Leslie and Mark Lamb, the folks in the Park County area that worked really hard under challenging circumstances to make sure that our voices were heard in this process. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Executive Director Gibbs, for that great update. We do have a couple of questions. We'll start with Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Gibbs. I guess I just wanted to comment. I thought about saying this in the commissioner comments, but I'm glad Dan brought it up. Actually, I don't know if others of you did, but I listened to the testimony on both Representative Soper's bill and Representative Will's bill on the day that both of those bills were in committee. And I just, reflecting on some of the conversations we're going to have today and tomorrow, one of the things I want to say about the testimony regarding Representative Will's bill and the other sponsors, obviously, is how across the board it was, how collaborative it was, how representative it was of all different types of organizations, ranging from the Cattlemen's Association to the Sierra Club to just about everything in between. I mean, I kept listening and listening, going, oh my gosh, when is this going to end? On one hand, and then on the other hand, the constellation and the mix of testimony on that bill and support for that bill was really refreshing. Given all of the email that we've gotten both on the wolf matter and the trapping issue that we'll talk about during this meeting, it just I guess I was hopeful and pleased to see that it lacked the urban-rural divide. It lacked some of the sort of emotionality that I think we've seen in some of these other issues. And I'd like to hope that we can find a way to get there on some of the issues that we're addressing today and tomorrow. And it represented also what I thought were groups, individuals, and organizations seeking to understand each other. And so I just wanted to comment on that, Dan, because I thought it was helpful. And if any of you haven't listened to that testimony, might be worth just listening to. And I also would just comment that former Chairman John Howard was the closer. I kept thinking, because I knew he was at the Capitol and I knew that he was testifying, and I kept thinking, when is he going to speak? And he literally was the very last speaker, and there was a reason for that. It was really strategic, and I think all of you would be very proud. As we all know of former Chairman Howard, he was balanced, thoughtful, brought a kind of different perspective. If you listen to that much testimony, you're hearing a lot of repetitive stuff. And so if you don't listen to all of it, I would say scroll to the end of the tape, listen to former Chairman Howard, because I thought he was really exceptional. And obviously he's now moved to Grand Junction and is a Western Sloper, and I thought did a really nice job. So I hope that's helpful, and certainly good education for me. And it was nice to hear a lot of organizations that are not always on the same page and sometimes opposing each other, being all together in the room or virtually online, supporting that particular bill. So congratulations to Representative Will, certainly, and all the other bill sponsors, and the process that hopefully will continue to be successful.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Director, thank you on behalf of the folks in Grand County for all the great work you and the governor have done in addressing all the things that happen out of these troublesome. Really appreciate that. And just as important, if not more important, all the work that you and the governor are doing on looking forward, fire mitigation. I think we all know that this year we're looking at it again. And we need to somehow never put a stop to it, but maybe cut down the damage and do a lot more. So thank you for all the work you're doing, looking forward. And thank you personally for all the work you're doing on the water side. Great work. I think everybody, especially the people along the Colorado River, especially appreciate all the work you're doing there. And I have one final question, and maybe I just missed it, but where are we with getting that firefighting plan?
Yeah. Yeah, Commissioner, we actually, the legislature actually approved it, and that's for the Firehawk. So it's in the works. So there was actually a bill, and that was kind of part of the stimulus, like it was actually a separate kind of standalone for fire related topics, but yeah, we're expected to get a Firehawk. There's not one like, ready to be picked up this second, but what it is, it's a modified Black Hawk helicopter that's retrofitted to be able to add water capacity and also to deliver 11 firefighters, anywhere on the spot. So California has quite a few of these. Talking to the DNR director of California, he said it's been a game changer for them. And I'm really looking forward to being able to have that in Colorado, not only for firefighting purposes, but search and rescue needs and other kind of emergency services that I think will come in handy.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Executive Director Gibbs, for the update and the comments from the fellow commissioners. I'd like to second what Commissioner Hauser said with regards to the remarkable collaboration with regards to that bill. Good to see, and hope to see more of that as we move forward in this item. Next, we have, that finishes agenda item 5. Let's move to agenda item 6, which is the Department of Agricultural update. And we have Kate Greenberg, who is a Department of Ag Commissioner. So Commissioner Greenberg, I will turn the floor over to you.
Great, thank you so much, Chairman McDaniel, and good to see everyone as always. Director Gibbs was mentioning a lot of items that I'll probably touch on from the ag perspective. So thank you, Dan, for teeing me up as always. Of course, the most recent event was this weekend's storm. We all made it out the other side, but of course, last week was a lot of planning with our ag community to make sure we were prepared to respond. And I think it's helpful maybe for you all to know how we do respond. It's very similar to how we've been responding to our other emergencies, the pandemic, the wildfires, but we work closely, of course, with the ag community, with associations, with producers to hear what's going on in the field, but we work very closely with the State Emergency Operations Center. So we were engaged over the weekend with the EOC and also with the local emergency operations centers. That's where we've directed our ag community to go to report any needs or assistance. But it was really an incredible effort, just yet again preparing statewide for an event that luckily turned out to not require a lot of activation on our end, but we were certainly ready for it and definitely a good exercise. So hope everyone is in fact doing well out there, but if you are hearing of any needs from the field when it comes to either this storm, I know there's high winds today out on the plains too. We're always worried about large drifts, especially right now during calving season. But if there are resource needs or requests that you're hearing, you can always reach out to me, but also reach out to your local emergency operations center, and we all get connected through the system. A lot of our time these days has been spent on ag worker vaccine rollout. This began on March 5th. And since then, we've been meeting daily with the Joint Vaccine Task Force, which is led by the National Guard, CDPHE, local public health, governor's office. We're a supporting agency, and it's been, again, an incredible effort focusing on reaching our entire ag community. So that's really spans the breadth of workers, employers, businesses across food and ag supply chain. So we've been focused on supporting local efforts however we can. We've been focused both on residential workers who are here already, but also migrant workers as they come into the state. Obviously, that's not just one time or a 1 week deal. So we're continuing to plan for and prep for reaching migrant worker communities throughout the rest of the spring and summer. But I just can't say enough about the teamwork, especially from local public health and community-led organizations. It's just been phenomenal, and we're here to support how we can. Another update on that front, if you haven't seen it, there is a Google form, which you can find through the state's COVID-19 website, and I'll put here in the chat if we have chat available, but it's a form for ag employers to sign up to host a vaccine clinic either at your business location or at a central location if shared with other businesses. That goes directly to the state's Joint Vaccine Task Force, and that's one way that we are reaching out to host both the on-site clinics and the mobile clinics that the state is developing, so we can go out location to location and actually meet people where they are. So if you have any questions on that, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. In terms of legislative session, of course, lots of items moving that we're tracking and working on. When it comes to department bills, we have 2 bills that we are moving through this session. The first one is our Pest Control Act, updating the Pest Control Act to align with model legislation. This would allow us to continue our partnership with local governments as well as ag associations to better respond to pest-related emergencies. So that's number one. The second one is, it's called the Agricultural Drought and Climate Resilience Office. It allows us to do what we've been doing, but under a new umbrella of this office that would support voluntary incentive-based solutions to drought and climate. So aligning our soil health initiative with our existing renewable energy program. We are building our soil health initiative to look for new market opportunities for producers, whether it's payments for ecosystem services, or actual buyers across the supply chain who are looking back across back to the production of their supply chain for climate targets, drought resilience, water conservation, water quality, whatever that may be. We want to help make sure that our producers are at the table and helping drive those solutions around drought and climate. And that leads to stimulus, which Director Gibbs mentioned, a phenomenal package of $700 million for stimulus, so much of which will positively impact agriculture. And Director Gibbs mentioned a number of the forest, parks and wildlife, watershed related items, which of course we are very much in support of as they impact agriculture, both directly and indirectly. But in addition, we have over $50 million of proposals directly for agriculture. So that includes 20 to 35 million in agricultural supply chain infrastructure grants. So throughout COVID, we've seen a lot of our vulnerabilities across the supply chain. We want to help make investments that build greater diversification in market access for producers, invest in rural businesses and agriculture, and expand our resilience as a food system. We also see $2 to $3 million proposed for expanding market access, $2 to $5 million for agricultural drought response and recovery, $3 to $5 million for renewable energy and energy efficiency grants, $7 to $10 million in support of the stock show and state fair, as well as other fairs across the state. And then I think, as Director Gibbs mentioned, the 10 to 20 for state water plan projects, which is certainly a priority of ours to help advance as well. So just an incredible package. That is the full extent of the Department of Ag's budget in what I just read to you. So if we do get all that passed through session, we are going to be extra busy. We're getting ready for that right now, what it would take to administer over potentially $50 million in funds, in addition to the federal funds that are coming through. So lots of work to come there, and we're just starting to work out what that process will look like. So again, if you have questions or ideas about how we do this, we are open to it. It will certainly be an open and transparent process. Just a last few items here. Just yesterday, we announced as sort of a baby stimulus, I guess, part of our CARES Act dollars that we had remaining from last year, we put into a grant program for processors and manufacturers. The grant program is now open, and I would strongly encourage you to send this to folks you know in the ag processing and manufacturing world. The grant right now is the total fund is just around 300,000, so it's not enough to build new facilities, but we hope it's enough to help get certain, eligible facilities to the next level of production and help alleviate some of the bottlenecks we've seen throughout this last year. Next week, or I guess in the next couple of days, we're going to be celebrating Ag Week. There are a lot of events going on, as you probably heard, and a lot of celebrations across the state elevating ag. So normally during Ag Day, we'd all be down at the Capitol serving food to the General Assembly. This year, we're going to be delivering food boxes with Colorado ag products in them to make sure we stay connected with folks downtown. And then lastly, I just want to mention we have 2 great new staff, and I think a 3rd one coming on board at the department. We filled our Colorado Proud position that had been held by Wendy White for over 20 years. Danielle Trotta, who has been running our business development services, is our new Colorado Proud manager. So hopefully you'll be interacting more with Danielle. Very excited to have her. And then at the state fair, we also hired a position that is actually newly created. It is the director of agriculture and competitive events. And JT, who we hired down there, has a deep history in agriculture in Southern Colorado, and is just going to be a great asset to the fair. So lots of moving pieces at the Department of Ag, just like the Department of Natural Resources. And that's the end of my report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Greenberg. Thanks for the very extensive update. Obviously, a lot going on. I don't see any questions for you. So with that, I think we will complete agenda item 6. And let's move on to agenda item 7, which is CPW Director Dan Prinsloo for the director's comments. Turn the floor over to you, Dan.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. I always like being lucky number 7, so we'll try and continue that trend on the agenda. So I would like to highlight Executive Director Gibbs talked about the $20 million stimulus for state park capacity grant, or to grow our capacity on our state parks. So I believe there might be a bill signing of the governor this Sunday. So we'll make sure we get that out to commissioners. We're working on some detail on that here. So I thought I would, I'm going to give just a couple quick updates, and then I'm going to kick it to my partner, Wendy Padilla at DNR. And so then she'll give you a quick update on that EDI WIG that we talked about, and then I'll kick back to me and I'll give a quick update on all the things that we're doing in that space, and I'll finish that out. So just wanted to let you know. I'm going to read 2 lines on an email that I got from, he actually was okay with me using his name, but Ken Stevenson. If you've ever heard the Stevenson name, you might be in the car business. And it just really struck me. I publicly want to tell Ken, thank you for that, but I'm just going to read it to you. I won't even talk to you about why he sent the email. That's not the point. I just want to read these couple sentences. So this is from Ken. First, in all my years with having to deal with anyone, in quotes, and I truly mean this, unquote, at Colorado Parks and Wildlife, they have performed in the most respectful, level-headedness, compassionate, and realistic manner that I've ever seen out of one of our state agencies. From allowing me to turn in my license due to having back surgery and reinstating the points I had accumulated to help myself and several colleagues with promoting more youth programs all over the state. I have to tell you, there are not very many agencies that I can say that about. And do you know why? Question mark. Second paragraph. Because it is through your leadership and the incredible office staff and all the various field people that you have that work in that department for years who really, in quotes, get it done. Of all, and all of you should take great pride for all that you have done. So I thought that really struck me on his compliment for staff. That really is a fact for our staff, as commissioners know and the public. We get it right most of the time. Staff have worked very, very hard to try and do the best customer service. Apologize for the train back noise, but I can't go on mute right now. So couple quick things, and then I'll kick it to Wendy. Public access program of the state land board. If you haven't watched the papers, just a couple of weeks ago, the land board approved, and you will see that agenda item in May, but we're adding nearly 200,000 acres to the public access program again with the state land board. They had a unanimous vote in favor of that. After a 3-year process, this completes the governor's WIG of doubling the public access program, adding approximately 500,000 additional acres to the program. A total state land board acreage leased by CPW at this point is over 1 million acres, or roughly about 1/3 of the state trust lands. Brad Henley, a deputy regional manager in the Southeast, as well as AWMs and DWMs throughout the state, worked very hard toward the goals, and including staff, real estate staff, et cetera, on increasing this hunting and fishing access statewide. Secondly, real quick, Pine Gulch fire. I know we had a lot of fire, but I just had a little update on Pine Gulch. Colorado Parks and Wildlife Habitat Unit and Area 7 staff work cooperatively with BLM to delineate 23,000 acres of that fire within the SCAR to receive restoration seeding. Colorado Parks and Wildlife Habitat Unit and our Delta Seed Warehouse. If you didn't know that, we have a fancy seed warehouse for native seed. Played an important role in successfully implementing this project. The warehouse was used as a hub to house and distribute tens of thousands of pounds of seed for Pine Gulch, wild horse, and hunter fires, as well as many other smaller fires around the state. And Colorado Parks and Wildlife money was also leveraged with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Partners Program to rehabilitate over 1,000 acres of adjacent private land, expanding the impact of BLM seeding efforts. So just a quick example of how we're a good neighbor and a good partner. So with now I'll finish with our equity, diversity, inclusion update on WIGs. With that, Chairman, if you just open up the mic for Wendy Padilla. She's got a couple minutes, and I really appreciate Wendy coming on talking about the overall DNR program.
Had to unmute myself. Thank you, Director Brenslow. And I see that Wendy Padilla is online. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to you, Wendy, for the update. And thank you for bringing that to us.
Thank you, Chair McDaniel, and thank you, Director Brenslow, for inviting me here today. And thank you, commissioners. My name is Wendy Padilla. I'm the HR Director for the Department of Natural Resources. So DNR is at the beginning of our equity, diversity, and inclusion journey, and we're implementing statewide best practices and direction, as well as grassroots ideas from employees. We have about 1,500 permanent employees, 1,000 plus temporary employees. Most of those temps are at Parks and Wildlife, and 6 different divisions. As the HR Director, I've been engaged in examining our internal policies, procedures, and practices, and working with our division directors and interested employees to further equity, diversity, and inclusion. So I wanted to start out with some operational definitions we're using at DNR. Equity is about creating systems where everyone can thrive. Diversity includes all of us. It's about honoring the richness of our differences and honoring the unique strengths we all bring. Inclusion is about removing barriers to leverage our unique abilities, talents, and strengths, and to create a workplace environment where everyone feels valued, respected, welcomed, and heard. First, we acknowledge historical inequities and barriers, especially in natural resources and the outdoors. Minority populations, including Black, Indigenous, and people of color, have less access to green space and the outdoors, and minority populations have a rich tradition and deep connection to nature and the outdoors. Barriers to equity and access to nature exist, whether physical, cultural, psychological, or emotional, due to inequitable systems, values, and priorities around nature and the outdoors. We acknowledge that people from historically marginalized identity groups experience our services, our outdoor spaces, and our workplaces differently. We must examine our systems, raise awareness about explicit and implicit biases, and elevate voices of these groups. And we acknowledge that DNR is a family of employees. DNR has been my family for about 19 years. We are a team, we have strong relationships, and we lift each other up. So DNR's focus in this initial phase of implementing the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion WIG has been to build a common language and capacity for managers and employees and rolling out best practices and resources. Those include resources around inclusive hiring, retention, and community partnerships, as well as tools to examine our policies, procedures, systems, and our work through an equity lens. I'll give you a little bit of our metrics. One of our metrics is to increase the percentage of job applicants meeting minimum qualifications to 65% to broaden the applicant pool. In 2020, we increased this from 50% to 60%. Our human resources team actively works with hiring managers on job analysis and job announcements. And this gets at the root of broadening our workforce with talent from different backgrounds, universities, educations, perspectives, experiences, and viewpoints to complement our current workforce and skill set and to find the best talent for the job. Another metric we have is around raising awareness. And to achieve this, we're providing online training to all employees and interactive training with managers by June 30th, 2021. We're also implementing these values into our current systems. This includes equity, diversity, and inclusion values in our employee and supervisor codes of conduct, our performance management programs core competencies, and our DNR communications, including our external website, our internal intranet with statements on accessibility, EDI resources, and guides. Regarding employee retention, we aim to increase by 3% the number of employees responding favorably to inclusion questions on the statewide employee engagement survey. In 2019, 54% of DNR employees responded favorably to the inclusion question. We aim to improve and increase this number. The survey will be held again in late 2021. Finally, we're making progress on communicating our values and having two-way conversations. This includes holding quarterly meetings with partner organizations in our EDI advisory group with topics such as DNR's internal work and connecting our youth programs to career pipelines. And I wanted to thank the external partner organizations on our core planning team for that group. And for me, I know for Director Prenslow and Executive Director Gibbs, there's an urgency around this work. And I just want to thank all of the employees, the partners, and especially the Colorado Parks and Wildlife employees who have provided their thoughts and energy. With that, I'll turn it back over to Director Prenslow.
Thank you. I do have a hand up for a question. Commissioner Adams, you want to, would it be all right to let Director Prenslow finish this update first? Or you have a question for Wendy at this point?
Excuse me, I'm happy to wait to the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So Director Prenslow, could you finish that update, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman. So as part of CPW's strategic priorities and of course the WIG that Wendy discussed, we are committed to connecting people to Colorado Outdoors and building trust and awareness of our work. We know that building relationships and trust help us better understand what others need from us. And this is a key part of our success in working toward these goals. I want to give you some examples. This is not a total list, but I'm going to just kind of read down through some of the things that we're working on in this agency in this space. CYCA, which is Colorado Youth Corps. I'm going to take a little side trip on this. Just this last year, I got an update yesterday from the director, Scott Segerston, and was just actually really enlightening to hear that. We contribute about exactly $500,000 annually to that program. Last year it was created 281 jobs for CYCA. Some of those were the only jobs in the household during the pandemic. And interestingly, I did not know this till yesterday, but through CPW's annual investment in that, youth adults are able to receive AmeriCorps credit that can be put toward college tuition or towards reducing tuition debt, which help these young adults take another step toward financial independence and accomplishing their goals and aspirations. I asked Scott about what percentage of those students use that voucher, and he thought that was as high as 70%, which it just makes me happy, I guess. We'll leave it at that. So as far as the Youth Corps itself, it's about at least a third diverse and about 50-50 in gender diversity. Last year, that program produced 50, and I know Mr. Gibbs is going to be interested in this, 50 Type 2 firefighters. We needed them last year, and 200 Sawyers. That's just an example of job skills coming out of that program for us. So that's just one program. We Elk Urban Rangers program, $12,000 per year plus mentorship and park program, a robust interactive career day where young adults can meet and learn about CPW jobs. Youth internship program, we invest $1.2 million of internship programs a year in that. Partners in the Outdoor program, we're currently investing about $200,000 to help support and expand partners capacity. 5-year interpretive sign replacement project to include a broader and more rich interpretation of history across the landscape of parks and wildlife properties. Sponsorship for nonprofit and NGO organization and events, and loaning gear and providing gear and equipment. So that's just our investments. Bear with me, I have 2 other subcategories. On the programmatic level, we invest in SOUL and the OWL program, which I know you get updates on, that educational program. Career and technical education certificates, partner programs and conference efforts to elevate our collective work across Colorado and provide a platform for diverse voices and perspectives in the conservation outdoor recreation sectors. Park and education programs geared specifically toward different communities, community involvement efforts like Fisher's Peak, Co-op, and SCORP. Riverwatch program, which is a leading face of the agency to many hundreds of students and adult Riverwatch volunteers. Through our over 80 active Riverwatch groups, CPW engages a truly remarkable diversity of communities across Colorado. Mercy Housing Community Partnership, American Industry Academy Partnership, our track chair program. I'll just say, et cetera, et cetera. I have several more, but I think that's enough in that subcategory. And last but not least, it also means ensuring our training programs educate staff to working in community awareness based on experiential, cultural, and community-based relationships, law enforcement community policing practices, additionally, community-based training through the Department of Personnel, encouraging our staff to expand their knowledge through seminars and summits and training sessions, investing in leadership training, which through Daniels and not just that, the college, professional development, having staff be active members of mentorship programs in the Next 100 Coalition, and creating employee-led EDI learning opportunities in partnership with the WIG that Wendy discussed. So that's just a real quick listing of things that were in this space. I learned some things creating that list. I want to appreciate staff working on that. And so there is my not so quick update this month, Chairman.
Thank you, Director Prinsloo. Thank you and Wendy for bringing this update to us. We've talked about this a few times at our meetings that we needed to have this update come to us. So appreciate you bringing it. Commissioner Adams, I will recognize the floor for you, please.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Director Prinsloo and Wendy Padilla, for this rich and meaningful update. I am excited to share this information with the groups that I work with, and had one thing to share around hiring and recruitment. So I am a part of an advisory council for a new project called the Bridge Program, which seeks to create curated, equitable hiring pathways for the environmental sector that focuses on people of color and underrepresented communities, led by the Greening Youth Foundation and the Southern Appalachian West Wilderness Steward. And we are actually in the process of recruiting organizations, agencies to participate in this program that includes training for both the employer and the employee on equitable hiring practices and pathways. And I'm happy, and I'll be sure to share this information with you both as we are in the recruitment process. So this is all right on time. It's also wonderful to hear that there are metrics around retention. I'm curious though, I noticed that the metric was around the satisfaction of DEI or EDI activities or initiatives, and curious why there was not a metric around the actual retention of Black, Indigenous, Latino, Latinx, Latina, Hispanic, Asian Pacific Islanders, as well as people with disabilities, LGBTQAI+, and those with other historically marginalized identities. Notice I didn't say minority, I said historically marginalized. Although I may be a minority racially in this country, that's not necessarily the case in all ways. So I also want to be mindful of the asset-based language as much as possible. And so I have one question, which is there a metric around the actual retention rates? I've noticed in my short tenure here on the commission that there has been a transition of, Black and Latinas, Latinx peoples. And so just curious if that was a metric that the leadership team and DNR was looking at, as I know that that is a very meaningful metric in the DEI sector. So that is one specific question. Another question is how the agency is going to address bad actors. So there has been incidences, racially based incidences, and wanting to make sure that we are being transparent with our stakeholders externally around how the agency will address issues of inequity within the organization. I think it would be helpful for our external stakeholders to hear that and can impact recruitment and hiring as well, as you can imagine. And then lastly, how are we communicating all of these wonderful, equitable programs to our historically marginalized communities? I've been meeting with educators, both in the traditional public school setting as well as the public charter school setting, and I have noticed that there is an inconsistency related to their knowledge. So there are some that know everything and they're excited and they're involved, which is awesome, and then there are others that have no idea. So really wanting to, how can I be of support to share information, and how can I make sure that I'm connecting all of these rich programs to the communities that are underserved, and we are really trying to fill those gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I'm assuming, well, I guess I won't assume. Director Prinsloo, do you want to take that or hand it over to Wendy? And
yeah,
did you guys capture the couple 3 questions there?
I didn't write them down, but the middle one I will talk about, that any internal or external complaint is followed up, and so I'm unaware. And if Commissioner Adams has some information that we haven't looked at, I'm glad to accept anything, whether it's a complaint, like I said, internally and externally. We follow everyone up, and there are none that I know of that are not followed up on. As far as the education, the third question, I'll have to get back. So I know we're real well versed in all kinds of levels of education, but I can't honestly sit here and tell you that we're in every school. I think some of that is schools that want our participation, and it's no different than our DWMs or park rangers that are going out. They have to get invited first, but I'm glad to have Lauren Truitt look into that, and maybe we can get back with some information on that one. I think the first question I probably would have Wendy answer, as it was a hiring metric, and that's borne by her and her staff, and which she does a great job at that.
Yeah,
thank you, Director Prinsloo. Wendy?
Thank you, Chair McDaniel. Kind of going backwards through your question, Commissioner Adams, and thank you for those questions. For transparency on our plans and updating people on what DNR is doing, we are providing a report to Department of Personnel and Administration and the Governor's Office. All of the department reports will be published online, and we'll definitely let you know when that occurs. We do have our DNR EDI advisory group who I've shared our initial plans with, and would welcome anyone who's interested. I can share what we're working on. We have, going back to your second question on following up with employees who either have a discrimination or a workplace complaint. I work very closely with division directors every time those complaints come in. They're very rare, but we have a very robust process that we follow up on. And then finally, for retention, the tracking turnover rates or retention rates for historically marginalized communities, that is absolutely something that is on our work plan and that our employee groups have brought up. We have some limited data in terms of we don't have a database of employees self-identifying their identity. We're talking at the Statewide Equity Alliance level of how we kind of bridge that gap. But those are definitely data points that we can pull. Our data team, and when the employee groups are focused right now on hiring data in terms of selection, and they're turning their focus over to retention here in the next few months. So it's definitely something we've been discussing and are very interested in.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Wendy, and I look forward to any information you have to share.
Thank you, Wendy. I believe that concludes item 7, the update from Director Prinsloo. So let's move forward to item 8, which is our financial update. We have Justin Rudder from Financial Services, Associate Director, I believe, online to give us an update. And of course, Commissioner Garcia, as the Chair of the Finance Committee, if you have any comments, feel free to interject at any time. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Rudder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Directors, Commissioners. My name is Justin Rudder. I'm the Assistant Director for Financial and Capital Services. I tend to reverse the order back and forth on my title sometimes, but it is FACS, but just the facts. We do have Financial and Capital Services in my branch. So I think the first thing I'd like to update you on is something that's already been touched on twice, which is not a good lead in, but I do have some additional information. Both Director Gibbs and Director Prinsloo have touched on the $20 million general fund capital construction bill this year that was recently approved and is expected to be signed by the governor soon. I think the reason that all three of us are touching on it is because it is a big deal. $20 million is a lot of money, but it's also a historic amount of money for the state parks system. When I started here nearly 15 years ago, the park system was receiving $2.7 million of general fund support for operations, some additional money from the general fund for central allocated pots. And that number has pretty much only gone down from there. It was eliminated as part of the 2010 downturn. And general fund has largely not been part of the conversation for state parks until now. This governor obviously has shown his support both with words and through requesting appropriations such as this one. The projects that were approved were selected to increase capacity and address capacity issues that were highlighted with the increase of visitation this last year. They do range from $2 million or $200,000 for Cameo to put in an additional shooting bays so that we can hold national competitions there, up to over $5 million for a campground redevelopment and expansion at Boyd Lake, anything in between. So I have met with capital staff and region staff to make sure that we're going to get these projects on the ground as quickly as possible. We've identified some red flags, but we're confident that our staff can get these projects done quickly and really get this money on the ground. But it does come with some financial challenges. One of the things that has come up as a question around this particular request is, how does this affect our Tabor status? So if you recall, in order to be an enterprise under Tabor, an organization can only receive up to 10% from state and local grants. That term is not defined within the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. However, it's been kind of interpreted over time. So with this $20 million, it's important in the way that it actually was implemented. So Senate Bill 210112 was a transfer bill. It took $20 million from the general fund and transferred to the capital construction fund, which we are then authorized to expend from. So as far as Tabor calculation goes, that $20 million does not count all at once. It matters when we spend those dollars. So as we get these projects deployed, we will have to track how much is coming from that particular source along with other state and local sources, and to ensure that we stay underneath that 10% cap to maintain our enterprise status. If that money had been transferred directly to us, an example would be when they transfer severance tax to the species conservation. Well, that's not a good example. When they transfer severance tax to the Aquatic Nuisance Species Fund, that would be considered recognized all at once, because that money is leaving kind of non-enterprise control and is entering enterprise cash fund and entering our control. So as these conversations around general fund and other funding sources from the state continue to develop, that's something that I definitely get questions on and something that I'm keeping track of. I think another example would be Senate Bill 1040, which has been postponed indefinitely, but the replacement bill that's coming, which expanded the funding sources available for the implementation of wolves to include not only wildlife cash, if it's from sources that aren't sportsmen's dollars, but also to other cash funds. The TABOR calculation will continue to be on my mind and something that we need to keep track of. Moving on to our kind of annual operating budget. 2 weeks ago, the Joint Budget Committee received recommendations from Joint Budget Committee staff on our upcoming fiscal year 21-22 budget. This will be our operating budget from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th of 2022. We had a number of requests beyond kind of the continuation budget. We had additional increases that we had requested that JBC staff made recommendations on. They also made recommendations beyond our requests. So the first request that we had of JBC was to increase our cash fund appropriation for state park operations by 2 FTE in fiscal year 22. And this would be to begin staffing Fishers Peak State Park. We also included an out year request for 22-23 to add an additional FTE for Fishers Peak State Park at that time. JBC staff recommended and the committee did adopt the inclusion of that in our fiscal year 22 budget. We will annualize into the 23 budget. And that is really going to be helpful to local staff who have been doing double duty, working more than one park and getting the Fishers Peak off the ground. This will be the first step to staffing that location. Additionally, on the wildlife side, we requested 1 FTE in associated dollars for a habitat connectivity and transportation coordinator. This is related to executive orders and secretarial orders around corridors. We've been using temporary assignments and internal staff to kind of work through the beginning processes of the corridors conversation. And at this point, we believe it's appropriate to add a full-time staff to manage that process. They will not only be working in corridors, we'll be working with partners, crossings, and other related areas of interest on that in that very active sphere. Additionally, we requested what we call it a technical true-up of the off-highway vehicle revenue and costs. And this has been an issue that's been on our radar for a number of years. The off-highway vehicle cash fund, which gives grants to the off-highway vehicle community, was being subsidized by Parks Cash. Parks Cash was paying all of the costs of the registrations units, which issues the OHV permits. And also the OHV fund was not paying any overhead. An example of overhead would be the director's salary. They were not paying anything to kind of the administration of the agency that they're housed in. Staff recommended approval of that request, which will free up approximately $600,000 of Parks Cash each year that could go to other state park operations. Staff had also been hearing from members and from the OHV community about the desire to increase the grant program. He recommended and JBC staff or JBC approved an increase of the grant program for OHV funds from $4 million to $6 million. This, at this point, will be slightly in excess of expected revenues. And the intention is that we are able to adjust our grant program each year to ensure that we are fully expending the available dollars and getting that money back on the ground for the OHV community. We did have one request that was not approved, and I don't know if I'm going to be shedding any tears over this one, but we had requested the elimination of $125,000 of general fund that is going to state park operations. This was appropriated by the General Assembly to offset the revenue lost when we give free entry to veterans in August. The original request was to eliminate that subsidy, but also still offer that benefit to veterans, which is not required by statute, but it is not permitted or is not prohibited either. So staff did not recommend that request. The JBC committee also did not recommend the request, did not approve it. Staff pointed out that if the General Assembly expects Colorado Parks and Wildlife to act as an enterprise or act like a business, that when our products are given away through legislation, that we should be subsidized for that loss of revenue. JBC committee agreed and did not approve that recommendation. During the conversations on off-highway, stepping back a minute, during the conversations on off-highway vehicles, Representative Rankin recalled the committee's attention to the fact that they had transferred $5 million from that fund to the general fund last year. He renewed his protest that he did not believe that it was appropriate and had at the time suggested that he would recommend a bill transferring it back to the OHV fund. The chair requested that he reconsider his motion, as they are going to be receiving a revenue forecast update on the 19th, which is this Friday at 1:30 p.m. That will give them a better feel of where the general fund needs are and how much general fund is available for appropriation. And the chair suggested he'd entertain a motion from Representative Rankin after that time. So I will be keeping my eye on that situation. And with that, that concludes my update of the financial side of what's going on over at the Capitol the past couple of weeks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Justin. Any comments, Commissioner Garcia?
No, just thank Justin. Justin's done a very good job of not only presenting this information, but keeping Betsy happy on the committee. Betsy keeps reminding him that there's trails money for her programs as her role in Trails Group, and also to keep funding for improvements in the parks up in her corner of the state. So thank you, Justin.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'd also like to thank you specifically as chair of the Finance Committee and working with Justin. I think the Finance Committee updates we kind of struggled with in the past. And I think they're very on point, very summarized, and really giving us, key pertinent facts for us to think about, look forward to, and especially the impacts on the legislative initiatives or others that are going to affect the agency. So thank you and Betsy and Justin for all your hard work on that. With that finishes agenda item number 8. So let's move forward to agenda item number 9, which is the GOCO update. We have Emily Orbanik, the Parks and Wildlife Program Manager for GOCO, online to give us that update. And I'd also invite Commissioners Hauser and Garcia as members of GOCO, representatives for CPW, to also make any comments they might want to do. So are you there, Emily?
Great, I am here. Can you see my screen?
We can. Welcome.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Director, it's great to be here with you this morning, and hopefully sometime soon we'll be in person again. Last week was a big week for the GOCO board. We had our March meeting. Moving too fast here through my PowerPoint. The GOCO board awarded our 4th and final round of Resilient Communities, which is our COVID relief program. I'm going to stop sharing here really quick. Get this back up and running, hopefully. Our 4th and final round of what was our COVID pivot. The board awarded over $4.6 million to 21 projects throughout the state. And we saw many of the same themes in this round as we did throughout the fall. In maintenance need on trails and in parks experiencing significant COVID pressures, urgent land acquisitions, capacity building, and strategic conservation work for land trusts, particularly around community conservation efforts. So we're really excited about the impact of that program. Over the 4 rounds that the board funded, we invested $15 million into 62 projects across the state since June, and are just grateful to the communities and organizations that pivoted with us this last year, and are excited about the work that's already happening through those investments. The board made inaugural investments in support of GOCO's new fellowship program. We will be supporting 4 2-year positions at 3 host organizations for young professionals from diverse and non-traditional backgrounds. These fellows will work on a spectrum of topics, including community conservation efforts, land trust stewardship issues, private lands projects, strategic marketing and communication plans, and they'll lead community design efforts. The board continued its investment in Generation Wild communities. These dollars will help support programs identified through recent interim strategic planning efforts that our coalitions just wrapped up. And finally, we said goodbye to 4 term limited board members. So we'll have some new faces joining us later this spring. The March meeting is typically when the board reviews and approves CPW's annual investment plan. And I'm pleased to let you all know that the board did approve nearly $30 million for the agency last week. This funding will support critical infrastructure needs of state parks, including dam maintenance, utility upgrades, state parks operations. This funding supports CPW's youth and volunteer programming, including the amazing work that Director Prenslow highlighted earlier, including the $500,000 to CYCA and the intern program. In our plan, we doubled our investment in youth corps through our competitive dollars, and would love to explore the opportunity to increase the investment to youth corps through CPW as well. This investment plan also supports many important wildlife project and species related work, particularly those identified through CPW's SWAP. And I'm happy to provide the investment proposal to Laura for folks to dive into the details on your own time. And I did want to mention after Justin's update that GOCO, speaking of Tabor, GOCO dollars do not apply to that Tabor cap as well. We fall outside of that rule. In January, I mentioned that we were just getting underway on our staffing restructure, and we're doing a pretty decent job of sticking to this timeline. We have rethought a number of staff positions and how we can best operationalize our 2020 strategic plan. And that includes moving to a regional model. So we will have about 4 open positions in the next couple of weeks that will be based outside of Denver that we're really excited about. And those positions will go live in our next newsletter. So we will make sure that this group certainly has those and can help spread the word for us. And I'm thrilled that one of our new positions is a CPW program officer. That position will take on much of the day-to-day CPW work, which really means making sure that CPW gets paid on time. So it's very important. And I'm really excited to announce that Adrienne Varney has stepped into that role with just tremendous enthusiasm, and she's already hit the ground running. So we're excited to see her and that next step of her career. And finally, I wanted to spend a little bit more time discussing the GOCO lottery relationship that's been of interest to the commission recently. As you all know, GOCO receives 50% of lottery proceeds annually, and that cap increases by the Consumer Price Index based on 1992 numbers. The GOCO cap for fiscal year 21 is $71.7 million. And the last time that lottery didn't hit cap was in 2001. So even during the Great Recession, lottery was still reaching that cap. And this graph shows what that fluctuation looks like above and beyond GOCO's constitutional cap. And you can see that, you know, there are, depending on the year, it does move pretty significantly. And last year in FY20, that constitutional cap was close. Lottery distributes proceeds to its beneficiaries on a monthly basis. In FY20, lottery proceeds totaled over $142 million. So that is the entire lottery beneficiary pie. And as a reminder, those beneficiaries are defined in the Constitution along with their allocations and percentages. GOCO, 50%, the Conservation Trust Fund, which you can see here in red, receives 40%, and State Parks Capital receives 10% from lottery. And those two beneficiaries, the Conservation Trust Fund and State Parks, are not capped. And then the spillover into the K-12 Capital Construction Fund, or BEST, which you can see here in June once GOCO hit its cap. So this is what those proceeds look like over the course of last year. And I know that folks are curious about the high jackpots, like what we saw in January and what that means. So for comparison, monthly sales from July to December of last year ranged from about $58 to $70 million. And in January, when Powerball and Mega Millions were going crazy, monthly sales were nearly $96 million. We're projecting that we'll hit cap earlier because of those jackpots, which also means greater spillover into the K-12 capital construction fund. So last year's spillover wasn't even $1 million. It was about $800,000. And so this year will be significantly higher. And I'm happy to connect Assistant Director Versteeg and Laura with our partners at Lottery for a more in-depth and detailed presentation of what this relationship looks like, particularly for CPW. I'm happy to spend a little bit more time today talking about what it's like for GoCo. So that's it for me. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Emily. Any comments? I do have some here. First from Director Prinsloo.
Just wanted to say thanks to Emily. Nice job. Appreciate your partnership. You and all your staff and Chris Castillion have been fantastic to work with. And I do have to point out, not only do we get you, but we get Adrian Varney back after she was stolen from us, from Mr. Castillion. So at least we get her back part-time. So her and you, that's a win. Thanks for that. I will, Chairman, sometime I can do it later after I see there's a couple other questions for Emily, but I forgot one little highlight. So sometime today I might want to get that in. You figure out when that best would be.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Director Prinsloo. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Emily. Again, I just wanted to highlight, Emily, you talked about the youth, but Emily has been the spearhead behind the new fellowship program at GoCo. And thank you for the great job you did there. I mean, it's really making some great opportunities for youth. That together with Jen Wild and our resiliency program is opening up a lot of employment and just future work for the youth of Colorado. So thank you for that. The other thing quickly is the restructuring of GoCo. A couple of pieces. One is, as you pointed out, there's a new now CPW position, but that also ended up changing your position with GoCo. So congratulations for that. And talk a little bit about that. But the really important part, not to say that your promotion was not important, it's great, but the regionalization, I think that's something that we should at CPW really focus on as commissioners. If you look at our commission, out of our 11, there are only 3 of us that are kind of front range, or not front range, but Denver Metro. And that includes me, even though I like to be a Grand County guy, but we really have a diversified commission, and so does GoCo. GoCo is by statute. But I think this regionalization is going to be really important, and perhaps you can get this out, because what I'd like to see is that the commissioners have more direct involvement with these regional managers of GoCo around the state, as well as the board members that are from their particular region. There's so much coordination between CPW and GoCo that we just miss, that we don't see, not only just in dollars, but feet on the ground work that's being done in our local communities. So to the extent that we can coordinate our commissioners with the directors or the board members in the districts, but more importantly with the staff members as we regionalize GoCo, that'd be great. So thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would say that Commissioner Garcia articulated most of what I would articulate. I would certainly congratulate Emily on her promotion. And having observed and been part of the El Pomar Fellowship Program, which many of you are aware of, the opportunity to tap Emily's experience as a former fellow and to think about how there are opportunities to build the pipeline. It ties back to the EDI comments earlier today. It's the long game. and the opportunity to really think about who comes into the pipeline and works in this sector is really important. The only other thing I would mention, and this is where my lives coincide. I didn't make this comment in commissioner comments because it wasn't specific to CPW, but since Emily is here, I would just recognize and invite all of you, and I'll get you the information when I have it, or perhaps Emily can help me with this. But April 17th is a grand opening of a really incredible project that was funded by GOCO and is actually being stood up by Great Outdoors Leadville. And that is a really remarkable gear library. It's literally a building that you walk into and you can get anything you need to access the outdoors. We're hosting it. We, in my day job, are hosting it at the Colorado Mountain College Leadville campus. It's right on the Mineral Belt Trail. It's really quite exceptional. I took some photographs, which I'm happy to share with all of you at some point. But again, just an opportunity to highlight the work of GOCO and intersect it back to the work of CPW and our DEI efforts, and making sure that kids and people of all backgrounds, regardless of income, can get into the outdoors, have access to the gear, often which is very expensive and is a barrier. And just a signature grant that I think is really coming to fruition. It's hard to build anything in Leadville, given that the ground is frozen for a good part of the year. And so there were some delays and cost delays and those kinds of things. But I went to a soft opening last week, and the grand opening will be Saturday, April 17th. So for any reason you can get up to Leadville on that day, I think it will be really terrific. And I will make sure that you have, or asked Emily to help me get that information to Laura, so that if you happen to be there, please stop by and join us. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Thanks for hearing about that project. That's fantastic to hear and fantastic news. Any final comments, Emily, with regards to the GOCO update?
That is it for me. Appreciate Commissioner Garcia and Commissioners Hauser's comments. We can get those dates out and shared events. I mean, I have such fond memories of shared dinners between the commission and GOCO board members. So hopefully when we're in the new normal or new different future, we'll get those opportunities back on the books, because they are meaningful and really important. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Emily. And I second your comment. I look forward to when we can all get back together again, whatever the new normal is. And when we do that, we will properly congratulate you on your new promotion. So congratulations. With that, we're a little ahead of schedule, so let's flip over. Director Prinsloo, you said you had an additional update item for us before we go to break.
Yeah, thank you. I shuffled so many papers, Chairman. I missed one. I just wanted to highlight two employees of ours. We presented via the on Zoom commission in-service training I think it was last week. But we had two recipients, one Park Ranger of the Year award, Jim Hawkins, out of our, called the Merck, but out of our Littleton office, one Park Ranger of the Year. We're real proud about Jim. Just a fantastic, I won't read the nomination, but just a real fire plug for this agency. Was across the state on the many body recoveries that we had this last year, with a lot of people out recreating that weren't used to recreating in certain spaces. And we also had Tony Bonaquista, who's a John D. Hart, or the Wildlife Officer of the Year award, and he's out of Montrose. Just wanted to highlight both of those, and maybe again, when we get in person, maybe we can come have more of a formal thing in front of the commission. I think would be important. But missed that in my stack. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Director Prinsloo. And I read about those, and those are really exemplary performances by members of CPW. And thanks for bringing that to us. We are a little ahead of schedule, so why don't we go ahead and go to break here? We'll get it 1 extra minute everybody will have earned from staying on schedule this morning. And let's break now, Dion, and then resume the meeting at 10:30 instead of 10:35.
Are you ready for the recording to start, Chair McDaniel?
I am, Dion.
Okay.
Thank you, Dion, and welcome back, everyone, to the March 17th Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. We will begin or resume with item number 10. We are now in final regulations. We'll start with item 10, Chapter W2, Big Game. It's an action item, and we'll turn it over now to Krista Heiner, who's the regulations manager. Krista, are you available?
I am. Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Executive Director Gibbs, Director Prenslow. As mentioned, I'm Krista Heiner, the Regulations Manager for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and we'll start it off with our final regulations. As mentioned, Agenda Item 10, we have final regulations for Chapter W2, Big Game. This is step 1 of 1 and is green in color. Just a brief summary. After the adoption of the 2021-2022 big game seasons, staff identified a few items that required minor administrative cleanup, and these items include changing the regulatory references on pages 11, 36, and 44. Also on page 97, we've changed the season closing dates for the hunt code DM020P5R and DM029P5R to November 30th, 2021. And that is all I have for you for agenda item 10, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Krista. Any comments or questions from any commissioners? And I don't see any. We have no public comment on this item. So with that, this is again an action item, step 1 of 1. I'll ask, is there a motion to adopt regulations related to big game corrections or administrative cleanups as proposed by staff?
So moved.
Commissioner Haskett, second?
Second.
Commissioner Touchton, thank you. I think we can do a voice vote on this one. So all in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, and passes unanimously. With that, let's move forward to agenda item number 11, Krista, Chapter W3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda item 11 is final regulations for Chapter W3, fur bearers and small game. This is step 2 of 2 and also an action item. It's blue in color on your devices there. So you'll see starting on page 7, we have updated the season dates for the 2021-2022 small game seasons. And then on pages 9 and 10, you will see that we have added new regulations related to greater prairie chickens. We've increased the hunting area boundary to include GMUs 103, 109, all of Morgan County, and those portions east of Colorado State Highway 71 and south of Colorado State Highway 14 and US Highway 138. We've also extended the season closing date to January 31st, 2022 to correspond with the closing date of the pheasant season east of I-25. Finally, we've changed the annual bag and possession limit to a daily bag limit of two birds and a possession limit of 6 birds. And that is all I have for you, Mr. Chairman, for agenda item 11.
Thank you, Krista. We'll move now to Commissioner comments or questions. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Krista. Krista, quick question. I went online the other day and got my new fishing and small game license. And it dawned on me when I did that, that in April 1st, I have to get another HIT number. And so in looking at this, my question is, can we in any way include information on the HIP questionnaire around prairie chickens? Because I know every year I do this and they ask me if I've hunted sage grouse or sharp-tailed grouse or ptarmigan. It would be great because we are, opening this up to prairie chickens, and they were an issue for a long time. And so I'm wondering if there's any way we could include this information in the HIP questionnaire.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I can try to answer that, or I see my colleague Brian Dreher is also popped online, but I believe that the monitoring surveys will continue via the Harvest Information Program, the HIP survey, as you mentioned. So I believe that that's ongoing, but Brian, would you like to add anything about that?
Yeah, you bet. So Brian Dreher, Terrestrial Section Manager. Thanks for the question, Commissioner Garcia. I wish my kind of HIP expert, Matt Eckert, was on, but that is something that we can look at to make sure that we're including and getting harvest estimates for this species within our harvest survey for sure. So I don't know the ins and outs of all of kind of the HIP and how to add. I know we can add questions and things like that, but it will, this will be a species that we continue to survey to try and get estimates of harvest for sure.
Yeah, and Brian, thank you. It's not one that obviously we'd be able to put on this year's questionnaire.
Sure.
But it's this coming season that we're going to open this up. So perhaps next April, if we could ask, I don't think we've ever asked a question about prairie chickens. So,
and it may not necessarily be as part of the HIP survey, but it also can be part of our small game survey as well, which is a randomized survey similar to what we do for other small game species like cottontails and other things as well. So, one way or the other, it could be added to a survey to try and just kind of assess what's going on with take and harvest.
That'd be great. I'd like to follow this and see what sort of success we have in opening up this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian and Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first just second what Commissioner Garcia just said. I think it would behoove us to keep tabs on how this expansion goes and if we've got the dial of our harvest adjusted in the right place. Krista, I had a different question since this whole chapter was open for review. And actually, I was reading up on the citizen trapping petition, which is later on our agenda. And I wanted to look at, I think it's 303E5 is the correct reference. Yeah, 303E5. That's the regulation that deals with how one kills an animal that's caught in a box trap after you've captured it in a box trap. And just to paraphrase it real quickly, it says, use any of our traditional legal methods, shot by a rifle or handgun, a shotgun, handheld bows and crossbows, or an air gun. And then it says, if you can't do that, use the American Veterinary Medical Association guidelines for euthanasia for free-ranging wildlife as provided in S7.6 of the 2013 edition of the AVMA guidelines for the euthanasia of animals to the extent allowed by law. And so I have like a minor request and a more substantive request. The minor request is I went to look for that document, the AVMA guidelines on how to euthanize an animal, and the 2013 edition has been replaced by a 2020 edition. So just as a technical thing, I think we should update this to the 2020 edition. I don't know how long the 2013 edition will remain accessible to people now that there's a new edition out there. The bigger point is I found this section we reference on page 97 of that document. It's just before the chapter on how one euthanizes a stranded whale or other marine mammal. It's just not very accessible to the public. And if you go in there, and I appreciate the AMVA's work, but it also has a lot of things that just seem wildly impractical to what we're talking about. And it talks about killing the animal with injections of anesthesia, inhaled anesthesia, carbon dioxide or monoxide, a gunshot to the brain, which is probably the preferred method, potassium chloride, exsanguination, cervical dislocation or decapitation, and thoracic compression. And so it's sort of an incredible hodgepodge of things that some are not practical at all for someone in the field. So my request is that we just write this without reference to someone else's book and in real English tell folks what we want them to do, and so that the public knows how we deal with the harvest of the animals, and the trappers, particularly like youth trappers in these positions, just have clear guidance of what we should do. So I don't have specific suggestions. I leave that to staff, but I think our regulation would be better if we told people what behavior we wanted directly ourselves, rather than by reference to this document that is kind of cumbersome and may or may not be accessible to them. So that was just my suggestion there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. That is not part of the action item today, but we will take that as note. I don't know if you have any comments with regards to that, Director Prinsloo. For some of these regulations, for example, when it cites a reference to a document that's, for example, 2013 versus 2020, as with many other of our regulations, that would most likely have to come back before the commission for us to review. It's like we did the preference point issue. If it's set on a certain document and so forth, we can't just update the regulation to a new year. That would have to come back to us as a separate subject. Just want to make sure you understood that, or clarified the procedural aspect with regards to it. Commissioner Blecka.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. You kind of touched on it. I just wanted to clarify that Commissioner Touchton's comments really didn't add to what we're talking about at this moment. And I just wanted to bring the conversation back to the agenda item at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blecka. So I don't see any other questions with regards to the update of this item. Again, this was a step 2 of 2, so it requires a motion to be passed. Pardon, oh, I'm sorry. I see questions have popped up. Our hands have popped up. I'm sorry, Director Prinsloo.
Yeah, I just want to respond to your first question, or Commissioner Touchton. And maybe whether it's now or later, maybe Jake will get in there on how we update, from 13 to 2020. I do, and obviously I've slept since then, but the commission, I think a year ago, or I think it was when I was director, maybe a year and a half ago, just went through and rewrote that whole reg. And that was the agreed upon fix for that regulation, was that our regulatory language and that the veterinarian AVA or veteran association. So that would be a significant shift, and we just updated that. Didn't know the year changed, but obviously glad to touch base with Commissioner Touchton offline, and we can get him that history. But pretty sure that was pretty fresh update by the commission a year and a half ago. So just wanted to make sure I responded to your question.
Thank you, Director. And yeah, I remember that distinctly. I don't think it was a year and a half ago. I think it was less than a year ago. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. I know we want to move on, and this is off subject for this particular item, but just to address Commissioner Touchton, we did, this was as a result of a previous petition to ban trapping, that we looked at more humane dispatch was the terminology I believe we used. And I believe, and we'll go back and look historically, but I believe this reference that we arrived at was a suggestion made by, I think, HSUS. And so it was the proponents of the original trapping ban petition, I believe, that suggested this reference. So that's a little historical background. I think that's where it came from. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. See Jake Matter from the Attorney General's office is online. Jake, you wanted to comment with regards to Director Prinsloo's comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, just briefly. Commissioner Garcia's recollection is correct. Director Prinsloo's recollection is correct. The APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, provides us a check on what the commission can adopt by reference through other authorities, whether it's a federal guideline or some engineering standard. And this falls into that bucket. We can certainly update the standard, but under the APA, you're not allowed to automatically adopt things that another organization updates, I think, to maintain control by the commission, but you can certainly update it if that's the desire. down the road.
Thank you, Jake, and welcome. Thanks for joining us today. I think that answers Commissioner Touchton's question or comments. I don't see any others on this item. So again, we are on item number 11, chapter W3. I'd like to call now, without moving forward here, there were no public comment requests with regards to this item, so we can move forward to the motion. So with regards to agenda item number 11, is there a motion to adopt annual changes to chapter W3 as proposed by staff?
So moved.
Commissioner Haskett, second.
Second. Second.
Commissioner Phillips, thank you. Let's do a voice vote on this one. Laura, could you execute that for me, please?
Yes. Adams,
Yes.
Fleca,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Haskett,
Yes.
Hauser,
Yes.
May,
Yes.
Phillips,
Yes.
Schaefer,
Yes.
Touchton,
Yes.
Vardy,
Yes.
Chairman McDaniel.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. That concludes agenda item number 11. Let's move on to agenda item number 12, which is chapter W5, and we still have, which is small game migratory game birds. And Krista, I'll give the floor back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we're on to agenda item 12, final regulations for chapter W5, migratory birds. This is step 2 of 2, also an action item, and it's yellow in color. So you'll see, starting on page 9, we have updated the waterfowl and migratory bird season dates for the 2021-2022 season based on the federal framework. And then on page 12, you will see that we have eliminated the Northern Front Range goose zone and combined it with the balance of the Central Flyway zone, as was presented to you at an issue paper in January. And that is all I have for you for agenda item 12, Mr. Chairman. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Krista. Could you or Northeast Regional Manager Leslie remind us if there was any additional public feedback with regards to the change of the season date?
Yeah, I can try to address that, Mr. Chairman. I am not aware of any public feedback. It didn't make it to my my office, I guess, but I will open up to my colleagues as well if there's any additional public feedback I'm not aware of.
Well, I see Mark has opened up his mic. Hello.
Sorry, I'm having a little trouble with my computer here.
No problem, Mark.
We didn't have any additional public feedback or issues about this particular issue paper, and I think as we discussed in the previous meetings, I think we're on pretty solid ground with it.
Thank you very much, Mark. With that, I'll open it to any other commissioner comments or questions. I do not see any. This is an action item. So obviously we can have a public comment. However, no one signed up for that. So we can move forward to a motion. I do see that Commissioner Garcia has his mic up, so I take that back. I do not. Sorry, you're getting ready for the motion. So with that, let me read the motion out. I'm jumping ahead of myself, Charlie.
That's okay. We're going to eliminate bluebird hunting days. As we know, Commissioner McDaniels, Chair McDaniels, keeps trying to go up there and hunt geese when it's supposed to be snowing and it doesn't. So maybe we could extend it to March and April so that he can actually see some snow when he goes up there. But all that, I would move that we pass this particular.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read that. Is there a motion to adopt annual changes to chapter W5 as proposed by staff? And I have a first by Commissioner Garcia. Is there a second?
Second.
Yes.
I didn't quite catch who that was.
Fleca.
Commissioner Blacka, thank you. I think we can do a voice vote on this one. All in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's move on to agenda item number 13, chapter W9, wildlife properties.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just start off again. This is a kind of long agenda item with several different topics. We're on agenda item 13, final regulations for chapter W9, wildlife properties. So this includes final regulations for the access requirements for state wildlife areas and state trust lands, as well as the issue papers that we discussed and considered in January during the annual review of chapter W9. So if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I propose we just go in the agenda item order and start with the changes to expand the options to access state wildlife areas to include a state wildlife area pass for all persons 16 years of age and older, and also the regulatory changes to clarify the requirements for public access to state trust lands leased by the division. And then after we finish that agenda item, we can move back to the other annual changes. Does that sound okay with you?
It does. We have two, I'm going to need two separate motions with regards to that, Krista. So separating those would be perfect. Please proceed.
Okay, great. So first, I just want to walk you through all the things that are associated with your mailing for this agenda item, because there are a lot of them. First, you'll see a memo from me, which as usual describes all of the regulatory changes for this agenda item. Then you'll see a memo from Assistant Director Lauren Truitt explaining staff's revision to the final regulations on March 12th. In summary, staff recommend the Colorado State Wildlife Area Pass enable access to state wildlife areas only, not state trust lands leased by the division, as was proposed on March 5th. And the reason for staff's recommendation, revised recommendation, is that hunting and fishing are the only authorized activities for the vast majority of state trust lands leased by the division from the state land board. So allowing non-consumptive users to enter such properties would be in excess of CPW's rights as the state land board lessee. Then after that, you will see a memo from me and Danielle Eisenhart describing options for a reduced price pass for those who meet certain income guidelines. CPW would like to offer a reduced priced state wildlife area pass for those who meet certain income requirements. The currently proposed regulations outline an income requirement and a method of documenting that income level for the low income state wildlife area pass that is similar to our other reduced price license and pass options currently available to income eligible customers. And this is proposed until other changes can be made in the future. And then you will see revised final regulations for chapter W9. This is white in color. Starting on page 1 of chapter W9, you will see new regulatory language that allows entry into state wildlife areas with a valid Colorado State Wildlife Area Pass instead of a valid hunting or fishing license. You will also notice that the age at which a hunting license, fishing license, or state wildlife area pass is required to access state wildlife areas has been reduced from 18 years to 16 years and older to better correspond to youth license and pass options. On page 2, you'll notice we've added additional regulatory language to clarify that annual hunting and fishing licenses, as well as the annual state wildlife area pass, are valid from March 1st through March 31st of the following year, which corresponds to CPW's license year. And that daily state wildlife area passes and daily or multi-day hunting or fishing licenses are valid only for the date indicated on the license or pass. Furthermore, the license or pass only authorizes the individual specified on the license or pass to access a state wildlife area. You may also notice that we have removed the requirement to hold a Colorado Search and Rescue card in addition to the state wildlife area pass to access a state wildlife area. And this is done throughout chapter W9. This is due to complications with selling it separately in addition to the pass. But we will continue to promote the Colorado Search and Rescue card when people buy the state wildlife area pass. On page 54, you will notice that we have removed the state wildlife area pass as a means for accessing state trust lands leased by the division. Instead, For these properties, only a hunting or fishing license will be allowed for access. Again, this is because the majority of these properties only allow public access for hunting and fishing, and allowing non-consumptive users access would be a violation of CPW's rights as a lessee. You'll also notice we've included the same regulatory language to clarify that annual hunting and fishing licenses are valid from March 1st through March 31st of the following year, and daily or multi-day hunting or fishing licenses are valid only for the date indicated on the license, and that a license only authorizes the individual specified on that license to access the state trust land. You will also notice the age at which a hunting or fishing license is required has been reduced from 18 to 16 years, similar to the state wildlife area access regulations. Then, if you keep scrolling to the very end, you will see final regulations for Chapter W0, Appendix F. This is pink in color, with related changes to add the pricing options for the new state wildlife area passes, starting on page 2. As we described in January, the working group recommended pricing the annual pass at a similar level to the annual fishing license, offering discounted passes to youth and seniors, priced comparably to youth and senior fishing licenses, offering a one-day pass option priced comparably to the one-day Parks Pass, offering a discounted low-income pass option, and requiring a habitat stamp for the annual State Wildlife Area Pass, and a surcharge for Wildlife Management Public Education Fund, in addition to the pass options. One change from January is that we've increased the price of all state wildlife area pass options by $3. And this corresponds with the removal of the search and rescue card requirement from regulations to make sure that those passes are equal to the price of the equivalent licenses. We've also changed the price of the low-income annual state wildlife area pass to make it equal to the youth and senior state wildlife area pass options at $8.57. As previously stated, we kept the requirements and documentation for the low-income pass the same as for the low-income lifetime fishing license and the Centennial Pass, Parks Pass, for consistency until the statutory language can be modified and the requirements of all reduced price passes and licenses for income eligible users can be changed together. So now I would like to turn it over to Assistant Director Lauren Truitt and Area Wildlife Manager Mark Lamb for additional information on this part of the agenda.
Thank you, Krista. Welcome, Lauren and Mark.
Thank you, Krista. Thank you, Chair. I will get my presentation popped up here really quickly. Chair McDaniel, Commissioners, Director Prenslow, Director Gibbs, thank you for your time this morning and for the opportunity to present the final recommendation for the State Wildlife Area Pass.
Lauren?
Yes.
Your presentation is in note mode.
I don't have notes on there, but I'll try and, is that better, Dion?
No, there you go. You're good.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
In my presentation this morning, I will present the final recommendation for consideration by the Commission, education ideas that were spoke about in our January meeting, as well as brought forward by the work group members, opportunities, and outline our goals for the next steps of this conversation, to include the creation of access and use measurements. The creation of this pass will provide the agency with a valuable insight into how users are using these properties, again, areas of opportunity to reduce human impact on wildlife while balancing the needs of the communities around these spaces. As we discussed in the January Commission meeting, I wanted to recognize the work group members who helped bring forward this recommendation in front of the Commission today. We had 15 outside stakeholders that represent broader communities of people to help inform the creation of this pass recommendation and to help inform the next phase of this process. We met in November of last year to start these conversations. met twice as a large group and then multiple times as small groups to ensure that we heard from everybody around this table. This pass is intended to provide an avenue for non-hunters and non-anglers to contribute to conservation and management of our state wildlife areas and the wildlife whose habitat these areas protect. Included in this work group were 3 commissioners, and I'd like to take the time to thank Commissioner Vardy, Commissioner Haskett, and Commissioner Schaefer for your contribution, the time, your insight into this conversation, and for providing a broader understanding of the Commission's decision to provide and require everyone to have a hunting or fishing license to access state wildlife areas. And now the decision in front of you to create and implement the State Wildlife Area Pass. Today we will cover the work group's hard work on the creation of this pass option and what it should and could look like. We truly want to thank the work group members. It's always an added bonus to the agency's process to have people's contributions in their busy lives, but it is important for us to hear from our stakeholders. This effort was a consensus-based group process with much of the conversation centered around what this pass will mean for new users, how the funds will be used for conservation and property management efforts, and the goal to reconvene this group later this spring to start phase 2 of the effort. As outlined in our January Commission meeting, the group used a set of guiding principles to shape how the conversation and how their decisions were being implemented. Just a quick review is that this pass and this effort should support wildlife area conservation. We should be advancing the education of all users on the importance of these properties and their protection for wildlife and wildlife habitat. Support a broad vision of equity to include equity to hunters and anglers who have been paying into the maintenance and conservation of these state wildlife areas, but also to ensure equitable access to broader communities who live around SWAs. And finally, to make sure that this effort supports CPW's legal requirements under lease agreements, which Krista just previously outlined for us. Our recommendation is to uphold the work group's recommendation of creating the State Wildlife Area Pass with an annual cost at $46.48, which mirrors the resident fishing license, the creation of a youth pass, a senior pass, and a discounted pass for Coloradans who need and meet financial assistance levels. Our goal is to focus on the ease of access of this pass, education, and wildlife habitat. If approved by a vote today, we would like to make sure that this pass can be implemented by May 1st of this year. I did a brief financial analysis for the commission, and I apologize for the busyness of this slide. These properties cost the agency roughly $7.5 million to manage and maintain on an annual basis. Our current data, and I'll caveat that the data is not as accurate as we would like, but with the implementation of this pass, we will get far better understanding of the non-hunting and non-angling communities' use. At 6,000 passes a year, that is the information that we've pulled out of our IPAWS system on the possible people who have purchased a hunting and fishing license to access state wildlife areas. So using 6,000 passes a year, and I'm using a round number of $46 just for ease of numbers, we're looking at generating about $276,000 a year, with 60,000 of that going into the habitat stamp funding bucket. What I've outlined here is some fulfillment fees depending on where a person is to purchase this new pass. So if it's done online or by phone, you'll see the commissions that we pay, credit card fees, and fulfillment fees. So there at the bottom, CPW would bring in a revenue of $251,040. If it's at an external agent, the agency would make about $252,720. And at one of our locations with the least amount of fees, we would be pulling in about $265,800. Now, I want to also note that these do not include any of the implementation fees from staff, signage, and property management, but just a good overall understanding of the potential revenue that could be brought in by the creation of this pass. On your screen, you will see the two mock-ups. One is of just the fishing, or not, I'm sorry, the fishing license of just the state wildlife area pass. The other is in addition to a hunting or fishing license. You'll note there on the right, in that middle section, that it shows state wildlife area access on a hunting or fishing license. Just so our customers are clear, they do not have to carry both a hunting or fishing license and a state wildlife pass. It's one of the three. In addition to implementation of this pass, we heard a lot from the commission as well as from our stakeholder group that education was very critical to the success of this program, but also just to the understanding of what state wildlife areas are and how the agency invests money into conservation efforts across Colorado. Some of the group's ideas were to provide an introductory letter to pass holders when they purchased their pass, welcoming them to the agency and doing a high level overview of what state wildlife areas are, a state awareness campaign using all of our communication channels, point of purchase education. So this goes back to that ease of purchase, making sure that people can purchase online, by phone, or in person, depending on where they are across the state. But then also having some kind of a thank you conservation-based message with the purchase. Property signage, we are working with our internal AWM work group to create signage, letting people know what is required to access these properties, but also their conservation investment and thanking them for contributing to conservation and wildlife management. The use of our e-newsletters and assistance from our partners. And the partner component of this is really for that scalability and network impact opportunity. As documented in the work group process, we would like to use this opportunity to create and understand the data and the metrics, understanding activities that are happening on these properties, revenue generated, the visitation statistics, and those education touch points. We anticipate to adapt to the next year of learning, as well as into the future, of how we can better connect with Coloradans and the people using these properties and purchasing this pass. Our next steps would be to implement the pass if approved by the commission today, and then reconvene our work group later this spring to really start talking about how we can reduce human impact on these properties, how we can better support the conservation and wildlife management of the wildlife that use these properties. And again, review those education touch points. How can we get more and better information into people's hands so they understand their personal impact, but also what they can do to become involved with the process. I wanted to also offer the opportunity for Commissioners Vardy, Commissioner Haskett, or Commissioner Schaefer to weigh in prior to commission conversation and questions.
Thank you, Lauren. I have a couple of comments and questions. First, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few. I wanted to start off with, first of all, I want to thank Brad Peterson from Brad Peterson Outdoors, who wrote a letter to, I believe, all of the commissioners back on March 16th. I don't think he's present today. I didn't see him on the list of participants, but I thought he had a pretty good look at this. And his first was about the cost of the wildlife area pass. And I think what we've done is fairly consistent with his suggestion. But the second piece is not, and I thought he had a good idea. He was curious, he didn't make it a question, but I am. With the one-day pass, we have designed to make close to the Parks Pass, while we made the overall pass more tied into a hunting or fishing license. And I guess the question is, why didn't we do the same for the one-day pass? So a one-day fishing license or a hunting license, whatever, one-day fishing license is like $15. This is half the price of that. So is there any reason that we didn't coordinate the one day as we did with the annual with the fishing license?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Garcia. The work group's recommendation was to ensure that the one-day option was not cost prohibitive, but encouraging customers to buy into the annual option, knowing that some people do only come to these properties 1 to 3 times a year. The work group did want to keep the cost at a kind of a more neutral, less cost prohibitive stance, and they felt that the $8 to $9 Parks Pass was a really good price point. So although the one-day fishing license is an opportunity for this commission to redirect that conversation, the work group's hope was to still encourage people to participate as part of the SWA system, but really to price it in a way that allows or encourages the annual pass process.
Thank you. The next question is on our hunting and fishing licenses. Now we have this built-in that we look at every year, but built-in cost of living. Are we going to have something similar for this pass?
Commissioner Garcia, if I may just clarify, are you speaking to the CPI inflation adjustment?
Yes, yes.
Yes, that is the proposal in front of you, that would be tied to CPI as well.
Okay. So our last question as to the financial part really is, when I look at your numbers, it's astounding. 250,000 maybe roughly net. And we've got $7.5 million in management and maintenance. That's 3%. Has anybody looked to see if the users are, my guess is they're going to be much greater than 3%. So they're going to be cost prohibitive. It's going to cost us more per person for maintenance and management for these pass holders than it does for our hunting and fishing people. Is that fair?
I would say that's what the data is currently telling us, yes.
And so as to the financial piece, are we looking at all, I'm starting a little bit, and this is maybe later for Doug Vilsack, but there was some talk, I thought at some point, about this new license plate Park Pass is being part of this, that you could have, you have that license plate, you can use that to go into the state wildlife areas. So that makes the problem even greater. Is that still on the table?
So I might, if Doug Vilsack is on the meeting, it looks like his camera's coming up. I will let him address that for you, Commissioner Garcia. Thank you.
I am here, Commissioner. I can address this further when we kind of get to our legislative update later, but the current proposal is really focused on state parks. I know we've had a lot of conversation around state wildlife areas, and I think the reality is, the acknowledgement is that the vast majority of those state wildlife areas really are for the purpose of wildlife and for the purpose of wildlife recreation. And so kind of broadly opening them to the public is probably kind of contrary to the intent of the vast majority of those properties. There may be a handful of properties, I think boat ramps have come up quite a lot, that aren't really, you know, serving a kind of wildlife habitat purpose, for instance. And in those cases, I mean, as opposed to just kind of broadly opening up state wildlife areas, kind of under the definition of state wildlife area, to the public under this potential new pass option, I think something more appropriate would probably be to use some of the funding that could come into the park side of the agency through this new pass to transfer those properties that frankly perhaps are more like parks to the park side of the agency and manage them on that side of the agency. So I think that's the real distinction here. We don't want to erode what a state wildlife area is, and kind of the vast majority of these 300 or so properties that are not really meant for kind of complete open public access.
Thank you, Doug. And on behalf of the hunters and fishermen, around the state. I think that's a proper solution. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Krista, back to you. The only final closing points. I think we're going to do a very good job of the management of these state wildlife areas is part of this, and for determining things like not allowing to wildlife area pass holders on during hunting season and that sort of thing. But the one piece that I will keep asking for as we move forward is to take a look at reduced prices for veterans. I don't know if we have looked at that, but I would ask that as part of our future that we keep the veterans in our focus.
I appreciate your comment, Commissioner Garcia, and it was an area that we have talked about and will continue talking about. Within the agency's kind of repertoire of products, we have a significant amount focused on our veterans and military members, that staff felt there was a wide opportunity to meet the needs of veterans to also access these properties. But we will continue looking at our options to meet our service members.
Krista, thank you, and thank all of the members of the group for all the great work you did on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to thank the group as well. I know it's been said a lot, but I think I wanted to repeat it myself. You guys did a very good job of fixing something that was identified as a problem in short order, and I really appreciate it. On the estimate of only 6,000 people purchasing this pass, I'm wondering if there's anything we can do to encourage it to be more widely purchased. At times, I felt like I got 6,000 emails from people who wanted us to institute this pass, and I would really like all those people who said we needed to do this to now step up and buy a pass. And I'm wondering if we can do some outreach. I think some of the groups that I saw in the stakeholder group, they have more than 6,000 members. So, I mean, it seems like we should be able to sell more than 6,000 of these. My question is, what about non-residents? Is it the same price for non-residents as residents, or is it different for non-residents?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Touchton, and I'll address your first point as well. But for the pass itself, it is just the $46.48 pass, not adjusted to resident versus non-resident for access. With regards to the 6,000, I think this next year is going to give us a lot more information. By being able to implement this pass, we can actually track true pass holders. And that was our biggest challenge with the data available to us right now. When a person individually purchased it from CPW or online, we can track the fact that that person is specifically purchasing it for SWA access. If you guys remember, we created the drop-down option so people could identify why they are purchasing the license. The challenge came from our external vendors. Someone who is going to a Walmart or a sporting goods store. We saw trends in the data of those drop-down responses that didn't quite add up to why people were truly going to the SWA. So this next year will give us a lot better opportunity for education, outreach, and understanding the use of the spaces.
Thank you, Lauren. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'll echo Commissioner Touchton comments regarding non-residents. Non-resident hunters and anglers pay a premium. It makes sense if they're not going to be paying that premium in terms of a hunting or fishing license, that they do so accordingly with State Wildlife Area Access Pass. I also just wanted to mention, I think there's a lot of still outstanding questions in regards to this. People are prone to getting into the weeds real quick in regards to that phase 2. And I'll say that it is a rather large amount of questions to be answered. I will say that, staff have already started working their way through a lot of those questions to help inform, future decisions. I really look forward to that process though, because we're going to answer a lot of those outstanding questions, as well as I think better protect our investment of state wildlife areas in the long term. That's what this conversation has really brought about, is that there's been this long-term investment in these properties, but not necessarily looked at in terms of an investment. And there's been certainly regulatory hurdles as being part of that. And so I'm really excited about that phase 2, and I hope all the other stakeholders are as well, because it's going to be a really interesting, I think, process itself, but also points an eye towards the future. What is it that we want this system to look like? What is it that we want to see habitat conservation look like in Colorado and the like? So I've appreciated everyone's time that they've invested, both stakeholders and on the working group, as well as all the external folks that have provided comments. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. I think the pass is a great idea, but I wanted to say a couple things of less than 2 years ago, state wildlife areas were open to everyone, but the significant use on those areas and what was showing in the habitat and the wildlife changes made us go to, you had to have a license to be on those areas. When we heard the public comment, we created this pass, and I think it's a great idea, but we also need to remember that our original intent was to protect that habitat and wildlife. And I, like Luke, also look forward to what phase 2 brings and how we change those things. And what Doug also said about, some areas maybe not are not state wildlife areas anymore. They need to be state parks. There's a lot to cover yet, and I look forward to all of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Concludes our first commission discussion question comment period. This is an action item, so it's open to public comment. We do have someone signed up for that, so I'm going to turn it over to Katie to introduce the public comment speaker. So we'll hear that comment before final deliberation.
Thanks, Chair McDaniel. So yes, we do have one person signed up, Julie Mock. So we'll go ahead and get Julie unmuted. And Julie, it looks like you've got video up to you. So just a reminder that Julie has 3 minutes, and when you have 15 seconds left, I'll give you a warning. So go ahead, Julie.
Great, thanks everyone. Commissioners, thank you for having me again today to speak on this topic. And just to start again, I'm with the Colorado Mountain Club, representing not only hikers and bird watchers, but also some of the boating community and other recreationists that use state wildlife areas. And we are supportive of the concept of the state wildlife area pass, and eager to find that balance between wildlife conservation and recreation, looking forward, as Commissioner Schaefer said, to kind of phase 2 of this process. We still do have a couple of concerns over kind of the final proposal, which I outlined in a letter, but I just really wanted to highlight the results of a survey that we conducted in January and the first part of February. And we had over 541 people respond to that survey to comment on the past price and use of funds. And I think it was notable that 68% of those participants said the maximum price they would be willing to pay for an annual pass was $30 or less. And I think, again, we've talked about the price point before, but when we're thinking about how many folks are going to buy this pass, the compliance rate and willingness to pay, I think you would see a higher participation rate with a lower pass price. Another big highlight from that survey is that habitat management and species conservation were the 2 most important categories for use of the new revenue generated from this pass. So I think it was a little bit disappointing that there was no real clear direction in the regulation about how these funds would be used. I think that's going to just cause challenges on communicating to the public about the need for this pass, and again, creating the buy-in that we want to create with these users in contributing towards conservation efforts on these properties. So again, just thinking about that higher participation and compliance rate, potentially with a lower pass price, one option might be to make the habitat stamp optional as a pass, and that brings the total pass price down into that $30–$35 range. So we highlighted some other issues and comments in our letter that I won't necessarily repeat here, but want to thank you all again for continuing to work through this, and hopefully we can get to a place where we do get a high level of engagement and compliance and participation from the recreation community. Thanks.
Thank you, Julie. If you could stay online, I think we have some questions for you. First, Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you. My comment is, your Julie, the Colorado Mountain Club's issue with the cost of this pass. Your annual membership fee is more than this, so I don't see where why this should be a rub. It's also our first piece of engagement with the non-consumptive recreation uses on these properties. We're inviting different uses onto these properties, or technically hunting and fishing properties at the nexus of it. And so we're trying to regulate use on this, using this as an avenue. And so I don't think I think there's more value. I feel like your constituents have more value, I would assume they value our wildlife and our natural resources more than a $30 discounted pass. Given who we are, how we recreate, that kind of stuff. I don't think that a pass price, and I stand firm on even the thought of waiving the habitat stamp fee. That goes directly into conservation, period.
Thank you, Commissioner Blecka. Ms. Malk, would you like to respond?
Sure. Yeah, thanks for your comments, Commissioner Blecka. And I think that's why we conducted the survey, right? Because we did want to hear from our constituents about that pass price, and the value that they put on that. The access to these properties was lower than the current proposed price. So I think that's why we did the survey.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Blecka.
But just to follow up, are you saying that the rub with your survey participants, they don't value our natural resources at the same level that we as an agency do?
I think we asked them what the max price they would be willing to pay was, and the results are what they told us. So I can't, I think they do value conservation and wildlife, but they also value access, and the access that these lands provide not only for recreation on the SWAs themselves, but access to adjacent public lands and many of the other kind of community access points and connecting trails and those sorts of things that these properties provide.
That's disheartening that they're not willing to pay a very minimum premium for access. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blecka. Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah, just quickly, Julie, you may remember I asked you when we first started talking about this at a previous commission meeting, if your price that you charge for your membership would be a reasonable fee for us to charge for this access, and your answer was yes. So I just want to remind you that that was your response from before we started the pricing on this.
Yeah, Commissioner Garcia, I think my response was misinterpreted. I think I responded in that, yes, some of our members and participants are willing to pay a higher price. About 24% of our survey respondents were willing to pay $50 or more for a pass, but that wasn't the majority.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple thoughts. And Julie, I appreciate your comments, but I think the habitat stamp should stay. I agree with Commissioner Blecka on that one, that to the extent people want to channel money into conservation, that's a very effective program to provide money to purchase habitat. And so I think that might be the most important piece of the puzzle here in terms of conservation, is to put money into habitat acquisition. So I'd really like that to stay as part of the price. On the issue of, where does the money go, and are there ways to funnel it into certain things? I disagree a little bit. One of the primary complaints of the hunting and angling communities for years have been that they have to pay for some of the stuff that the non-consumptive community wants more than they do. And I think it's time for the non-consumptive community to just put into the general pot And if some of our money is spent in ways we don't like, that's no different than our taxes we send to the government. It's just a part of contributing to the system. So I'm happy that with this program getting off the ground, and I'm happy with the recommendations that the group came up with, and I would like us to approve this and move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Before I get to the second round, Commissioner Black, I want to take Commissioner Vardy first.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. I feel that we are addressing the cost issue here with the low income option. And I think that staff's gonna really do its diligence on making sure that those that need the extra help to be able to afford the pass will have it. And I think so long as we're attaching that to the approval, that we're making sure to really do our diligence with the low income component of this pass. I think that those that can afford it should pay the same price as our hunters and fishers do to access land, and those that need the extra help, similar to those that need the extra help with our other passes, will have access to the support they need. And with that, Chair, when you're ready, I would entertain a motion to approve I would make a motion to approve this as staff has presented.
I'll take a note of that, Commissioner Vardy. Going back to the second round of comments, Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you. Real quick, Julie, if your constituents don't want to pay this $46, they can purchase a fishing license for less, not forced to fish, but you can pay into a system. There's other options available to participate in. I'm just saying. We're making this more inclusive. Thank you. And I would second that motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just appreciate the comments of my fellow commissioners. And I also just want to say thank you to Julie for being with us and representing her organization. I will offer that I am a member of the Colorado Mountain Club and recognize that this is not an easy topic. So what I heard from Julie is an appreciation and an understanding that 2.0 will continue to refine this. I think we've all suggested that as well. So I think in the spirit of that dialogue and appreciate your public comment today, I certainly would support the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Commissioner Garcia.
I just wanted to clarify, Chair. There was a motion and a second. We have this group, all of these together. So I don't know that you want to separate it out or continue on with the remaining items before we have a motion.
We do have this separated out, Commissioner Garcia. I'll read the motion before we move forward as it is just the state wildlife access with regards to that. I do have a question for Julie. I'm a little confused in that CMC was part of the team that put this together, recognizing this is a very difficult topic. Is CMC supporting this as part of that group, or the purpose of your testifying today as part of public comment is to let us know that CMC does not support it?
Yeah, thanks, Chairman McDaniel. I think at this point, we are not supportive of the proposal as it stands. Obviously, if it moves forward, we want to continue working with the stakeholder group. But yeah, the way that the proposal is written is not something that our organization can support at this time.
Okay, well, thank you. Like Commissioner, I think it's Garcia mentioned, I'm pretty disappointed by that, in that you know, the idea of not supporting the equal fee that, you know, sports people would pay to access those properties, asking to pay less for the equal use is pretty inequitable. And I'm hoping you can help us convince your members that the value is there for them. And that's really what's most important. And I know you know firsthand how difficult this topic is. And I'm really looking forward to phase 2 myself, because targeting certain properties, you know, treatment may be different, fees could be different, some could be pulled out. You know, the rubber's going to hit the road for a lot of those a little bit later. Convincing those folks to be patient and to understand what sports people are paying with regards to all of this, I think is really critical, that we're all treated, you know, the same with regards to it. So thank you for appearing today, and thanks for your comments. With that, I have a motion and a second, but I'm going to go ahead and read that motion to make sure that everyone understands what they're voting on. There's a motion on the floor to adopt changes to revise the requirements to access state wildlife areas and state trust lands leased by the division and to create Colorado State Wildlife Area Passes for access into state wildlife areas as proposed by staff. So I have both the motion and a second. Any further discussion or deliberation? Hearing none, I'd like to call a roll call vote on this one, please. Laura, could you execute that for me?
Yes.
Laura, you cut out there. Try again.
Sorry. Adams,
I think Commissioner Adams stepped out, Laura.
okay, thank you. Bleka,
Yes.
Garcia,
Before I vote, I'm reminded of our recent governance meeting where I think we agreed that we would no longer vote with reservations. And so my vote is a very simple yes.
Hauser,
I would say yes, and with thanks to the working group for their
May.
efforts.
Sorry, May,
Yes.
Phillips,
Yes.
Schaefer,
Yes.
Touchton,
Yes.
Vardy,
Yes.
Chairman McDaniel.
Yes, and second, Commissioner Hauser's thanks to the working group and especially to our commissioners, Vardy, Schaefer, and Haskett, who participated. I know it's a lot of hard work. Thank you very much.
Would you like my vote?
Oh, we skipped you?
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Yes,
Yes.
Haskett, thank you.
That's problematic because I follow her, so.
Thank you for your work on the commission, but you can't vote.
Oh, we assumed she was a yes because she was in the working group. Okay, Krista, let's move on.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will move on then to the rest of the agenda item. And these are just the annual changes to Chapter W9 that you heard about in January. On page 21, you'll see that we've added regulations prohibiting the use of any vessel or single compartment air or gas-filled flotation device in all water contact at Douglas Reservoir State Wildlife Area unless actively fishing. On page 21 as well, you'll see that we've added Elk Springs Ranch State Wildlife Area, and correspondingly on page 68, taken out Sagebrush Draw State Trust Land, and this is due to a change in leasing agreements. On page 43, we've added regulations prohibiting fires and hunting at Sands Lake State Wildlife Area, and correspondingly on page 34, we've prohibited hunting at the adjoining CPW property located downstream of Colorado State Highway 291 bridge to the Chaffee County Road 175. And that's actually located at Mount Charbonneau State Wildlife Area. So you'll see it in those regulations. On page 50, we've added regulations to prohibit the launching of any vessel or single compartment air or gas-filled flotation device on the stretch of the Cache la Poudre River that runs through Watson Lake State Wildlife Area. We've also prohibited access to the fish passage structure and prohibited fishing from the walls of the fish passage or in the fish passage. On page 58, we've added property-specific regulations for the Brett Gray Ranch State Trust Land to prohibit access except by foot and from designated parking areas, as well as regulations to prohibit parking except in designated parking areas, camping, and overnight parking. And then on page 58 as well, we've consolidated Burrow Springs 1 and 2, Carnero, Vital Creek, Mogotas Arroyo, Sanderson Gulch, and San Juan Creek State Trust Lands into one property called Burrow Springs. And we've added property-specific regulations to prohibit access from March 1st through April 30th annually, and to prohibit the collection of shed antlers from January 1st through April 30th. We've also specified that access is prohibited during big game seasons only from 1.5 hours after sunset to 1.5 hours before sunrise. Access is prohibited from 1/2 hours after sunset to 1/2 hours before sunrise during all other times. Additionally, motorized vehicles are restricted to designated roads, and OHVs cannot be used to retrieve big game. Finally, camping and fires are prohibited on the property. And finally, on page 73, we've removed Arkansas River State Wildlife Area from regulations as it does not provide public access currently. And that is all I have for you, Mr. Chairman, for the rest of that agenda item.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Just a quick technical question. And this comes because I always look back at eats, shoots, and leaves. And so on Douglas County, I read it, the use of any vessel or single compartment air or gas filled flotation device and all water contact is prohibited, unless actively fishing. So I think I read that right, but I just want to be sure that it doesn't say I can't take my float tube out fishing. Because the way the comment is, I think it's okay, but it makes me wonder if my float tube is disallowed completely, but I can have water contact while I'm fishing. Does that make any sense? No.
Commissioner Garcia, Mark Leslie, Northeast Region Manager, I'll address that. And no, you still can take your float tube out there to fish. As per the lease with the Windsor Canal Company out there, the reservoir company, non-fishing related type activities such as boating and water skiing and wake, boating out there on that lake are prohibited. And we actually were contacted by the attorney for the Windsor Reservoir Company, and they basically fired a shot over our bow that they felt like we were in violation of the lease or that we were approaching that. So that's the reason for these restrictions, but I appreciate your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Krista, I just had a question on the last item, that the Arkansas River State Wildlife Area was removed from regulation because it doesn't provide public access. And I apologize if this was in the packet somewhere. I haven't been able to find it. But I didn't understand when we mean removed from regulation, it still exists, right? We just have no regulations specific to that area. And then I was wondering if it ever did provide public access, and this is something we've changed, but I just wanted a little bit more information about that last item.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I can answer part of that, and then I might have to see if someone from the field can answer more specifics about that particular property. But in general, we try to only list properties that have public access in our Chapter W9 of with regulations. So if there are properties that do not have public access, we try as much as possible to remove them from regulations to avoid confusion with our users. And so this is just a case where this property, does not provide public access, and so we needed to remove it, just for that consistency and clarity. And I see that Regional Manager Ackerman has appeared as well, so I don't know if you have any additional comments on that.
Hello, Brett, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brett Ackerman, Southeast Regional Manager. And for the second part of that question, this is a property east of Holly, way down by the Kansas state line. And it's just a small piece of property adjacent to the river that was acquired for habitat protection. There isn't any public access on it. There hasn't been any public access on it, but listing it in the brochure and in regulations implies that there is. And so we've had some issues with, folks trying to get on there and the private landowner surrounding the property having to tell them, no, you can't just come across my place. So this is an effort to be responsive to and protect the private property rights of our neighboring landowners.
You said something, Commissioner Touchton, but you're on mute. Did you? Have a
Oh,
question?
no, I was just thanking Brett for that information. And I was wondering if it was the same place I was thinking of, and it is the place by Holly. But anyway, I just was curious if it had ever had public access, and It seems like it never did, but it still provides wildlife value.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. Any further comments, Krista?
No, that's all I have for you, Mr. Chairman. For that
Thank
agenda
you.
item.
This is an action item underneath agenda item 13. There were no signups for public comment. So with that, I would entertain a motion to adopt annual changes to chapter W9 as proposed by staff.
So moved.
Commissioner Schaefer, second.
Second.
Second, Commissioner May. I think we can do a voice vote on this one. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same
Aye.
sign. Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Let's move forward to our last item before lunch, agenda item 14. So Krista, I'll give you back the floor.
Sure,
We
great.
have that after lunch, I believe, Chair, on my agenda.
It is.
It is scheduled for 20 minutes.
But we have time. How long will this one take, Krista? Can we handle it before?
We can certainly try if you'd like. Yeah, we have 20 minutes scheduled, but we can certainly try and see how far we get, or it's up to you all.
Well, it's a little early for lunch, and I think we're going to need a little extra time this afternoon. So why don't we just go ahead and see if we can move through this one? And thanks for keeping me on track, Charlie.
All right, great. So let's move on then to agenda item 14, chapter W16, final regulations related to adding a process to end or modify a current license suspension. This is step 2 of 2. You'll probably remember that we brought you draft regulations in January. This is orange in color, and it is an action item, as mentioned. So you'll see, starting on page 3, that we have these same draft regulations, which were presented to the Commission in January. They're now at final stage. The comments from the Commission were to include a better filtering mechanism so that the Commission didn't have to hear all of the appeals. So staff has added reference to the consent agenda in regulation 1601 C3 C4, which is on page 294, which says, unless the Commission directs otherwise, there will be no oral presentations or further submittals to the Commission, and the petition will be placed on the consent agenda. We've also changed the applicability, which is in regulation number 1601 C3B1, so that any person who has their license privileges suspended by the Commission for less than 20 years may not file a petition for mid-suspension review. And this is instead of 10 years, as was previously proposed to the Commission. So those are the changes that I have, and that's all I have for you, Mr. Chairman. For that
Thank you,
agenda item.
Krista. We have a couple of questions. Commissioner Touchton.
Yes, thank you. And this is, I think, hopefully Jake is still out there in the cyber universe. My main concern is if we create this new process, not necessarily what it does to the Commission's workload, but what it does to our attorney's workload. And I want to know if we deny one of these appeals through our consent agenda, if that will then be appealable under the Administrative Procedure Act and result in a case that will end up on the Attorney General's docket defending us.
Yes, it's possible. You are reopening a closed case where all of the appeals had been exhausted. So your decision to deny this request, even for a qualifying person, would be subject to review. I would say that the parameters that determine whether someone can file such a petition in the first place are fairly stringent. I don't have the number of people who have been suspended over 20 years in the past decades, so I can't give you a firm number on the potential class of qualifying people who could file the petition in the first place. But yes, if you received a petition and entered an order denying that petition, it would be subject to judicial review.
Okay, Jake, just to follow up, do you have an estimate about how much workload that might increase for your shop, or is that too speculative?
We have 3 license suspension appeals going on right now under your sort of traditional review framework, which I think is a high number, honestly. Over the last 18 months, I don't think we've ever had 3 at one time. So I think that's kind of the top end.
Okay. Well, then I had a couple suggestions on this thing for Krista or whoever to respond to. One is what I would call a snapback. I view this as kind of like akin to the parole process in our criminal system. And a typical condition of parole is if you reoffend, your sentence snaps back. And so here, if we do essentially pardon someone and give them their hunting privileges back, and then they reoffend, I would like to see a snapback that says, all right, we gave you a second chance. It didn't work out. Now you've got to do the full suspension that we gave you in the first place. That's just a suggestion. The other 2 suggestions I had were on how we help people get that second chance and make opportunities available to them. And again, I wonder if we could work something like this into this program. But looking at the criminal justice system, typically one thing offenders do to show they've changed their ways is they go out and educate younger people. And I'm wondering if we could invite people who have had their license suspended to like hunter safety class. According, this is what we do in prison avoidance gang work, is we have someone who's experienced the consequences of that lifestyle come in and tell the people who are getting their hunter safety license, don't go down this path. It didn't work out for me. And the other thing is we have down volunteering, and we asked people to sort of send us a statement that said they volunteered, but CPW has an extensive volunteering program. And I would like to see those folks who might ask us to review their suspension volunteer for us. That way it would be very verifiable that they did that work. And we would also be giving them a way forward to seek rehabilitation. Anyways, sorry for going on so long. I just had some suggestions that I thought we could improve this a little bit, or maybe those are for down the road.
If I may, I have some thoughts on that, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead, Jake.
With respect to volunteering and other sort of specifics with respect to the proof that you'd like to see in order to approve one of these petitions, it made me think of a guidance document, right? We have plenty of rules that sketch out a framework, but then we provide additional non-regulatory or non-codified guidance to explain how we interpret those rules or what we feel would be important. So I think you could tackle that suggestion in either regulation or in guidance. And then with respect to the snapback proposal, the same sort of thought comes to mind, only a little bit different. One is to change the regulation to expressly state that, which I would suggest maybe doing down the road as opposed to today if the commission adopts that. But the other approach would be to build that in the order itself. In other words, you receive a petition from a qualified person who meets all of these threshold requirements. And then if the commission is inclined to grant that relief, whether to vacate or reduce the suspension, to build the snapback into the order granting the petition. And in those sort of unique situations, this rule contemplates the director developing a recommendation as to whether to grant the relief or not. And in the unique situation where someone is entitled to a reduction, I think you could build that into the order itself as opposed to the rule.
Thank you, Jake. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go and touch on the things that Jake and Commissioner Tustin just talked about before I go to my question. On the kickback that you were talking about, I agree. When you talk about being similar to criminal, one of the biggest problems we've created in the criminal justice system is revoking people's parole because they spit on the sidewalk, right? And so you spit on the sidewalk and now you go through 10 years. And it's been used against minorities and other people as a punishment tool for spitting on the sidewalk. So I don't want to go there. We've gone there criminally. Let's not go there. So I agree that it was better handled through part of the order, because I don't want to be in a position where we've taken a lifetime suspension and given the person a break because they've done all these wonderful things, including maybe some of the things you're talking about. And then they forget their fishing license and they're up there now and they lose their license again for life because they forgot their fishing license. So I agree. I would prefer to see it just part of an order, and the order can be, and it can be, again, part of the new case. The magistrate, whoever looking Cooley, and looking at the new case can also have the old case before them. And so I think that might be a better solution. And I agree with Jake that the rehabilitation part, I don't want to go into that today. That is another bucket of worms that could take us forever to do. And I think a guidance document in providing whatever help we can for people that truly want to take advantage of this. So, but I want to get to my question, and that goes to Jake. You indicated at the end of your comments a moment ago that this new rule contemplates that the division will make a recommendation. And that was my question, because I don't see it. It says the division may file a response to the petition. Unless the commission directs otherwise, there will be no oral presentations or further submittals to the commission, and the petition will be placed on the consent agenda. So I don't see that, because that says that it could be on the consent agenda for yes, thumbs up from the division, or on the consent agenda for no, thumbs down from the division. And then if that's the way it is, but maybe that needs to be clarified, because you said that it contemplates that, but I didn't see it written in that way.
That's a fair point. I think I'm reading response there pretty liberally, which would be flexible enough to include a director recommendation similar to the way we handle citizen petitions. You'd need to articulate, if something lands on the consent agenda, the commission's decision would be based on whatever writing explains the rationale for that action. Whether it's a recommendation to grant a citizen petition for rulemaking or deny a citizen petition for rulemaking. I envision this really as the same process. Whether it's a disputed response by Steve Cooley's team or a recommendation by the director. And if you have concerns about that, I think we can, surgically include response or director recommendation in that consent agenda paragraph, but I read it to include both.
Okay, that would be helpful to me, because as I read it, there could be nothing from the division at all. They could just say, it's on the consent agenda, here's his petition, you folks take a look at it, with no direction from the division whatsoever. So I would like to have some direction from the division before it goes onto the consent agenda. Again, I don't want to have a division that feels that they want to deny this, but they don't tell us that. We pull it off the consent agenda and grant it. So anyway, I'd like to see some direction there.
So Commissioner Garcia, what I'm hearing for you is a recommendation to revise the staff recommendation to include, with an appropriate recommendation by the director at the end of paragraph 4 concerning the consent agenda.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake and Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jake, could you just, I'm sorry, I'm just not having a fresh memory on our discussions on this. Can you just provide an example, if possible, of a person, you use the term person who's entitled to this reduction? Can you just give us a scenario or an example of what might come to us?
Sure. I think there's sort of the rule creates sort of a gatekeeping function in order to have standing to invoke this rule. You must have served at least 10 years of a 20-year suspension, not committed any other infractions outside the state, and have only been suspended by the commission once, among other considerations. So it sets a high bar. Not every violator can invoke this rule. It's limited in terms of the less egregious. I'm not sure that's a great description, but the most egregious repeat violators cannot invoke this rule.
But if you have this level of a lengthy suspension, that would have presumed a pretty egregious violation in the first place, correct?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jake and Commissioner Hauser. Before I take second comments, Commissioner Bleca first, please.
Thank you. Just to maybe give a little context to what Commissioner Hauser's hesitation or concern is, this would be in talking with our hearings officer about this. It was kind of along the lines of young adults who commit a crime, I'll say in their youth, right? You're young and you're dumb and you do something out of season or whatever it is, and you're given a lengthy sentence. This would provide an opportunity for young people to rectify their actions and then continue to be part of the hunting community or fishing community down the road. Not for the egregious habitual poachers essentially, but if somebody's committing a crime when they're in their teens or whatnot, they shouldn't, it gives them an opportunity to get back at it later on with appropriate conduct and regulations around it. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, Commissioner Garcia, I think, made a solid point about my snapback idea that we wouldn't want such an idea for minor infractions. So I withdraw that. I think we could take care of that in the individual order. And I also wanted to say that I think Jake had a nice suggestion concerning my suggestion that we provide volunteer opportunities for folks, or that they volunteer to educate young hunters on what not to do, that we could do that through these guidance documents. I wasn't aware of that, but I would like us to pursue that down the line, because the key here is getting folks rehabilitated so they can rejoin our community, not get kicked out for life or 20 years. And I'd like to put some bones on how one goes about proving you've been rehabilitated, either through volunteering for CPW or helping with hunter education as or other training. Half the violations out there are probably firearms violation. Maybe we say go to a gun class, or anyway. But we could take that up down the line as Jake suggested.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I'd like to make a couple comments myself. One, I appreciate all the staff's hard work in coming up with I'll call it the guidelines for when we'd look at a particular offender and when they might be eligible to petition this commission. I appreciate that bar being very high. I'll move from my barstool biologist to barstool lawyer seat and can be corrected. But, I look at it as, I'll call it a criminal offense being, against the public interest or right. This is a privilege to be able to participate. And so I'm probably not as far with regards to how much we extend, I'll call it this rehabilitation, Commissioner Touchton. I really expect them to come forward with regards to that. This is a privilege that they can, hunt, fish, hike, recreate in the state of Colorado. And they should take that initiative on their own. But I do agree that guidelines would be helpful, but not necessarily that the agency needs to set up a program with regards to it. This is really should be incumbent on the offender, that they need to come forward and show remorse and with what they've done with regards to a public resource. That's just my own opinion about that. With that, I think that ends our discussion about it. We do not have any public comment with regards to this item. Jake, I do have a motion with regards to it, but I think I'm going to need you to, do you have that motion in front of you? I could read it and then you could add the language that you spoke about with regards to a director recommendation. Would that be the way to go about it?
Yeah, you can repeat that prepared motion and I'll clarify and explain and read the phrase that I think the commission wants to insert.
Okay. With regard to
Chairman Daniels, could I just make sure before we do that, that the division, Director Prinsloo and his people agree that they want to be part of making these recommendations before we stick them with it?
That's a good idea, Commissioner Garcia. Director Prinsloo, would you like to respond?
I have to give accolades to, Commissioner Garcia. I do like to get asked. So that is a pleasure. So I appreciate that.
So I take that as a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay, thank you, Director Prinsloo. So I'll be asking for a motion to adopt regulations. This is agenda item 14, chapter W16, to adopt regulations related to commission review of current license suspensions. And I won't add as proposed by staff, or I'll say as proposed by staff and modified as Jake Matter will now speak to.
So the suggestion was to clarify that these can be resolved via the consent agenda with a director recommendation. So I would modify paragraph 4. The last sentence in that paragraph says, unless the commission directs otherwise, there will be no oral presentations or further submittals to the commission, and the petition will be placed on the consent agenda. I would add with an appropriate recommendation by the director, period.
Thank you.
With that, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Garcia. Second, Commissioner Blaca. Thank you.
Hauser.
Or Hauser. Thank you.
Happy to turn it to Commissioner Black. She's
Yeah, I was like, oh, that was Hauser. I'll take it.
Okay. Let's take a roll call vote with regards to this one. It's a serious matter, and let's get everyone go on record. So Laura, could you execute that for me, please?
All right, Adams? Absent.
Yes.
What? Oh, you're here. Okay, Adams?
Yes.
Blecka?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
Haskett?
Yes.
Hauser?
Yes.
May?
Yes.
Phillips?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Touchton?
Yes.
Vardy?
Yes.
Chairman McDaniel?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Well, we ran a little over because Commissioner Garcia didn't keep me on track. I appreciate the continued prodding to move forward. We've got a lot on our agenda, but with that, we're at approximately 12:07. Let's break till 1 o'clock. We'll start just a few minutes late since we've taken care of this item. Thank you. Dion, can you take us into break, please?
Are you ready, Chair McDaniel?
I am, Dion.
I'll start the recording.
Thank you, Dion. Welcome back, everyone, to the March 17th Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting. We will now move on to agenda item number 15, which is EV charging station MOU. And I believe Heather Dugan, Assistant Director of Field Services, will be leading this conversation for us. Are you available, Heather?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
There you are. Welcome.
Well, thank you. And good afternoon to you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Prenslow. My name is Heather Dugan, Assistant Director for Field Services for CPW. And this afternoon, I'm really excited to be able to share with you an initiative to bring more opportunities for Coloradans and visitors to visit our state parks. So as background and some history, in 2018, we pursued Charge Ahead grants in cooperation with the Colorado Energy Office, and we were able to install EV charging stations at 4 of our parks, specifically Chatfield, Staunton, St. Vrain, and Cherry Creek. So initially, we tried to focus not only on accessibility of EV charging stations for our customers, but also to prepare for the eventuality of additional electric vehicles in our fleet. So as a result, these 4 first charging stations are located closer to visitor centers, and that works well for parks like Staunton, where the main trailhead is at the visitor center. But for many parks, the visitor center is not the main destination for our customers. So last summer, just as we were awarded another round of Charge Ahead grant funding for parks in the Southeast region, Environment Colorado and Rivian approached DNR and CPW with a proposal to install charging stations at all of our state parks and at no cost to us. So according to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission's policy on sponsorships, for sponsorships that are exceeding $25,000 in value, the Commission can recommend that CPW enter into a sponsorship agreement using several guiding principles that are listed in your policy. And some of these include the fact that the relationship should promote the mission and the values of CPW. The sponsorship must enhance CPW's ability to act in the public interest. Sponsor recognition must not permanently impair the special characteristics of the area, and O&M costs associated with the proposal must be considered. So if the Commission directs CPW to move forward with developing a sponsorship agreement with Rivian, not only will we have more financial resources available to us for the charging station specifically, but we will also be promoting collaborative stewardship and increasing public awareness of our agency and our mission. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn the mic over to Hannah Collazo. She is the State Director of Environment Colorado. And then in just a few minutes, you'll be hearing from Corey Ershow, the Public Policy Manager and Senior Counsel for Rivian.
Sounds good, Heather. Please proceed.
Thank you. Hannah, are you ready?
I am. Thank you so much, Heather. I will start sharing my slides. Do I have that capability? There we go.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Hannah Collazo, and I am the State Director of Environment Colorado. I've included my contact information here if you need to get in touch with me. Next slide. Environment Colorado is a statewide policy and advocacy group that works to protect Colorado's land, water, wildlife, and air. We focus on timely, targeted action that wins tangible improvements in the quality of our environment and our lives. And in this case, we are wanting to reduce climate change by reducing the emissions coming from our transportation system through the installation of EV chargers in the more iconic remote places we love, our public lands. Next slide. Our state and national parks are the places where Coloradans go to get into nature, whether on the back of a horse or a bike or carried by their own 2 feet. These open spaces are where Coloradans go to recharge their spirits. As John Muir said, thousands of tired, nerve-shaken people are beginning to find out that going to the mountains is going home, and that wilderness is a necessity. And for so many of us, our parks are what make our state so special. But right now they are being harmed by air pollution in a rapidly changing climate. This past year, Colorado experienced some of the worst forest fires in recent memory, with fire season being 78 days longer on average than in 1970, a fact that is very close to all of you, I'm sure. Global warming has made wildfires more frequent and is a threat to our favorite landscapes. And to ensure our communities and wild places stay protected, we need cleaner air and a stable climate, and that will require us to address transportation. Right now, the way we get around is our largest source of global warming emissions in Colorado and in the United States. Next slide. Now, these graphs are taken from the Colorado Energy Office's Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap final report. And we see in the first graph, in 2020, transportation took the lead as the largest source of pollution in Colorado. And ideally, we make a 96% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation sector by 2050, as you can see in the second graph. Next slide. If we're going to do this, it's going to require that we get more EVs on the road. And as you can see here, on-road gasoline is the leading source of greenhouse gas emissions in the transportation system. Next slide. Now, Colorado has already done quite a lot in reducing greenhouse gas emissions from transportation. We've made a commitment in expanding the use of EVs with a goal of nearly 1 million EVs on the road by 2030. The Colorado Electric Vehicle Plan was issued in January 2019, and this plan set forth strategies and actions to electrify Colorado's corridors and also ensure that the benefits that come with the widespread adoption of EVs are achieved. Heather mentioned this, but Colorado Energy Office has executed a contract with ChargePoint to build EV fast charging stations. And lastly, the state has adopted low emission vehicle standards and zero emission vehicle standards, 2018 and 2019. Next slide. In short, these initiatives are great, but we need to increase public investment in EV charging infrastructure and access to EVs if we are going to get to that 96% number. Next slide. And that is why Environment Colorado launched the Recharge Where You Recharge campaign. Coloradans should not have to choose between having an electric vehicle and visiting the parks they love. We need to have charging infrastructure in the same places we escape to for relief. Next slide. Earlier this fall, Environment Colorado called on Colorado Parks and Wildlife to install an EV charger in every single state park to make it easy for visitors to recharge their cars while they're recharging their souls in nature. We had hundreds of Coloradans sign our petition, and Rivian, a manufacturer of electric vehicles, embraced the opportunity to collaborate on extending charging infrastructure to areas where EV drivers wouldn't otherwise have access, following a conversation I had with Corey less than a year ago. Next slide. And we are excited for a potential partnership between CPW and Rivian. It shouldn't be difficult for Coloradans to drive an EV to their favorite public lands or favorite 14er. We need to make getting to our parks in an EV easier so outdoors loving Coloradans do not forego switching to EVs at all. We must electrify the way we travel to prevent pollution and a warming climate and to protect the lands that we cherish. I will let Corey from Rivian take it from here. If anyone has any questions, I can also answer those.
I have a question for you, Hannah, Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. So I'm very excited about this proposal. My family's been using EVs for roughly the last 5 years. And our number one roadblock is always when we go out into wild spaces and being able to actually get out there. End up having to frequently take the gas guzzling farm truck to do it. And it's the one space where having an EV vehicle is difficult. So I'm a big supporter of this personally. My question is, are you looking at installing the DC fast chargers or just more of the stage 2 chargers at the parks?
Thank you so much for your question. I will let Corey answer that. because Rivian has a more detailed proposal that will definitely get to that question.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. Commissioner Blacka.
I can wait till the end and ask my questions then.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, Commissioner Blacka. Hannah, when you want to turn it over to Corey now?
Absolutely.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Director Prenslow. I am Corey Urshow. I am Rivian's Public Policy Manager for Energy and Charging, and we're just so excited to be here today and at the prospect of working together to bring more EV charging to the state parks. So do I have the capability to share my screen? Seems to, yes.
Yes, we see it, Corey.
Great. All right, so the core issue here is that existing EV charging options are really limited in rural communities, at remote adventure locations, and at outdoor recreation sites. As it stands, current EVSE networks, EV charging networks, tend to focus on denser urban areas. This makes sense when you contemplate the business case for most of these EV charging networks. They are designed to maximize charger utilization, but this has the downside of overlooking the value of less frequented but equally vital charging at parks, forests, beaches, and other key outdoor recreation locations. This lack of EV charging at these strategic locations is a pretty significant barrier to wider EV adoption, and it limits EV drivers' options for getting to these key locations. Rivian recognizes the tremendous value in parks in particular and aims to fill this gap by providing charging options that are open to all electric vehicles at our treasured parks. This parks program, Rivian's parks program, will eliminate barriers and make EV everyday choice for outdoor recreation related transportation. We're therefore proposing to provide best-in-class universal level 2 EV charging coverage and experience within parks and other outdoor recreation areas that currently lack the infrastructure to support EV driver visitation. So why Colorado? Well, Colorado's 42 state parks comprise almost 250,000 acres of recreation. The state parks are an icon for outdoor recreation and are thus an ideal flagship deployment for the Rivian L2 charging network in the parks. They're crown jewels of the US state park system and symbols of conservation and responsible outdoor adventure. I know when I think about outdoor adventure, I think of Colorado. Outdoor recreation is significant to the Colorado economy as well, adding approximately 3.1% of state GDP. And it's also really important to recognize the Colorado state government's real national leadership in transportation electrification and decarbonizing US transportation and energy systems. So for the heart of the proposal, Rivian will outfit up to 50 CPW locations with a minimum of 2 of Rivian's state-of-the-art universal L2 charging stations. We're targeting the first completed install by this summer, July of 2021. Critically, these chargers will be available to every brand of EV sold in the United States. Rivian will provide the equipment and installation and provide a minimum of 5 years of network and operation maintenance services with 2 options to renew for additional 10-year periods. The only cost to each park and to Colorado, will be the ongoing electricity costs, which are fully recoverable at CPW's discretion. There will be no direct cost to Colorado taxpayers. For a little bit more about the Rivian charger itself, this is a state-of-the-art level 2. It will be available for all EVs to charge again. It is really the use case that's ideal for when you're parked for at least 2 hours. So really optimal if you're parking your EV, you're going out for a hike or a climb, and you'll come back to a greater charge. This will dispense up to 11.5 kilowatts or up to about 25 miles of range per hour of charge. For context, this is about 50% faster than most level 2 chargers that are on the market today. It's going to have a high resolution screen. It is fully networked via cellular. And CPW will have the ability to view and control the charger settings through a site host dashboard. where it can set pricing rules and collect payment for charging sessions. And EV drivers can pay for charging sessions via a free app in a fully contactless process, which is really perfect for the modern day. So here I just wanted to give a bit of a rendering. Here is a mock-up of Rivian's L2 charging at Cheyenne Mountain State Park. As you can see, the units we're talking about here are really designed to fit in pretty seamlessly with the environment. They're not much bigger than a parking meter. You know, these are not your large garish electrical boxes that you see in some DC fast chargers. They really are pretty discreet. With that, I'm really excited to answer any questions you may have, and really excited at the prospect of working together to drive more EV riders to the Colorado State Park system.
Thank you, Corey. Commissioner Blecka, we'll go back to you now.
Okay, thank you. Two things. One's more like a comment. I would like to see our agency charge for the use of our electricity and these pedestals or whatever the station. Somehow, I leave it up to park managers to figure out, but I would like to see a fee associated with this. And then number two, to Rivian, what kind of data will you be collecting for our benefit? Regardless of how I feel personally about this push towards less time, it is still somewhat of an affluent-based opportunity that not everybody gets to participate in. And so I would like to see some usage data, those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. We're eager to share usage data with the parks. This is going to be data that's primarily based on usage. It's not going to be anything with personally identifiable information, but things like the duration of charging sessions, the frequency of charging sessions, how many different events there may be in a given day, week, month, etc. And so you'll have full insight into really what is the relationship between drivers and these chargers.
Thank you. Commissioner, Heather, you raised your hand. Would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the questions, Commissioner Blecka. And we've had several discussions with how we make this at the very least cost neutral to parks. And I agree that we should further examine in a sponsorship agreement just exactly what that looks like. And with an outside vendor, a lot of times what we can do is have people install an app, and we can also figure out ways to charge people for the electric usage.
And we can manage those transactions as well through both the charger and through the app. And so we can set it to really price however CPW wants. If it's just a matter of cost recovery, we can queue that to just the price of electricity. If it's just a matter of creating an incremental fee to be actually a revenue generator for CPW, we can process that as well.
Go ahead, Hannah.
Commissioner Blecka, to your point of how EVs right now are targeted more towards affluent communities or people, I want to emphasize as an environmental voice that EVs are part of decarbonizing our transportation system. We are simultaneously pushing for multimodal transportation, public transportation, some type of rideshare program as well. In this case, we want to get EVs out to our public spaces so that people don't suffer from range anxiety and that they're just not going to buy an EV because they don't think that they can access, different parts of northern Colorado and really just the rest of the state.
Thank you. Could I add a quick question for Corey? I didn't quite understand your response to Commissioner Blecka, or maybe I didn't understand the presentation properly. The pricing that you showed in your presentation, so is there a charge for connecting to the station? And then there's a charge for electricity, potentially from CPW, for the actual energy that's taken? Is that the way it works?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify that. Pricing will be entirely at CPW's discretion. We're not looking to profit off this in any way. And so if what CPW decides to do is to price it so that there's a fee to just plug in, but then the electricity is gratis, you could do that. If it's a matter of queuing the price to charge to whatever the associated electricity cost is, we can do that as well. The rendering that was in the presentation was a pure mock-up of what it could look like. And so we could set it, if at CPW's discretion, to 10 cents a kilowatt, 25 cents a kilowatt. However CPW wants to do it, we will be able to administer.
Thank you, Corey. Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think most of what sort of my reactions were addressed or mentioned by Commissioner Blecka. I sort of had the same reaction around sort of the perception of affluence. And it would be helpful to get some data around that. I know there's two sides to that coin, and certainly Commissioner Vardy is a champion of this technology and this option. And so I don't know that it's a blanket statement necessarily, and maybe Ed, and you have some thoughts on this, but I do think in our marketing and how we approach this, it would be important to describe this certainly as our commitment to the environment. I think that's appropriate and important. And secondarily, that we're cautious not to perpetuate any notion that accessing state parks is associated with that affluence. And so again, whether, what I think I heard you say, Hannah, was this is a package, this is bike lanes, this is, I always find it interesting when I drive miles and miles and miles and make tons and tons of effort to get it to a trailhead to get outside of my car and go hike. So to the extent that we can obviously minimize that, I think that's really important as well. So just again, in our efforts around DEI and our language and our marketing materials and everything like that, it's just something I think we should keep closely in mind. So I really appreciate Commissioner Blecka raising it for us. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Hauser. Hannah, did you want to respond to that? I see your hand up.
Yeah, real quick. Something that I really try to concentrate on in my work is not putting the increased financial burden on vulnerable communities and frontline communities financially and in other ways. And I think this is a really good example of the bill is being paid by Rivian. And so this isn't going to be an increase, on park fees, right? Which makes it harder for people to access parks. This isn't going to be an increase, in taxes. I know it's more complicated than that, but this is going to be paid for by Rivian, which, kind of answers that question in this case of, or I guess that issue of, not footing the bill to people where that $2-3 increase in park access would be really difficult to go to Chatfield.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I had a follow-up question. I just forgot if it's all right.
Sure.
So to that point, I guess what's in it for Rivian? What's the sort of economic model for this? I understand this a little bit when solar panels or wind or all that stuff is discussed, and we had a former commissioner, obviously, that would remind us of this. So obviously it's the environmental component as well, but just talk to us about the economics. I don't know that I saw that. If you're paying for it, how do you recoup that expense? And if we're charging, to Commissioner Blecka's comment, to reap some benefit to go back into state parks, how does those economics work?
Thank you for your question. So,
sorry, Corey. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. Rivian has a few ethos. One is to electrify everything. Another is to keep the world adventurous forever. There is no direct economic benefit to Rivian to this program. We view EV charging access to be a critical component of driving EV adoption. As was mentioned earlier, the inability to go out and charge at certain locations is a barrier to broader EV adoption. And whether it's going to be in a Rivian R1 vehicle or is going to be in another automaker's EV, the decision to go electric is really going to be dependent on the ability to charge anywhere you may be, anywhere you may go. I think that it is going to be a barrier for electrification if people believe that EVs are a sometimes vehicle rather than an all the time vehicle. And so this partnership really highlights our commitment to expanding the broader EV market rather than any direct benefit to Rivian as a company.
Thank you, Corey. Commissioner Phillips.
Yeah, I just have two quick ones. Understand Rivian would be putting these in, and would Rivian also be maintaining these sites? Is my first question. And second one, I might have missed this, and it's a bit of naivety on my part, but are the chargers proprietary? Would a Rivian charger work for a Tesla and vice versa?
Thank you for asking. The chargers are not proprietary. They use the standard J1772 plug-in for level 2 charging. Every EV sold in the United States today will be able to access this infrastructure. Forgive me, what was your first question?
Sorry, in reference to maintenance, understand that you all would be raising your hand to put them in, but would you also be maintaining and updating and everything that goes along with it?
Yes, we would. So there would be a 5-year maintenance and operation agreement. And if CPW is pleased with the arrangement, there are two additional options to extend for 10-year periods.
So nothing perpetual. There'd be timelines on the maintenance.
Yes. Up to 25 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I wanted to say I'm very excited about this program. I think this is exactly the sort of thing we should be doing for our parks, but for the environment writ large as well. Corey, I was excited. It looks like you've got an electric pickup truck. Some of us are more in the pickup truck market than the sedan. And it made me think that, and this might be a question for the whole group, that one of the real benefits of you guys putting these chargers in is that we could electrify some of CPW's fleet. We tend to need pickup trucks, but it looks like you've got one. And for just tooling around Cherry Creek State Park or something like that, I would expect our maintenance costs for those vehicles to go down considerably, because I think that's one of the EVs might cost more upfront, but over the long term, nothing much breaks compared to a car that has fluids and lubricants and all the other things that you need in an internal combustion engine. And I wondered if I'm right. Is your pickup? Do you have an estimate of the maintenance costs, and could we save money with electric pickups over internal combustion pickups?
I'd have to get back to you on the exact maintenance costs and over the lifetime of the vehicle. We will be selling a pickup truck called the R1T. If there's interest in learning more about the vehicle, I'd be very happy to refer to some of the experts on the vehicle side. That would be something of an adjacent conversation, but one we'd be very excited to have.
Thank you, Corey. Commissioner Adams.
Yes, thank you so much. I had some questions just about the overall transportation work that the agency is doing and how this fits into it. So specifically, I know that there has been a tremendous effort around El Dorado State Park, ensuring, and they're talking about doing public buses to help alleviate some of the stress on there, which also has very positive environmental implications as well. So I would be curious to see how this strategy aligns with other, the larger transportation issues that we're having, and specifically the cost. So how, are we spending more on this versus public transportation considerations, right? So those are the types of things that I'm curious about. In addition, I'm curious how you were able to assess the demand for these stations here in Colorado? So that's a specific question for follow-up. And then just in general, I'm torn with the EV thing as well. And by that, I mean, as the end user, if you have the vehicle and you're using it, then the impacts, are definitely less than using a fossil fuel car. However, I think it is important to recall that to make a electronic vehicle actually requires and uses fossil fuels to make the car. In addition, the battery for the car, which is a very extractive process and has had significantly negative impacts in the countries where the raw materials are sourced. And I'm specifically thinking of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which has been significantly impacted by the raw materials that they have and the colonization that continues of these raw materials. So I just, again, want to have a balanced perspective as we look at and examine this opportunity and recognize that although it may have positive implications in Colorado, there could be potentially negative impacts elsewhere. And we want to be mindful of the impacts that we have both here in Colorado as well as around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Commissioner Vardy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner McDaniels. There was a question in there around accessing what data was used to determine the demand for electronic vehicle recharging stations in our state parks.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams, I missed
Okay, I tend to bury them in the middle and I apologize.
that. No problem. Corey, could you respond to that, please?
For the Colorado perspective, I'd probably refer to Heather for this particular question.
So thank you, Commissioner Adams. I appreciate your questions, and I tend to, I understand your perspective, and I think it's really important to look through as many lenses as possible when we're considering something at this magnitude. We're fairly early into our communications with Rivian and with Environment Colorado. So I do not have the data that you were looking for, but I would be more than happy to work on that and provide that for you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Heather Dugan. And again, I think this will also help us in communicating externally, right? If we know that demand comes, who's demanding this, right? And it could also break down some of the economic perceptions, right? Because I know people with electric cars who are not wealthy, and I know many, many more who are wealthy, right? So want to make sure that we are not making assumptions and really wanted to base them in data. So I appreciate that response and look forward to that information. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you recognize what we're up against with parks like El Dorado Canyon, and Region Manager Mark Leslie might be able to talk more about it. But part of the situation that we find ourselves in with parks is we're hitting capacity and we don't have places to put people. And so that's another consideration. I do know that Environment Colorado is very aware of all of these considerations, and I'm excited for us to be able to work with Hannah and her crew just because they have done more of the research as more of a global package. And I believe Hannah had her hand raised and could probably address this even better.
She did. So Hannah, could you respond, please?
Yes, thank you so much, Commissioner Adams, I think there's two questions there that I can address fairly quickly. One, who is asking for this? I can only provide you with anecdotal data at this point. We do have tens of thousands of members across the state in every single state house district, I believe in every single zip code. And I get asked this all the time is I have an EV, but I want to be able to travel to a state park and not have to figure out where I'm going to charge the car. So anecdotal at this point. The second part is, where is CPW's money being spent elsewhere to encourage public transportation or rideshare, things like busting? We actually have done way more work on busting than we have in this Recharge Where You Recharge campaign. We try to get our members to use it. We use it during non-COVID times. And I would also encourage CPW commissioners to get involved in the transportation funding bill this session, because not only will it raise money, we don't know how much, What's really going to be the important part is where that money is being allocated. Is it going to be multimodal? Is it will be increased EV charging infrastructure? They haven't decided that yet. And so I think that there's a real opportunity to influence where these millions of dollars are going to be spent, and we should absolutely encourage it to be spent to give people more access to our public lands in ways that you might not need an EV or even a car for.
Thank you. I see Executive Director Gibbs, I think, wants to add some additional comment here.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to start by thanking Hannah and Corey for all of your work, working with us. It seems like yesterday, but this has been about 7 months in the works. I know you've worked with my Chief Operating Officer, Lynn Stuckey, and I've had numerous briefings on this. And just want to share that this is, I would say, big picture strategy in the governor's greenhouse gas pollution reduction roadmap, which has very, has benchmarks in there that have pollution reduction targets. For example, 26% reduction emissions targets by 2025, 50% by year 2030, 90% by 2050, and that's using 2005 levels. And I just want to say too, like as a head of the DNR, we are looking for every opportunity to buy EV vehicles. And some of our challenge right now in terms of having straight up EV vehicles is the lack of charging stations. And also I would say lack of having all-wheel drive and kind of four-wheel drive options right now, which I know Rivian's, already has a truck that looks pretty amazing. I'd love to see that firsthand at some point. But, all you have to do is look at General Motors, for example. I mean, just by 2025, they're moving to include 30 new EV type vehicles globally. So this is not just a trend in Colorado, but this is a trend that we'll see throughout the state of Colorado, with additional, EV charging stations, but more EV vehicles in Colorado. And the state is going to be a leader on this. So we're going to be looking again for every opportunity to buy EV vehicles, but look for those opportunities to have charging stations around the state. And I think it's such a great tie-in. I'm just so excited about this and really appreciate, Corey, your leadership, and Hannah too. I've briefed the governor on numerous occasions about this, and he cannot wait to be at a ribbon cutting at one of our state parks, in the near future, hopefully sometime this summer, if all goes well. But I just want to thank all the different partners, and Heather Dugan, you've been amazing working with us too from day one.
Thank you, Executive Director Gibbs. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. To further Director Gibbs' comments, the cost of EVs are coming down significantly. I know there was a lot of discussion at the commission level here about EVs being something that tend to be viewed as something that belongs to more of an elite crowd. I can speak for myself. We did a lot of data tracking when we purchased ours, and our cost of ownership as well as our cost of operations was significantly lower than getting a non-EV vehicle. In addition, used vehicles in the EV market are significantly less expensive than, from a mileage standpoint, than non-EV vehicles. So I think that there is that notion is not totally accurate. In response to maintenance, I think this is something that Heather, I hope we look at really seriously in the agency when we get these installed. In our area, when we had chargers installed, there was a lot of great, generous support to put the chargers in, but not as much thought put into the maintenance side of things. And similar to many of our state parks in our region, internet service can be sporadic, and sometimes these chargers rely on internet connectivity, and it can be really problematic from a maintenance standpoint. So if there is Corey, if you have any more manual way of setting it up where it doesn't necessarily require an internet connection, I would highly recommend that our team look at that really seriously, and that we don't incur costs in maintenance, because that was something that was an unfortunate negative consequence that happened in our region when it wasn't planned. And my third comment, Corey, is if you guys are looking for a great group to sponsor with some of your vehicles, we have a very public viewing fleet of vehicles at CPW, and I hope you consider our agency as a spot if you guys are ever looking at vehicle sponsorships. I'm sure our officers will be really grateful for that too.
We will certainly look forward to that conversation as well. On the question of maintenance, this is a really common issue that comes up with EVSE, and why it was so important to us to make sure that, you know, we were going to keep some skin in the game by offering to maintain these vehicles for up to 25 years. I'm sorry, these chargers for up to 25 years. As you know, little things can go wrong, or there could be errors. One of the benefits of a connected charger like this one is we should have insight into when something goes wrong even before it's been formally reported. And so we'll be eager to work with CPW anytime there is an issue to come on site and fix anything that may happen as quickly as possible. It is important to us that this be as seamless and flawless a user experience as is possible, which is one of the reasons why we're doing it ourselves.
Thank you, Corey. I believe Heather and Hannah or both wanted to respond as well. So Heather, I'll turn it to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Commissioner Vardy. With regard to the expense of installing chargers and the maintenance of them, we're actually taking somewhat of a phased approach in how we're going to install these at different parks, or that's what we'd like to do. We'll hit the low-hanging fruit first, most likely along, you know, the Front Range corridor, and then work our way out to some of the more challenging places. But we would like to work with Rivian on that, and we've got folks from our capital program, Margaret Taylor, and then Justin Rudder, and they are working with representatives from Rivian to make sure that whatever it is that we do is sustainable.
Thank you, Heather. Hannah, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, just one brief comment. We release a report, Environment Colorado release a report every year called Trouble in the Air, and it details how many bad air quality days cities across the country have and where Denver stacks up. Denver is always in the top 10, which I'm sure that's not new information to you. And our most recent findings were from 2018 using data from the EPA. Denver had over 131 bad air quality days. And so there's just urgency to get cars, gas guzzling cars off the road because of that air quality. It leads to adverse or negative health effects. And so I just want to, you know, there's the access piece, there's the reducing our greenhouse gas emissions piece, and then there's the health piece. And we want to protect our communities from not being able to go out and exercise, or having our kids come in from the playground because they can't play. I know that happened over and over again. This is data from 2018. I can't imagine what the data will be from 2020.
Thank you, Hannah. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is really exciting. You know, there's not a question of if the transportation system in America becomes electrified. It's when. And this is helping put us a little bit ahead of the curve. As was mentioned a little bit earlier, this isn't just a case of a handful of electric vehicles being produced. You have at least two of the big three that are committing to platform-wide changes in the next 15 years. This is the future of transportation, and being able to get this in our state parks really helps facilitate, I think, some of the issues that Commissioner Vardy mentioned, which is, you know, being able to expand that network in a way where we might be able to realize some of our rural communities having these opportunities that we see in our urban areas. So I'm excited. This is one where this is just a great way of doing things. Being able to have this partnership, and while 7 months isn't a minute, it's pretty darn quick that you all put this together. So kudos there. And while I agree with Commissioner Verdi as well, it'd be great to see some of this in our fleet. Perhaps Executive Director Gibbs would like to test it in the mountains on his commute from home to the office.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. I've just got a couple questions for you, Heather, or you can make quick comments on. One, I'm assuming of the 42 parks, I don't know if you've done work yet on how many parks these could actually be installed at. Do we have the right, I'll call it capacity or amperage to bring it to the site? And then does the Rivian installation include the extension from the service drop to the parking lot area, or is that something CPW will include in its capital costs? And then finally, I'd encourage you to look at things like wind source from Excel Energy or other renewable energy options that cooperatives are offering, so we can truly provide green energy to the charge.
Thank you, Chairman. So with regard to other alternative energies, we definitely need to have more conversations with that at leadership team levels, and especially incorporating alternative energy sources into the new construction that we build, for sure. With regard to which parks would need additional infrastructure in order for this to happen, we actually have roughly, I think it's 30 or so of our parks that are pretty much ready to go. We would just need to pick where we want the charging stations to be installed, and there would be little to no additional trenching or anything like that. Like I said, our capital manager is working with Rivian for the other parks and areas that are more remote and will require more effort. That would be part of our sponsorship agreement with Rivian, just negotiating what that looks like. And I think that answered all of your questions. If not, could you repeat any of them that I missed?
I think it did, Heather. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right.
I don't see any other questions with regard to this item. This is an action item for us to take. There are no signups for public comment with regards to this. So I think we can move forward to a motion.
I'll make a
to
motion.
allow, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Motion to allow staff to move forward with working with Rivian to install EV charging stations at state parks in Colorado. And I believe Commissioner Vardy was going to give me that motion.
Yes, so moved.
Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Schaefer. Think we can do this one by voice vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Hannah and Corey, for appearing today. And thank you, Heather, for bringing this to us.
Thank you so much.
With that, let's move forward to agenda item 16. This is a DNR legislative update. And I believe Doug Vilsack is going to lead this conversation for us. Doug, are you available?
I'm right here, Commissioner.
There you are. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. And I believe we've got Alice Cosgrove on here as well, DNR's legislative director. I'll kind of kick it off and talk about the Keep Colorado Wild Paths effort, and then Alice can maybe go through a few other legislative issues of importance to CPW that are bubbling around in the building right now. So to circle back to the Keep Colorado Pass or Keep Colorado Wild Pass, we talked about it a little bit earlier today. I don't think we've talked about it in too much detail at a commission meeting yet. So I can give kind of an overview of that effort and where we stand right now. I guess just to start off, I'd just like to acknowledge that this is a pretty ambitious thing that we're working on here. In my time at DNR, we've talked about the concept of bringing more money into the park system and for other recreation issues and for non-game species for the entire time I've been here in many different instances. So through the Future Generations Act, the Marian Report, the co-op, their pathways report, a relevancy study, one of our wildly important goals, and then of course a lot during the COVID pandemic over the past year. So this is kind of a constant trying to figure out this very tough issue. And really this has been a question for the past 20 or 30 years, all the way back kind of to the merger of Parks and Wildlife and before that. I mean, there are reports from the Ritter administration I've seen that have brought up this concept of a car registration fee and things like that to deal with our state park system. So we are taking a bold and ambitious step here to actually try to resolve this problem. So as we've talked about in the past, the concept right now is to really kind of put the state parks pass system, particularly for residents in the state of Colorado, into the car registration system. So much like Montana has with an opt-out system for a state parks pass on their car registrations, we would implement something similar through our car registration system that would essentially tag on a parks pass and perhaps access to other lands via negotiation with our federal partners, perhaps onto car registrations. And so we're working currently on a bill and kind of language to map out what that would look like. Right now, spending a lot of time just digging into the details with the Department of Revenue, with CPW staff, with OIT to figure out how that would actually be implemented and kind of work in practice. And then really just figuring out how to make sure that we can kind of move forward with this type of proposal and give CPW the flexibility to do it right. So for example, ensuring that there's flexibility around kind of setting that initial fee. So we have, the most participation that we can get. How do we have flexibility to have conversations with low-income communities to create other discounted passes and make sure that we're actually talking to those folks to determine how best to implement something like that. And all sorts of kind of different details that have really bubbled up, mostly I would say from CPW staff, who work on the ground every day in our state parks, and then as well some of the stakeholders that we've worked on this proposal with. So really dealing with those details in bill drafting right now. In terms of the money flow, the concept here is to provide the first tranche of funds coming in from this pass to fund our existing state parks. So to make sure that we have the appropriate staffing levels at our state parks to deal with very rapidly increasing visitation, particularly that we saw in the last year. After that bucket, kind of shoring up our state park system, there is dedicated funding for search and rescue in the state, and then some funding as well for the Colorado Avalanche Information Center to bolster their backcountry program, which of course has been a huge issue this year with the snowpack. And then third, after kind of meeting those needs, splitting the remaining funds between Parks Cash for new state parks, the State Trails Program, kind of other outdoor recreation interests, and Wildlife Cash, mainly to fund the State Wildlife Action Plan and address some of the non-game species issues that we have and have very little funding for. So that's kind of the map of the bill and what we're working on. And again, these days, really focusing in on a lot of these details that have bubbled up. And the reality is in the bill text itself, trying our best to provide flexibility to CPW staff and Department of Revenue staff to implement this, as opposed to kind of locking in all the details now, because this is definitely going to be a sea change for how we do things at state parks and how people get into state parks. So happy to talk about that a little bit more. We've been working on this bill or this concept for 3/4 of a year now, and it could be introduced as early as next week. I would imagine it might be a little longer than that, maybe a week later. But this is happening, I suppose, is what I would say. We're going to have this conversation with the legislature, probably for the first time, trying to address some of these issues that have lingered for a very long time. So happy to answer any questions. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you. Just a quick question. What would be the sort of inaction or the bill being implemented? Would that be 2022, 2023? I know there's been some talk of delaying the actual implementation.
I was going back and forth with Jeff Versteeg about that at 4 o'clock this morning, as a matter of fact. Right now, we're kind of going back and forth on implementation date. It's a balance between, obviously making sure that we are pushing ourselves to get this done and making sure we're not pushing ourselves too hard and, not able to get it done. The earliest right now in the most recent bill draft was January 1st, 2023, to kind of implement a new pass through the car registration system. A lot of that has to do with, just kind of OIT work on the back end, just the details of, do we need license plate readers? Do we need a little P, on people's car registration stickers? Just a lot of those details and getting those in place. And I think just the realities of our state park system too. I think an implementation date of January 1 is kind of the only way to go in my mind, because it's not in the middle of a heavy use park season. And the heavy use season is close enough that the people that get their car registration in January are going to have the chance to put it to use soon enough. So 2023 is probably the earliest, and it may be even a little more flexibility to implement after that if we have other issues that pop up.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that's, we are talking about a big idea here that is the amount of work on the back end that no one will ever see is significant. And so that it's good to know that you guys are really working through that. Thanks.
Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you. Doug, really, mostly I just wanted to say thank you so much for taking the charge to you and Alice on this. This is really, really incredible and just such an exceptional opportunity, perhaps one of the most important things that will happen in the coming years for CPW, and I'm really grateful to your efforts. Is there something that the commission can do, whether it's kind of some sort of statement of support or something that could help in the legislative process?
I think for sure. And once we have the final bill text, I'll get that out to all of you and the fact sheet and things like that. And I think something to that extent would be very helpful from the commission.
If I may, Doug, given that we may not be meeting again as a commission between now and when it goes in front of the legislative kind of team there, is there something that we should be looking at or doing here, or is this really just more of an update?
I think this is more of an update. Again, hard to kind of have a motion or kind of any action by the commission when the final bill text isn't drafted. But, we will reach back out to you all as well as the bill moves through the process. There may be opportunities to come kind of help testify and, kind of talk about this long history that the commission and the division has had kind of working on this issue. So we'll circle back with you all on that as well. There may be opportunities to help out with op-eds, kind of other ways of support just beyond kind of formal action at a commission meeting. So we'll circle back with you on that. It's going to be kind of all hands on deck, I think, once this bill is introduced.
Doug, another thing that you might consider in the past, for example, when some of the new oil and gas rules are coming forward, the commission did pass a motion, I'll call it resolution, just supporting the concept, not necessarily the detail. And supported them with regard to that. If you thought that would be helpful, that might be something we could do as a commission, that we support the concept of moving and not any detailed language in the legislation, so that you'd have the freedom to continue to, edit and design that as you move forward. Just a thought to consider.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be helpful. I think as well, just because of the legislative session this year being pushed back another month, I think you all actually will have a commission meeting before all this is said and done. It might not be before our first hearing on the bill in the Senate, but the session's probably going to run. I think the last I heard, and Alice can confirm this, was June 12th or something like that. So we'll have our May commission meeting probably long before this session is tied up.
Okay, well, just let us know. Let's move to Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you. Doug, I want to thank you for leading the charge on this like everyone else. And it's good to see some help for the parks. We've definitely had financial trouble in the past, and this will be really good to see. Can you send us a copy of the bill text? I know it's not final yet, but when you get final, would you make sure to send that out to all of us?
Yep, for sure. We were just going back on 3 or 4 pages of edits again last night. So we'll have a much better version here in the next week or so. So we'll definitely get that out to all of you once it's polished out.
All right, thank you.
Well, that looks like all the questions for you, Doug. Do you want to move forward to Alice now with regards
Sure.
to?
I'm happy to pass it off to Alice for the many other things that are going on in the Capitol right now.
Thanks, Doug. Thanks, everybody. Again, I'm Alice Cosgrove Horgan. I'm the Legislative Director for DNR. So a couple sort of updates on some of our agenda bills, besides the Keep Colorado Wild Pass that Doug just discussed. So our aquatic nuisance species bill that would allow for roadside inspections, our draft was just filed and should be read across the desk in the next couple of days, which means it'll be introduced and then sent to committee. And so as a reminder, what this bill does is allows CPW to conduct watercraft inspections outside of a body of water. So this statutory change will allow us to conduct a pilot program over the 2022 and 2023 boating seasons to look at how roadside inspection stations could help bolster and strengthen our aquatic nuisance species program. As we've seen over the past couple of years, or this past year with COVID, folks are recreating closer to home a lot. And so there are a couple of lakes in nearby states that, do have aquatic nuisance species infestations. And so, we want to be vigilant on this front. So the pilot program is a partnership between CPW, the Colorado State Patrol, and the Colorado Department of Transportation. So there'd be 3 days for each boating season where they would sort of do almost like game tag check stops to have boats pull over and see what data that we get. And then once the pilot program is concluded, there'd be a sort of a reporting requirement where we would go back to the legislature to talk about what data did we find, like how could this be integrated into our broader ANS inspection program, what would be needed to make some changes, things like that. So we're excited on that front. We have bipartisan support on that. It'll be led by Majority Leader Esgar and Representative Perry Will in the House, and then it will be Senator Donovan, the head of the Ag Committee, and Senator Coram in the Senate side. So that is going well. So second on the list, so wolf bills. As we've seen, there have been a lot this session. It's the hottest new accessory at the Capitol. But we were engaging and working pretty closely with Representative Art and Representative Will on House Bill 1040, which was to, in the original bill title, was to only use general funds to pay for wolf planning and reintroduction. We worked with the sponsors, the proponents and opponents of Prop 114 to find a solution where we could use general funds to help plan for that, but to pay for that process. So after I think 30 people testified in support of that bill, the amendment language was adopted. There was some question about the bill title, and so there's actually now going to be a new clean bill title that would be based on the amendment language that will allow for the use of general funds to be used and also exclude the use of sportsman dollars to pay for the wolf reintroduction planning process. So that should be introduced. They're still sort of finalizing the draft over the next couple of days, and it'll be heard again in committee. I'm hoping that we'll be able to, work with folks so we don't have that, 2.5 hours of testimony. This committee has heard, how hard everyone worked to get on this sort of consensus draft. So, that'll be important, and DNR was in support of that amendment language. So we will continue to advocate for that in front of the legislature. So we covered Keep Colorado Wild. The other sort of two bills that have been floating around that I think are of interest of the commission is one is Senate Bill 168, which is a bill by Senator Woodward that dealt with state wildlife areas. So I spoke with him earlier this week, and he has been monitoring. His concern from his constituents was that there wasn't an option for non-consumptive users to pay into the system for those folks who didn't want to buy a hunting or an angling license. So, I talked to him about the work that the work group had done here, and that the commission was going to be, voting on it today. So he's been watching that. And so we continue to work with him. I think we're in a good space where this, the progress that we've made on offering a non-consumptive use pass to folks seems to address the concerns that he had. So we'll work together with him on that. That's due to be in the Senate Ag Committee on the 25th, so next week. And secondly, Senator Woodward is also working with President Garcia on Senate Bill 150, which is a topic that all of you guys are familiar about, which is hunting tag caps in statutes. So, we're like, I know you guys have been working on this as recently as earlier this year. So, we're working with him, with both sponsors on that front to sort of talk through that. The Sportsman Caucus is meeting tomorrow, and both of them, I think, are slated to be there. And I think it's a good opportunity for them to hear from the community, from the sportsman community and those that would be directly affected by these types of caps. And so we'll be monitoring that closely.
Thank you, Alice. Any final comments, Doug, with regards to the update, or any questions or comments from the commissioners? I see Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah, quickly. Alice, did you say, was it Garcia is one of the sponsors of 150?
Yes, he is.
Is he going to be at the caucus tomorrow?
I believe it is on his calendar per his chief of staff. I can confirm with that, but that is something that we have raised, that this would be a good opportunity for him to work with folks and talk to them.
Let's hope so. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, this was an informational item. No action needs to be taken. I think that concludes it, unless you have any final comments, Doug. None? Very good. Thank you for appearing today, and thank you for all the information. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Again, thanks for all the hard work. Second that comment. This brings us to agenda item 17, which is public comments, inputs, and presentations for the first day. There are none that were signed up for today, so we can move forward past that to agenda item 18, which is our consent agenda. Earlier in the day, I asked for any corrections or modifications or removals that consent agenda. Not hearing any, we can move forward directly to any discussion or deliberation on the consent agenda items. So I'd invite the commissioners, if they have any questions or comments, we can make them now. If not, I can take a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I think I had a move in a second. Laura, did you catch that?
Everybody.
Everybody, yeah, there was so many. I couldn't pick out.
And Haskett.
Very good. Thank you very much. I think we can do this one by voice vote. So all in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. That takes us to our break time. It's 2:07. Krista, are you aware, are we going to be able to speed up the next item and perhaps take that at 2:20 or so?
I guess we could start with our presentation. We have a couple of different presentations. The petitioners will give a presentation, and then Dan Gates with Colorado Trappers and Predator Hunters, and then I'll be giving the division's response.
Yeah,
So
I
we
was
could-
wondering if the petitioners might be available at 10 minutes earlier.
Chair McDaniel, I know we have at least one of our petitioners in the waiting room, so I can start to let them in and try to get a hold of the others too about starting back up at 2:20.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to even move faster than that, but I want to give them, that's pretty tough. It's really short notice. So why don't we take a break and then reconvene at 2:20 and see if we can get our speakers lined up. I appreciate that. Thank you, Katie.
Thanks.
All right, could you take us into break, Dion?
Okay, we're ready, Chair McDaniel. Are you ready to start the recording?
Sure, we're 1 minute early on my
Okay.
clock, but I'll go ahead. I think we can kick it off and begin, but maybe Katie could answer real quickly if she can hear me. Did we line up the speakers, or Krista?
Yes, so we do have our petitioners and speakers for this agenda item. Some members of the public are still joining, but we should be good to go.
Okay.
I'll wait a few seconds here and I'll start it then. Thanks. Okay, we're
Okay.
ready. Here we go.
Thank you, Dion, and welcome back to the March 17th meeting of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. We are moving on to agenda item 19, which is citizens petitions. This one is with regards to chapter W3, fur bearers and small game. It is an action item, so we will be taking action at the end of this with regards to acceptance or denial of the citizens petition for rulemaking. I wanted to make one quick comment with regards to this. We'll be also taking public comment during this particular item. You know, there's very strong emotions, both pro and against this citizens petition, especially I've seen in many of the written or email comments that have come to us. And I just wanted to remind everyone that, you know, as this is a public meeting and being broadcast, I really won't, or we really won't, or can't tolerate comments that are disrespectful, discourteous, name calling, and so forth. And I wanted to remind specifically when we get to the public comment period about that. I personally don't expect any of that from the list of speakers that we have, but I just wanted to remind folks of that because, again, this is a very emotional topic for folks. Anyway, with that, Krista, I will turn over to you and we will begin item number 19.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll just quickly summarize and introduce this issue, and then I'll hand it over to the petitioners for them to give their petition. So this petition was submitted by the Humane Society of the US and signed by 20 organizations, and broadly requests the Parks and Wildlife ban all traps, including box traps, for the purposes of recreation, sport, or commerce. The petition itself proposes regulatory changes to the wildlife regulations in Chapter W3 that prohibit trapping in Colorado without regard to land ownership. So that would include both public and private lands. So two representatives from petitioners, Wendy Kiefover and Dr. Christine Capaldo, are here to present this petition to you today. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I will hand it over to them.
Yes, please proceed.
Thanks.
Wendy, are you there?
I'm here. Are you ready for me?
There you are. Welcome and good to see you again.
Hello. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Wendy Kiefover, Senior Strategist, Native Carnivore Protection for the Humane Society of the United States. I'm also a third-generation Coloradoan, and I will be co-presenting to you along with Telluride resident Christine Capaldo, Doctor of Veterinary Medicine and a member of Humane Society Veterinary Medical Association. In November, the HSUS and about 20 other NGOs formally petitioned the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission and requested that abide by Amendment 14, a ballot measure that banned traps and poisons from Colorado's public lands 25 years ago. Okay, do we have the slides going? There we go. Yay, okay, so next slide, please. So Amendment 14, now part of Colorado's Constitution, was implemented by the Colorado legislature through statutes that make it illegal to, quote, to take wildlife with any leg hold trap, any instant kill body gripping design trap, or by poison or snare in the state of Colorado, end quote. The constitutional amendment and its implementing statutes only allow narrow exemptions for trapping, 1, to promote human health or safety, 2, to control rodent, fish, and bird populations, 3, for scientific research, 4, falconry, 5, relocation, 6, medical treatment of a specific animal. Amendment 14 even permits trapping with body gripping devices on private lands for a maximum of 30 days to prevent damage to livestock or crops, provided that the non-lethal control methods have been tried first and landowners can demonstrate proof to CPW of ongoing damage. Next slide, please. Why would Amendment 14 proponents create exemptions for trapping if the intent of Amendment 14 would allow for commercial or recreational trapping? It makes no sense. By allowing trapping, CPW has not honored the public's will, nor the spirit and intent of Amendment 14. Also, why would CPW tell researchers that trapping was no longer permitted? Authors of a 2000, let's see, we should be on slide 3 next, please. Authors of a 2000 trapping study that involved 50 state wildlife managers reported that, quote, the Colorado interviewee indicated that Colorado discontinued trapping licenses because of a successful ballot initiative to ban most trapping activities in 1996, end quote. Okay, so in 2019, the National Shooting Sports Foundation and Responsive Management found that most Americans do not approve of trapping. Approval numbers rank between 28 and 35%. This survey found that most Americans believe that trapping is more controversial even than trophy hunting. Those data were corroborated by a January 2021 poll conducted by Remington Research Group of Coloradoans. That poll found 61% oppose recreational and commercial trapping of Colorado's wildlife. 2/3 of Coloradoans are opposed to trapping wildlife for fur, money, clothing, and for recreation. And moreover, 61% agree that CPW should abide by voters' wishes and ban trapping of wildlife on Colorado's public lands. Next slide, please. Okay. Under current regulations, trappers are permitted to kill unlimited numbers of species during their seasons that I will show in a moment. Trappers are allowed to profit from the skins and body parts of Colorado's wildlife on the global fur market. In other words, trappers take wildlife who belong to us all and turn it into a commodity that they personally profit from. CPW does not adequately monitor the populations of fur bearers. For instance, swift foxes, a species of special concern, occur in low numbers in eastern Colorado, but they probably should enjoy federal protections. They don't. They are killed in unknown numbers in our state every year. Even CPW's own 2017 study of swift foxes admits that its occupancy study should not be a proxy for a population count, because the fact that one has seen a swift fox in the area does not mean that we know what the population size is. In other words, trappers could be causing significant jeopardy to Colorado swift fox populations, but no one would know it. The only fur bearer species whose mortalities are recorded by CPW are bobcats, and that is because they are a look-alike species to Canada lynx, and CPW must report their mortalities to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as part of CITES. Okay, CPW has 4 fur bearer seasons, and I'm going to go through each. Next slide, please. So in one season, CPW permits hunters and trappers to kill coyotes year-round with no regard to whether they have dependent young. This constant cruel exploitation of coyotes doesn't result in fewer coyotes, as sound science shows. It doesn't reduce conflicts, but it does temporarily remove a vital native carnivore from the landscape who provides a number of ecosystem services. Next slide. CPW's trapping season for beavers extends from October 1st to April 30th. As a state policy, we should be protecting every beaver, not allowing them to be skinned for fur and vanity. There's new information suggesting that beavers will be our biggest ally against climate change, including wildfires in the West. Their dams and lodges create wetlands and water doesn't burn. When beavers are trapped, river otters can be inadvertently trapped too, as USDA Wildlife Services data show. In Colorado, otters are not permitted for trapping. Next slide, please. CPW's season for this largest group of wildlife extends from November 1st to the end of February. Many are from the weasel or mustelid family. They include minks, pine martens, badgers, western spotted skunks, striped skunks, long and short-tailed weasels, foxes, red, gray, and swift foxes, but also raccoons, ring-tailed cats, possums, and muskrats. Next slide, please. While CPW stopped publishing its trapping numbers in 2018 because they were erroneous, we do have data from Colorado Trappers Associations for auction. I want to call your attention to the gray and swift fox figures here. While we have no idea how many of these foxes live in Colorado, nor how many were trapped, trappers are getting a pittance for their furs, with a low of $1 and a high of $21 for a swift fox. Next slide. Bobcats. Okay, finally, the last season for fur bearers is the CPW Bobcat season that runs from December 1st to the end of February. With the exception of bobcats, CPW has no idea how many fur bearers are killed each year. Next slide. Since the 1998-99 season, we know about 27,000 bobcats have been killed in Colorado, with a record of 2,009 individuals killed in the 2018-19 season. In the last decade, that's about 1,700 bobcats annually, with very few for livestock protection reasons. And now I'm going to turn this talk over to Dr. Christine Capaldo.
Thanks, Wendy. Next slide, please. Traps set on public lands in Colorado are indiscriminate, dangerous, and deadly. Trapping does not involve fair chase. Each year, trappers set thousands of box traps on public lands. For example, in 2017, bobcat trappers set more than 4,000 traps in Colorado, and trappers of other wildlife, such as pine martens, set thousands more. CPW places no limit on how many traps trappers set and no limit for how many animals each trapper can kill. New slide, please. Traps are indiscriminate. Trappers set up the trap and then go home. No one is watching to see what animal goes into the trap. Threatened and endangered species such as lynx, raptors such as golden eagles, and even domestic companion animals are caught in traps. New slide. Wild animals struggle violently in these traps trying to escape. They ram their heads against the cage and claw and bite the caging. They break their teeth, fracture their jaws, feet, legs, and wings. Animals caught in traps are exposed to the elements, such as direct sun and heat, and sub-zero harsh conditions in the winter, which can lead to death. CPW has no database that tracks how many non-target animals are injured and killed in these traps. Thousands and thousands of animals are likely injured and killed by traps and by trappers on public lands in Colorado every year, but the practice is barely monitored by state wildlife officials. New slide, please. Wild animals are trapped for their fur. The fur is primarily sold to countries like China and Russia to make high-end fashion items, such as luxury fur coats. Trappers are doing this solely for personal profit. New slide. Wild animals face enough threats due to habitat destruction, wildfires, poaching, and toxins. Trapping on public lands is reckless, damaging to ecosystems, and unnecessary and cruel. New slide. We urge you to vote to stop public lands trapping. This is a vote for wildlife conservation and a vote for the people of Colorado who passed Amendment 14, and a vote against extinction. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. We have a commissioner question. I'm not sure who it's for, or it could be a comment. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if we want to do this now or if you have something else before public comment, but it's something I wanted to do before we get to public comment. And that is, I've heard today and I've heard through the comments and actually in the petition itself that Colorado Parks and Wildlife has failed to abide by Amendment 14, that all of the things that we currently do under our current regulations are unconstitutional. and that we have not honored Amendment 14. I might ask Jake from the Attorney General's office to just give us a moment to talk about the historic sort of legal process and the challenges to the legality of the things that Colorado Parks and Wildlife is currently doing as they relate to Amendment 14, so that we can dispel this before we go any further.
Jake, are you available? And did you hear Commissioner Garcia's question?
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to address it if you like.
Please do.
So I don't find the arguments persuasive. I believe CPW's current regulations do abide by Amendment 14 for a number of reasons. I view this as a policy decision, not a legal decision. And reviewing the Constitution, the implementing statute, and the case law, the inquiry really starts with what's the Commission's authority. We know from 33-1-106 that the Commission has statutory authority to issue licenses for trapping. But what does that mean? What type of licenses and for what purposes? So for me, I look through Title 33 as a whole. Trapping is mentioned in quite a few places. Another section I look to is 33-1-104, which codifies the duties of the Commission. And you have to forgive me, I'm going to read a little bit. That section says the Commission shall establish objectives which will enable the division to develop, manage, and maintain sound programs of hunting, fishing, trapping, and other wildlife-related outdoor recreational activities. Such objectives shall employ a multiple use concept of management. So I think it's up to the Commission to figure out what multiple use concept means as a matter of policy. 33-1-101 is the legislative declaration of the Wildlife Code, which indicates trapping is an authorized method of harvest. And it states, quote, "The state shall utilize hunting, trapping, and fishing as the primary methods of effecting necessary wildlife harvests." Title 33 also addresses sport trapping. And this is the longest piece I'm going to read. It is the policy of the state of Colorado that the natural, scenic, and scientific and outdoor recreation areas of this state are to be protected, preserved, enhanced, and managed for the use, benefit, and enjoyment of the people of this state and its visitors. It is further declared that the policy of this state that there shall be provided a comprehensive program of outdoor recreation in order to offer the greatest possible variety of outdoor recreational opportunities to the people of this state and its visitors. In implementing this policy, the state shall allow sport hunting, trapping, and fishing as a wildlife management tool and as the primary method of effecting a necessary wildlife management on lands under the control of the Division of Parks and Wildlife. So I urge you to consider those statutory provisions as a whole, but I also want to discuss really the only case that's addressed this issue, and the Commission was a party to it. My predecessor, Tim Monahan, litigated this precise issue 13 years ago. And in 2008, Denver District Court Judge Larry Naves issued an opinion in that case. It's not binding. It wasn't finalized. It wasn't appealed, but it's an order from the trial court on this precise question of law. And in that case, the plaintiff was a group of organizations called Sinapoo. And to explain the scope of that case, I'm going to quote a few things from that order. Sinapoo has challenged the constitutionality of the Division of Wildlife regulations that allow for the recreational or commercial take of any wildlife using live traps. The fundamental holding in that case, and quote again, states, Amendment 14 does not prohibit or otherwise restrict the use of live traps to take wildlife in Colorado. It's an informative opinion because it talks about sort of the evolution of CPW's regs after Amendment 14. So Amendment 14 passed in 1996. In 1997, the Division of Wildlife amended its regs to conform to Amendment 14. And every time an agency passes rules, the Attorney General's office has to issue a rule opinion saying that they're within the agency's statutory authority. My boss and my boss's boss and so on have to sign off on that. And then the Office of Legislative Legal Services also evaluates all of your rules to figure out whether they're within your statutory authority and can effectively remove them through a related bill. So when the 1997 changes were made in the regulations, they went through that process. And CPW again amended its trapping regulations in 2006, which led to the Sinapoo lawsuit. So it was a judicial review case. And so Sinapoo, although not binding, is good authority supporting the analysis that the commission's regs do indeed abide by Amendment 14. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Chair, for allowing that. I asked for this, Chair McDaniel, because I would hope that we don't spend the bulk of this afternoon on public comment with hearing over and over and over how the division is acting in violation of the Constitution. My position is that if the proponents want to attack the constitutionality of the things that we're doing, I see the language being that there's plain meaning, that the voter's intent, all of this language is legal language. And if the petitioners wish to pursue that, I suggest that that be done in a court of law and not before the commission. And therefore, what I'm really asking is that everyone this afternoon look at what the Attorney General's office just said, and that is to look at our policy going forward. And if they want to argue that we as a commission should adopt different policies, I will be all ears and listening to everything they have to say. And I ask that that's what we do, but not rehash the constitutionality of Amendment 14, which the courts have already decided. The proponents did not seek to appeal that and have not filed anything else to my knowledge in the courts. If they wish to do so, they're welcome to do so. But I'd ask that we not do that before the commission today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Are there any other commissioner questions or comments at this time? Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is consistent with what Commissioner Garcia requested. The thing that gives me pause in that the petition brought to light is, and in reviewing our small game brochure, for all of those fur bearers that the petitioners showed us pictures of, we sell an unlimited number of licenses, and we have no bag limit or no possession limit. We have various data points on how their populations are doing, but I think not very solid data. And there's a juxtaposition between that and the rest of our small game brochure. We have bag limits and possession limits on cottontail rabbits. You couldn't find a more prolific species than cottontail rabbits. We have bag limits and possession limits on squirrels. And so the absence of any bag or possession limits on the fur bearers just worries me from a management perspective. And in some point in this discussion, I'd like to get an explanation of why we don't have a bag limit or possession limit on any of those species, even ones that are demonstrably rarer, say swift fox, than something we do have a bag limit on, like cottontail rabbits. I just find that to be inconsistent in our approach to managing these species.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I don't see any other questions.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, this is Dallas.
Hello,
I've
Dallas.
lost my internet connection. I'm now connected online with my phone.
Okay,
And I
go ahead,
think-
Commissioner May.
I have one question. Can you hear me?
We can.
My question is, I would like to have clarification on whether or not this petition would include prohibition on private land as well as public land. My study of this and of Amendment 14 show me that this includes private land as well as public, but all I ever see referenced is public land, and I respectfully ask for clarification. Thank you.
I can address that if you would like, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you.
Chairman McDaniel, okay if I?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay,
And
great.
I'd also
Yeah.
like Jake Matter to address it as well, but go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Over.
Amendment 4, oh, sorry, pardon me. Amendment 14 allows for trapping on private lands, even with body gripping devices. If you get, you have to get a permit from the DOW and you have to show ongoing damage.
Thank you, Ms. Kiefover. Jake, I think I wanted you to respond to that with regards to not so much Amendment 14, but I believe Commissioner May's question was with regard to this petition and whether it was on public and private or just public. Can you answer that question, please?
Sure. I think the beginning of the petition kind of talks very broadly. I think there is a limitation to public land throughout. Perhaps it's inconsistent, but I think the reason I kind of raised my hand is that I think it's important to highlight the question in front of the commission and the stage of proceedings. The commission has sole rulemaking authority. The division can't pass rules, and under the law, any person can ask the commission to exercise its rulemaking authority. And the first step is filing a notice of proposed rulemaking. So the question today is, does the commission want to initiate rulemaking generally along the lines of the petition? And if yes, then a rulemaking petition or the rulemaking notice is filed and you have a rulemaking hearing and accept additional evidence, etc. So I wouldn't get too laser focused on the specifics of what the petition says in great detail. Instead, focus on the general request. And if the commission decides to undertake rulemaking, that's its prerogative. It can say yes or no. I hope that helps.
I'm not sure, Jake, that it did.
It's
Can you help me out a little more?
It's two steps. If the commission wanted to undertake rulemaking limited to public lands, it could do that. If the commission wanted to undertake rulemaking limited to private lands, it could do that. You define the nature of the next step. The request, the petition, merely urges you to take action. You get to define the next step and the scope of that rulemaking if that's your decision to proceed.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Jake. Sorry, I was a little slow on that one. I think Director Prinsloo would like to add some comments before we move to the next commissioner comment. Director Prinsloo.
Yeah, I think, and I know we have other public, and so I know the chairman knows that. So back to the question, I appreciate Jake's answer. So absolutely, it's the commission prerogative to move forward with all or part of the commission or the petition. I do want to highlight, though, that the language of this petition is not specific to public ground, regardless of some of the emails the commissioners have received. It is silent, so it would include private land and public land as the petition is written. So what the commission chooses to do with that is up to the commission.
Helpful. Thank you, Director Prinsloo. Commissioner Touched on any final comment before we move on with our presenters?
Well, just at some point, I would still like that question I asked answered about why we don't have any bag limits on any of the fur bearers when we do on more common species. And I think consistent with what Jake was saying, this is something we could look at, is whether we should place bag and possession limits on some of these rarer fur bearers, specifically swift fox. And frankly, I don't know the status of some of the others, but I just find it inconsistent to have a bag limit on cottontail rabbits and not swift fox.
Commissioner Touchstone, would you mind if we have, in the order of our presenters, we have Dan Gates next. We also have after that the department, the agency folks, and let them handle that when we get to that section. Does that make sense for you? Is that right?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchstone. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Krista, so we can move forward. And I'd also like to thank both Wendy and Christine for making their presentation today. Thank you for appearing in front of us.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll just continue. I think the next presenter we have is Dan Gates, who's a representative from the Colorado Trappers and Predator Hunters Association. And so if it's all right with you, Mr. Chair, we'll just go ahead and turn it over to him to give his remarks, and then I can give the division's response after that.
Yes, please proceed.
Let's see. Do we have Dan Gates on?
He looks like he's online.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
There you are. Welcome, Dan. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioners, Director Prinsloo. Dan Gates. Today I'm representing the Colorado Trappers and Predator Hunters Association. And while I'm involved in a ton of different things and sit in a variety of different positions, I would like to call attention to the fact that I am not the Department of Natural Resources Director, as HSUS has alluded to on the second page of their November 18th initial letter. I don't want Director Gibbs's job, and I don't want to undertake any of the actions that he has to engage in on a regular basis. So that being said, I would like to address some of the things, and I won't get into the logistics of the legality or the litigious discussion, because that's already been hashed out over the course of the last 25 plus years in some manner. There's a lot of discrepancies that from a sportsman and women perspective that we would have in these types of petitions. And while you could go through and nitpick the heck out of things, there's a lot of concern about allegations, insinuations, and innuendos about somebody's interpretation or intent of specific things. And one thing I'd like to mention is there seems to be constant reference about the North American model of wildlife conservation and how the harvesting of fur-bearing animals doesn't play into that. And for anybody who hasn't read it, and there's multiple tenets, there's 7 tenets within the North American model. One is markets for game are eliminated. And if you read the tenet and the dissertation of that tenet under there, it specifically allows for the harvesting of fur-bearing animals for a variety of different reasons. And that's an important factor to consider when people are starting to criticize something that is written, has been adhered to, has attempted to be enhanced and promoted as far as what is actually acceptable and what is not acceptable. And it's easy for individuals or groups to be able to take things out of context for their particular liking, such as I mentioned the tenet itself. But when you get into the description and the definition of the tenet, there's some controversy as to maybe interpretation, what the intent would actually be. Well, they specifically say what the intent is in there. And as Priya Nanjappa had presented to the commission last year, who helped John Organ and those guys do the technical review on the North American model, there was reference to that in the presentation about the allowable offtake of fur-bearing resources that are highly regulated practices with an abundant resource. And that's just one example. But when you start to really look at criticisms about either what CPW does or what fur harvesters and trappers do or don't do, or what the data that is collected and so forth, things that need to be taken in full context and not just taken out snippets here and snippets there of what somebody likes and maybe trying to sensationalize some sort of specific talking point that they have. Another thing that I'd like to address is when they say that both fur sales and trapping recruitment are in precipitous decline. Well, as are most other outdoor recreational opportunities, unless you want a mountain bike or maybe paddleboard or rock climb or something along that line. But you have to consider some of the reasons why maybe that's in decline. And in today's environment, trapping is hard work. The preparation for that, getting ready for the season, actually doing your scouting, participating in that. You have to check your traps on a 24-hour basis. That's a daily endeavor that is required. So if you want to go duck hunting one day, you can do that. If you don't want to go the next day, you can do that. But as tight as people's times are now, and the way, especially of course, over the last year with the pandemic, people didn't know where they could go or what they could do or how they could do it and so forth. We have to consider the change in societal demographics and the urban and rural divide that we often hear about. And I think that that's one thing that we have to look at when we talk about is something as an actual decline. When you get outside of the cities, it's not in decline. When you look at the overall populations of city and high rural areas, high urban areas, then it is in decline. But a lot of other things are as well. To be able to efficiently and effectively go out and trap, you need the landscape to be able to do so, whether it's public or private land. If you live in the center of downtown Denver, think how far you would have to drive to be able to turn around and go set cage traps on public land to where you could actually go back and check those cage traps over the course of the next 7 or 8, 10, 12 days over your Thanksgiving vacation or Christmas holiday. Some of the other things that we have problems with is the lack of recognition that has transpired over the course of the last 5 or 6 or 7 years from the fur harvesting community. Back in 2016, we helped formulate a fur harvester trapping working group with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And we did that to be able to streamline Colorado Department of Agriculture and CPW regulations, not only to be more effective and efficient, but to also enhance animal welfare components of that whole aspect of the regulation component. That was necessary because over the course of the last 20 years, the best management practices that were established by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, which over 2 decades, over $40 million of input from the sportsmen and women community to provide a comprehensive strategy to enhance animal welfare practices on multiple species throughout the United States. That wasn't employed back in the time when 1996 happened. That data being able to be used helped enhance not only our state, but other states to be able to effectively promote and enhance animal welfare regulations pertaining to fur harvesting and trapping. The trap tag requirement that we did here in the state of Colorado, we helped impose that on ourselves through Colorado Parks and Wildlife's interest to make sure that anybody that was trapping with cages on public land had their information available on that specific trap to where that trap could be, the trapper could be accountable and transparent as to what they were actually doing on the landscape. Most recently, just in the last year, we did things to help enhance the dispatch methods that had been previously spoke about during this commission meeting. We were a champion of that during the entire process of the working group that I previously mentioned. Those issues were brought up and there was negotiations or compromise during the trapping ban petitions, and we ended up working through that process to help the animal welfare component. It wasn't forced upon us. We helped recommend that. We were part of that conversation well before it was actually brought up to the commission through the Trapping and Fur Harvester Work Group. Another thing that we've done over the course of the last year was we helped implement the requirement to be able to acquire more data with the necessary means to be able to purchase a fur bearer permit or a fur bearer license to where it wasn't part of the small game application that we were actually engaged in. The Harvest Information Program was not originally intended to be able to segregate or extrapolate information when it came to fur bearing species. So some of the information that was compiled over the course of the last 10 or 12 years that HSUS actually references in their petition, some of that was probably high and low on different years, depending on who was actually surveyed and if they actually participated in the harvest of fur-bearing animals, whether it was trapping or hunting activities that they engaged in. We were very staunch in making sure that we had the ability to help Colorado Parks and Wildlife formulate a plan that would be able to extrapolate that data for future fur bearer data collection processes that would that would help the objectives, help the harvest, and help the modeling of what was required when you look at the different species of fur-bearing animals that we have in the state. I can't say enough about what we've done on our end, but it seems like no matter what we do, it's never good enough on the other end. It's always not enough, and in my opinion, it will never be enough. It's not the method of take, it's not the species, it's not the season, it's not about bag limits, it's not about public land or private land. It doesn't matter. They don't want it to happen, period. Our problem is that without sitting at the table and understanding the components or what are necessary for Colorado Parks and Wildlife to be able to have a long-term fur bearer management plan, there has to be data collected. If fur harvesters weren't producing some of that data in some capacity, or at least participating in the potential harvest of that, no data would be collected whatsoever, unless it was just through studies that were done by specific individuals that wanted to try to promote a specific species at a time. We're talking about multiple fur bearer species combined. I would like to be able to sit down with HSUS and try to work something out when it came to data collection processes, but I'm not happy that every time we turn around, they want to turn around and make sure that everything is gone. It's not a little bit, it's not some of this, it's all of it. If you have questions about that, you can look at the previous references that were made over the course of the last 25 years, and what somebody's intent might be is not what is actually happening. If you intend on doing something, then you need to turn around and make sure that you do it. When we intend on trying to make things better for animal welfare and not animal rights, that's what we're doing, is sitting at the table, participating in that process. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to not only present to you today, but get you to understand where we need to come from on our end to where we need to get on the far end to make sure that our fur-bearing resources are held in perpetuity for the course of the next 10, 15, 20, 30, or 50 years. As I said, I could discuss this stuff from now until eternity. I'm fairly well versed in it. I know the laws, rules, and regulations. I'm more than willing to sit down with this commission or any one of the HSUS's or Defenders of Wildlife's individuals. But I can honestly say, it's not about this little bit that they think that they didn't finish off because it wasn't their intent to do so. If we continue to go down this road, it won't be just trapping. It won't be just about fur-bearing species. It'll be about what's next on the list that they intended to get rid of to start with. So at that point, I know that I'm running out of time here, but I would like to turn it over to the commission, be respectful of your time, let you guys decide on how you want to move forward with this. But I want you to know that the fur-bearing and predator hunting community of the state of Colorado is fully intent on following this through and helping to manage the fur-bearing species of our state. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dan. We have a few questions. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, Dan, thank you for your time today. And thank you for directing me and the other commissioners to the John Organ's podcast yesterday on the North American model. That was very informative, and I would suggest that anybody listening today take a look at some of the writings of John Organ as it relates to the North American model and wildlife management in general. But before you engage all of the other commissioners, Dan, I want to ask you to take just a minute. And some of the things that we have heard from people who are, I believe, trappers, was around, you mentioned this earlier, the fur bearer permit. But there seems to be some misconception that Colorado Parks and Wildlife has now just added on an additional $10 fee, making everything more expensive. And you were one of the proponents of this permit. So maybe you can help us sort of dispel of that notion that this is an additional fee and exactly financially what it does to the trapper and the purpose.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Commissioner Garcia. One thing that we were trying to follow through with when we were participating in the work group itself is trying to figure out a way to extrapolate and segregate individual participants to where their data could be utilized just for fur-bearing species. And to do that, there had to be a mechanism that was created that allowed the agency to be able to say, these guys are fur harvesters, as opposed to these guys are small game and fur harvesters. And some of the information that was being compiled in HSUS references is about a low number of swift fox versus a really high number of swift fox. The way that those models are broke down, from my understanding within CPW, and I'm sure that there's a lot more intelligent people than me on this specific topic, But if you turn around and have 10 people and 9 of them say 0 on something, I didn't do this. And then you have the 10th one that turns around and does something and he kills or harvests 15 or 20 of something, but the other ones didn't do anything. Because of the way that the model numbers are extrapolated, and from my understanding, it's almost like the draw process in Colorado. It's not 2 + 2, but it's 2 + 2 times 7 to the 10th power divided by pi. And to get those numbers, then it looks like at 1 year you have a very high number of harvests, where the next year you might not have hardly any harvest, depending on who was surveyed out of those processes. So when we tried to implement the program for segregating, so to speak, those fur harvesters, a lot of the fur harvesters that were actually participating in the process before were paying for 2 licenses, a fur bearer license and a small game license. There's a significant number of those. So actually, for almost 75% of the participants that were in the fur harvester column, the fur bearer column, they're actually getting a deal because they're not being charged $30 twice. They're being charged 30 + 10. The other ones that were just getting the 1 license, the small game side of the license, now would in turn have to be charged, if they could still get a $30 permit on the fur bearer side if they wanted to, but $10 on the permit side just to be able to include in that fur harvester component. That allows the agency to be able to go back after the season and strongly go to individual people that are participating and ask them specific questions, as opposed to going through the entire HIP, the Harvest Information Program, and say, we've got 130,000 or 150,000 in here. We can't survey all of them on everything. So let's survey some of them. And if those ones surveyed didn't participate in the fur bearer seasons themselves, it really threw the numbers off completely. So we were very, very solid in trying to make sure that we got that message out. I carried in my columns every month. We've done it through our organization. We've done it through outreach through multiple other organizations. And I can tell you that while there might be some people that are sad about the process and think CPW is making some more money off of it, the facilitation of that permit would not, the cost would not be of value to CPW when you actually break it down. It's just making it mandatory for somebody to be able to participate to where we can extrapolate that information from specific participants.
Thank you, Dan.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Commissioner Phillips.
Hey, Dan. I think you've been trapping a long time, would be my hunch. How have you seen the landscape change in the last 25 years since Amendment 14 passed? Just generally in regards to advocationally harvested animals versus damage or nuisance, the participation of people, the season dates, and do you have a feel for the harvest numbers?
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Phillips. I appreciate that. One thing I'd like to say, excuse me, back pre-1996, we had multiple tools that we could use on public and private land, including foothold traps, body gripping devices, and cable restraint devices, along with cages to some degree, but it wasn't the common tool at the time. We had many other tools in the toolbox. In addition to that, there was a season structure all the way from the 70s, 80s, and early 90s that for the most part, it went from October 1st to March 31st on most species. And then it was subsequently shortened on most species from November 1st to March 31st. If you look at what we're dealing with now, we go from November 1st on most species to February 28th, and then bobcats are from December 1st to February 28th. So the time of seasons has been dramatically cut down, and the tools have been cut down, and the participation has been cut down significantly. So what we were harvesting with what fur harvesters or fur-bearing pursuers would call, the trappers would call back in the heyday, we had not an unlimited amount of tools, but you had a plethora of tools, and you had a longer season to be able to do so. And the landscape changed so dramatically because we didn't have as many people in the state of Colorado. Look what we've got here over the course of the last 25 years. So if you take the habitat component out of things where you can actually go pursue game, as Parks and Wildlife is dealing with on many other species, and then you take the tools away and then you shorten the seasons, our harvests now compared to what they were 25 years ago are extremely less, even though there's assertions from some people that it's completely unlimited. Well, it might be unlimited for the individuals to be able to do so, but I can tell you, I run and operate a wildlife control business. Prior to 1996, there was legitimately about maybe a half a dozen to a dozen wildlife control operators, private contractors in the state of Colorado. Since 1996, that industry has expanded so significantly because of urban sprawl for one, but because of the lack of tools in the toolbox, because of the proliferation of species throughout the landscape. Look how many subdivisions we have compared to what we used to have: 35-acre tracts, 50-acre tracts, little small tracts of 1 and 2 or 4 acres. They have human-animal conflicts, but a lot of times prior to 96, there was no development on those grounds, and those specific areas were open to some sort of harvest within the season structure with the tools that we were allowed. And now you have track upon track upon track, no harvest. And I can tell you that the places that I used to trap as an avocational trapper back prior to 1996, I didn't have the wildlife in those locations that I have now when there's houses on the landscape and you have waterways established, you have green belts established, you have a plethora of different things for wildlife to be able to live off of. And our resources have expounded substantially in areas that they didn't used to have that resource, even though the human component's there, but we don't have the ability to turn around and go do that unless it's on the wildlife control perspective. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the insight, Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. Thank you, Dan. You've given us a lot of good information. I do have one question. So you're someone who's out on the landscape all the time. You see the different changes. What do you think some of the reasons are that the harvest numbers on fur bearers fluctuate so much from year to year?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Appreciate that. Well, as I mentioned previously, one thing is just because of the actual harvest compared to what the assumption of harvest is probably two different things. The actual harvest, because of the way that we actually live our lives anymore, we're so busy. I mean, when I was a kid, I played football, when I played baseball, but now kids are in 14 different types of sports, if they're not banned. And the activity that they can turn around and do outside of that is very limited in scope. One other reason is because of the season structures that I mentioned. It's a much shorter season than what it used to be 20 or 25 years ago. The tools are much less. But if you look at today's numbers, when you look at just the cage trapping or the fur harvesting component, things go in cycles. Sometimes people want to pursue coyotes, maybe because they think the price is going to be up, or maybe they've got more time on their hands, or maybe the coyote population is higher. Maybe they got more access to different locations. And the same goes for bobcats. Sometimes prices were high on bobcats, which is a driving component of the fur market. Sometimes bobcat prices were low. One thing I could say here in Colorado is when we had the tools taken out of the toolbox, it took quite a while for individuals to turn around and figure out how to actually utilize cages in an effective manner to be able to harvest some of the other species that we're talking about. And while coyotes are still hard to catch in a cage, it's practical to do so in certain applications. But things like foxes and bobcats and raccoons and some of the other fur-bearing animals, maybe a little bit more susceptible, but as people refine their methodologies and ideologies about what they could do and what they couldn't do, I think that increased the opportunity and the effectiveness and efficiency and the success rate of those individuals. But at the same time, when they found out that maybe it was a lot harder than what they thought it was going to be, they didn't spend as much time. So that's the year that maybe harvest went down. And then when somebody actually figured out what they were kind of doing on some things, then the harvest started to go up and people be a little bit more successful.
Okay,
Did that
thank
answer
you.
the question?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blecka.
Thank you. Dan, I was curious to know what other issues are the fur harvesting community working on, just in general, like, now and, future wise. What are you guys looking at? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Blecka. I'd have to say from the trapping and fur harvesting community and trying to go on the coattails of like the best management practices, what we've tried to implement and talk about through the fur harvester or trapping work group was a way to be able to more efficiently and effectively educate the general public, not just the users and stakeholders themselves, maybe create an awareness education campaign about the types of fur bearers and the harvest of those fur bearers. There's one thing that we're working on with that group as well, that since we refined and commingled and collaborated with the Department of Ag and CPW to make sure their regulations match these regulations and they're more effective and efficient for understanding and practical application, that we're working on some literature that could be utilized from an industry standpoint, a stakeholder standpoint, a trapper or fur harvester standpoint, and as well as an agriculture standpoint as well. There's multiple opportunities from a national, regional, local perspective as far as threatened and endangered species, being able to participate in more river otter studies and maybe swift fox or things like pine marten. We're participating with the carnivore and fur bearer section to be able to enhance some of that data collection that we previously mentioned out of what came out of our fur bearer permit and fur bearer license requirement. But I would say we're not sitting idle trying to wait to see what happens. There's some things through technology and science over the course of the last 25 to 30 years that have proven the ability for agencies to enhance that specific classification of wildlife. And the Trapping and Predator Hunters Association here, along with other stakeholders that are involved that participate in this sort of activity, we don't want to get rid of anything. We want to turn around and be able to utilize it and have it for future generations of wildlife and people alike. So we're trying to be as proactive as what we can, but there's a time restraint. There's a limitation on what capabilities we can actually apply to the process. And at the same thing, COVID hit, and that kind of screwed a lot of things up when you're trying to get anything over the course of the last year or so. I hope that answers some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many private landowners already protect our wildlife and are the vanguard for this, not only today, but have a long history of wildlife habitat protections. And too often, we're all painted with a broad brush and demonized. But truthfully, many allow a natural balance to occur and collaborate with wildlife protection organizations. I say that because that's my question about private property compared to public land. I want to know how the effect is going to come down, however this goes. But in my opinion, live catch traps are simple tools, and they're only as good or as bad as the people who are using them. Over many years, I've encountered several people who are unethical, immoral, and use traps to abuse animals. This is a very small percentage, and they need to be stopped. We already have laws in place to protect the animals. We need to enforce them. Whenever I encountered traps that have been set by poachers on my property, I confiscate them. But I haven't had any success in actually catching the people that are doing it. But my question for Mr. Gates is, I presume your association has morals and ethics as part of the code. And my thought is, usually when something like this happens with what I encounter, it's a very, very small percentage of the whole. And that very, very small percentage of the whole gives everybody a black eye, makes it hard on all of us. As far as private property and private landowners, ranchers, farmers, people who are trying to protect wildlife, it makes everybody look bad. But the truth of the reality is, I would love, just like Mr. Gates said, I would love to work with Humane Society and collaborate on some of these things on wildlife protection, because what we need are more private landowners. Colorado is 56% private land. And that's where we need to go to try to create some sanctuaries and protections for the wildlife. But the reason I say this is to Mr. Gates, a few people are giving a lot of problems. And I just wonder how you address that through your association.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Appreciate that. And as you're well aware of, there's bad apples in every bunch for sure. It doesn't matter whether you're a trapper or a police officer or an airline pilot or a hunter or whatever. When you get into the poaching component, though, I would stress that when you get into illegalities, we don't tolerate that from an association standpoint. We have ostracized and excommunicated and gotten rid of members that have done things over the course of since our inception in 1976. It's not a very often occurrence. There's a thing that you have to look at as far as morals, ethics, and values that come into this whole process. And what I would be concerned about is if somebody went through the entire legal process of what you're explaining, sir, and then we found out that they weren't licensed to start with, or if they were trying to trap bobcats and then they weren't getting them tagged and they weren't part of the legal process. That's an additional component of what we would have to deal with on a state and association level, so to speak. But we do not in any way, shape, or form support that sort of activity or behavior. First of all, the trespassing component that we have to deal with, whether it's trapping or whether it's hunting, is a significant detriment to landowner and CPW and sportsmen and women relations. And we make sure that we try to do as much as what we possibly can on an education component at our annual convention and through our fur auction that we have every year, through our participation in the stock show every year where we actually have a booth. We try to do as much education as what we possibly can. But the old saying is you can't fix stupid. And I don't care who it is. If there's one person who's going to turn around and try to cross the line on one thing, the fact of the matter is if they're doing something illegal on your property, sir, that's the same guy that's probably doing something illegal on Mr. Touchton's landscape or anything that we have to do with state wildlife areas. They're not doing anything that's helping Colorado Parks and Wildlife either. But we do not support that in any way, shape, or form.
I understand that and I appreciate it, Dan. What I see, we can't legislate morals or ethics, and we have to have best management practices. So
Yes, sir.
as far as we have laws that we need to enforce the laws, which, that's a separate issue by itself, how difficult that is. But as far as the abuses and some of the examples that are brought up to us, I think we have to seek out methods to enforce the laws we already have on the books.
I agree 100%,
That's
sir.
my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Just give a time check to everyone. We've gone through the first round, I'll call it, of questions or comments from commissioners. And we're losing track of our time a little bit. But I'll go here the second round. Hopefully we'll be able to move along quickly. Let's start with Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to circle back on the comments I made earlier, because I think you might have misconstrued them a little bit, Mr. Gates. I commend you, the work you did to work on humane methods of killing animals that are caught in the cage traps. I think I commend you guys for doing that. My complaints about the regulation in the small game brochure was it's just not very useful to the public because it tells the public to go find a veterinary manual and then find some obscure section of that appears on page like 93 to 97. And so my only complaint or suggestion was that we write specific regulations in one spot for our community so they can just look and see this is how wildlife caught in a box trap are handled, and they don't have to go find a veterinary manual. So we might have misunderstood each other there, but I think you guys moved that ball in the right direction. My quarrel was our regulations cross-referencing something that may or may not be findable by the average person. But the question I had for you is, you might have heard my comment after Ms. Kiefover's presentation, but do you have an objection to bag limits or possession limits, or is that something that you can live with where you think they're appropriate? Because again, I think that's a better management practice. When we sell unlimited licenses, and we don't have bag or possession limits, we are potentially letting the market drive the harvest because, as you said, the price goes up, you'll get a lot more effort go in. And I feel more comfortable with a bag and possession limit as a check on what the market price is telling people to do. So I just wondered what your views were on that.
I would have
Pardon
to.
me, Dan,
Yes, sir.
could you hold on for just 1 second? I just want to make sure we clarify, because I feel the conversation drifting a little bit with regards to this. This petition is to ban trapping. I want to make sure we don't drift. What we cannot do in this agenda item is enter in discussion about whether we should be moving forward with limits and so forth. Just as we talked about earlier, Commissioner Touchton, with regards to matters of dispatch, certainly can take that up and we can bring that before the commission. But answering that question is fine with regards to the petition itself. I just don't want to see this agenda item turn into a discussion about limits and how it relates directly to the citizens petition, which they deserve since they made that in front of this commission. Does that make sense, both Commissioner Touchton and Mr. Gates?
I could take that question back and we can move along. So it's okay. Thank you.
It's a great topic, Commissioner Touchton, and one we can bring up and talk with regards to Director Prinsloo about how that topic could come before this commission. Thank you. I think I just got you out of answering that question, Dan. Since Commissioner Touchton has withdrawn his question, which is helpful because now we can move forward to I'd like to hear the agency's response to the citizens petition, please.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just give some highlights of the Division of Parks and Wildlife's response. The Division of Parks and Wildlife recommends denying the petition for 4 reasons. The Commission's strict trapping regulations protect Colorado's fur bearers and are consistent with the North American model of wildlife conservation. The North American model of wildlife conservation is a set of principles that describes and informs wildlife conservation and management in the United States and Canada. The model recognizes the general principle that markets for game are eliminated, but as the United States Fish and Wildlife Service and other commentators have recognized, there is an exception for certain highly regulated markets. The Commission strictly regulates fur bearer trapping, possession, and sale in Colorado. As with all wildlife in Colorado, taking and possessing fur bearers is prohibited unless permitted by statute or Commission regulation. The Commission requires a license or permit to take fur bearers and sets firm limits on the species trappers may take, when they may do so, and what trap designs they may use. Its restrictions on trap designs, which allow only live, cage, or box traps, are some of the strictest in the country. The Commission's bobcat trapping regulations are especially stringent. They prohibit possessing and selling bobcat pelts without a division's inspection and seal, and require trappers who accidentally capture lynx to release them immediately unharmed and report the capture to the division. These strict regulations protect Colorado's fur bearers and are consistent with the model. Second, Amendment 14 does not prohibit live cage or box traps, which are the only trap designs the Commission allows. Specifically, the amendment provides it shall be unlawful to take wildlife with any leg hold trap, any instant kill body gripping design trap, or by poison or snare. The Commission doesn't allow trappers to use these designs, so its regulations are consistent with Amendment 14. And as mentioned, the Commission allows trappers to use only live traps, limited to cage or box traps. Amendment 14 says nothing about these trap designs. And as mentioned, the court in Sinapoo versus Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission concluded Amendment 14 does not prohibit or otherwise restrict the use of live traps to take wildlife in Colorado. Amendment 14 does not prohibit recreational trapping or commercial trapping in Colorado. Amendment 14 only prohibits or restricts the take of wildlife using the methods specified. The Commission recently considered a similar petition and has taken steps to address several of the petitioner's concerns. Within the last 2 years, the Commission has addressed a substantially similar petition to ban bobcat trapping, banned wildlife contests for all fur bearer species, and adopted rules designed to improve the division's ability to monitor fur bearer harvests. In short, the Commission has recently addressed several of the petitioner's concerns. Doing so yet again will divert limited resources from other regulatory and policy priorities. And finally, there are other regulatory priorities that take precedence over the petitioner's proposed rulemaking. The Commission has several pressing, resource-intensive regulatory priorities. For example, the Commission must develop a wolf restoration and management plan by the end of 2023 and has been urged to develop a strategy to reintroduce wolverines. The Commission is also exploring changes to the method of allocating resident and non-resident big game licenses and revising regulations governing access to state wildlife areas. Each of these priorities is time and resource consuming endeavor. In response to recent petitions to ban trapping, the division has thoroughly examined the biological evidence and advised the commission that its trapping regulations do not prevent it from maintaining sustainable bobcat, lynx, and swift fox populations. If the division is asked to spend additional time on this petition, it will divert the division's limited resources from the commission's other priorities. Especially because the commission has recently addressed many of the petitioner's concerns, the division believes the commission's other priorities should take precedence. And that is all I have for you, Mr. Chair, in terms of the division's response. But I think we'd be happy to take further questions.
Thank you. I don't see any commissioner comments or questions for you at this time, Krista. So with that, I think that leads us to the public comment section.
Sure, I'm happy to kick that off.
Katie will be administrator. I'm sorry, Katie. But can you take us through that, Katie, and introduce our first speaker, please?
Happy to do that. I'm Katie Lancer, Policy and Planning Supervisor for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. We'll start our comments with a government official, Martin Lowney, who has 5 minutes to present. If we could get Martin unmuted. And Martin, would you like your camera on?
Yes, please.
Okay, looks like that's coming up. All right, you're ready to go, Martin.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Good afternoon, Director Prenslow. I'm Martin Lowney. I'm the State Director for the U.S. Department of Agriculture Wildlife Services program here in Colorado. I'm also a certified wildlife biologist by the Wildlife Society, which is the professional society for wildlife biologists. This afternoon, I wanted to make some comments about this petition to prohibit the use of traps in avocation, recreation, and commerce. The proposed regulation, I believe, will have harmful effects on society, as well as the mission of Wildlife Services. Wildlife Services was created by Congress to alleviate damage caused by wildlife to agriculture, human health and safety, natural resources, and property. And the way the agency was set up by Congress is it functions a lot like a private business in that we had to recover the cost of actually providing this service. So this afternoon, I'm going to talk about how traps are used in modern wildlife management, the role of sportsmen and sportswomen in wildlife damage management, and the role of science. So traps are used to catch wild and feral animals. They're used for research, they're used for conservation and recovery of species, and they're used for wildlife damage management. I want to give you some specific examples of what Wildlife Services does here in Colorado and that what we use traps for. Right now, we work with several county governments in the state of Colorado to monitor the prevalence of rabies. And so in these county governments, we catch raccoons and we also catch we catch possums, and they're tested so they can monitor the prevalence of rabies in these communities. Another thing we do with the same cage traps is we also catch beaver, because there's state and federal agencies that would like to see the return of beaver to areas where beaver are now extirpated. We've helped do this on National Wildlife Refuges in Colorado, as well as the Rio Grande National Forest. And we've also have done it in other parts, such as the Route National Forest. These traps we have been using to catch beaver when we work with the Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Land Management, as well as Colorado Parks and Wildlife to help with the restoration of native cutthroat trout. We would catch the beaver so that these other agencies then could treat the non-native brook trout and brown trout, have them removed from the streams, and then of course the native trout are put back. Other things that go on in Colorado is, we're rich with a lot of different animals. Some of them like to eat livestock, so Wildlife Services does use a lot of different traps to catch coyotes, black bears, and mountain lions. Some of these are cage traps, such as our larger culvert traps. We catch bears in them. We use cage traps to catch lions. And of course, we use the traditional foot traps that are also used to catch these same animals. Something else that's very unique, that when I looked at this proposed regulation, was to ban traps. I'm sure many of you fly out of the airports in the state. Wildlife Services works at over 70 different airports in the state of Colorado to provide a safe flying environment for the fly in public. One thing we do is we have traps called ball chartreuse and Swedish goshawk traps. Think of them as a cage trap for birds. You know, we catch thousands of these raptors on the airports, but by catching them alive, we get a chance to look at the birds, see if they're migratory raptors, we can move them and let them go. It gives us an alternative to solve the problem. I think many of you would agree it's better than going out there and killing everything. The next role I wanted to talk about is the role of sportsmen and women in wildlife damage management. What people often overlook is this role. They do help reduce damage, and they do play a role in reducing economic loss for many of the landowners. And so while these sportsmen and sportswomen don't solve problems, they take the edge off the problem. They reduce the scale of the problem. And they do help people in their communities, and I'd like you to think about that. The last thing I'll touch on is science. I sent many of you last week also a scientific publication about best management practices for trapping. It's a guiding document for many of us. It helps us look at traps that are humane, and those that aren't, we stop using them. I would like to thank you for letting me share this information this afternoon, and I wish you the best luck in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thanks for appearing before us today.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel.
Katie, are we ready for our next speaker?
Yes, so now we'll move on to our public comment. Members of the public have 3 minutes, so.
Can you hear me?
Yep, looks like I gave Jenny warning that she was first.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jenny.
Okay,
so it'll
good.
be Jenny Burby and followed by Christy Kressler. So go ahead, Jenny.
Hello, commissioners, director, and chairman. Thank you for your time. Hopefully I'll give it back to you very quickly here. We all have that good, well-intentioned neighbor who borrows the only wrench that takes the lug nuts off the front wheels on our truck or on our vehicle, and we have to go track it down later because when we need it, we don't have it. Colorado Outfitters Association, we want you, the commission and the agency, to have all the tools available at all times to do your job in maintaining wildlife and managing wildlife in the state. Thank you. Keep your tools in the toolbox and keep doing the good job you're doing. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate you participating and giving us comments today. Don't have any questions for you, so I think we can move forward, Katie, to the next speaker.
Great. So next up we have Christy Kressler, who will be followed by Leah Leggett. So Christy, would you like your camera on?
Sure.
You may have to hit accept on your end.
Okay.
All right, you're ready to go.
Is it working? I'm first time Zoomer.
Oh,
so
there you are.
give
We
me-
see you now. Welcome, Christy.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for letting me speak. I'm here representing those that can't. I'm here asking you to oppose this petition to ban trapping. I'm a trapper myself. I'm a mother of 2 boys. I didn't start trapping until later in life. I was 32 before I started trapping. Now, though I grew up in the outdoors hunting and fishing, my family never trapped, unless you account when my granddad trapped the bears out of his sheep flocks. I started as a way to get myself and my 2 young boys outside together, something I could take them when they were little. I was humbled by the challenge and the difficulty it takes to trap. It takes skills. It's not just setting a trap out and catching something. Over the course of a couple of years, my boys and I together learned what it takes to be successful trappers. We learned to read sign, how and where to place the traps. The cage traps that Colorado requires we use are very safe and user-friendly. And at 5 years old, they could set them themselves. They and I are still excited when we catch something. Maybe less excited when we catch a skunk, but we're still excited. The animals we catch, they're usually asleep in the back of the trap. They're not, freaking out or anything. Upon being involved in this activity the past 10 years or more, I've noticed it's the people who are out in nature interacting the most that have the greatest respect and understanding for it. Trapping's only heightened my love and respect for the outdoors and everything else in it. I can vividly remember several years ago, I was checking traps. I was 12 miles from the nearest house up a remote desert canyon, and I parked my vehicle and chose to walk the last mile to the trap. The sun hadn't even yet come up in that canyon, and it was so still and absolutely quiet. It was just an experience that I would never have got if I hadn't been out trapping. Trapping is also a fun, low pressure way to get kids and adults into the outdoors. It can be involved or as simple as you want. You can take a simple cage out back to set that for that coon or that skunk that's been stealing the chicken eggs, or you can set a long line up a remote canyon. The basics and lessons learned are the same. In this world of instant gratification, trapping teaches us things that we can't learn anywhere else. Trapping teaches patience. You have to wait weeks for an animal sometimes to come back by your set. It teaches persistence, and you have to keep your trap working all the time, even in bad weather. And it teaches dedication. You have to check that trap every day. My boys and I have learned these lessons. They've learned that even with patience, persistence, and dedication, you still may not catch something. There are no participation awards in trapping. You do it for the love of it. That's how life should be. And I'm glad that my boys learned these things at a young age. Their lessons will only benefit them later in life. When the world is at our fingertips, we need trapping to show us young and old these things. And I ask that this will impart on future generations these valuable lessons. I hope you can feel that I have a true passion for trapping. It's something I never thought I would have, and it truly saddens me to think on a very deep level, I or future generations might lose that right. It's a passion that developed later in life for me, and although not everyone may want to take up trapping, I hate to think that this kind of passion could be denied my kids or anyone else, young or old.
Time's up.
I truly...
Sorry, Christy, we have a hard time limit today with the number of speakers and link this item. We really appreciate you participating today, though, and thank you for your comments. I don't have any questions for you, so again, thanks for attending our meeting today. With that, Katie, could you move on to the next speaker?
Sure. So next we'll have Leah Leggett, followed by Delia Malone. Leah, would you like your camera on?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we can see you, Leah. Welcome.
Hello, Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for letting me address you today. My name is Leah Leggett, and I'm from Ignacio, Colorado. This is a super important issue that's near and dear to me. From a young age, I've been trapping with family and friends. Trapping has taught me responsibility, how conservation efforts work, how to care for these animals, and even my own farm animals. We raise ducks, chickens, and geese from hatchlings, and they do get picked off by predators, and that is sadly part of it. But with my trapping, I have watched how it has saved those animals as well as positively affected the wildlife around my family's ranch. When I started trapping, there weren't many turkeys or even wild geese around, and after trapping efforts for many years, we now have a large flock of wild geese and turkeys that are nesting on our ranch, which is really super amazing to see how that has changed in the past few years. I love seeing these predators around the ranch. We have a family of badgers out in the back corner of our large ranch, as well as a small fox den out in the west pasture. As a trapper, I don't aim to wipe out these predators. I simply want to manage them. I enjoy being able to make the decision to release these animals unharmed if needed. I have caught predator birds and have been able to easily release them without even a ruffle in their feathers. So I urge you all to allow myself and other trappers to continue to manage wildlife in the safe and humane way that we currently get to under Colorado Parks and Wildlife regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Appreciate that. I don't have any questions or comments for you. So again, thank you for participating and speaking to the commission today. Katie, are we ready for our next speaker?
Yes, so next we'll have Delia Malone, who will be followed by Kareen Mahuna. Delia, would you like your camera on?
Sure. Okay, so thank you, commissioners.
Good afternoon, Delia. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm Delia Malone. I'm a field ecologist who works conducting biological surveys for rare plants, animals, and natural communities across Colorado. I'm also wildlife chair for the Colorado chapter of the Sierra Club. Commercial and recreational trapping, first, is indiscriminate. Each year, trappers in Colorado set out thousands of cage traps that capture both target and non-target species. Several native species, such as swift fox and river otter, which are recognized as species of concern in Colorado state the swap, are vulnerable to this indiscriminate trapping. Records of fur sales document that thousands of wildlife are trapped and killed each year, but with the exception of bobcats, there is no tracking of how many animals are killed for their fur. Neither do we know the collateral kill of young animals that die from starvation, predation, or exposure to the elements when their mothers are killed by trappers. Without knowing wildlife population numbers and numbers killed, there is no management. From pine marten, which are classified as a forest sensitive species, to coyote, each is essential to ecosystem function. One of the fur-bearing animals that is subject to unlimited trapping during the October through April trapping season is the American beaver. Science documents the many benefits that beaver provide Colorado by storing water, sequestering carbon, preventing wildfire, and creating habitat for native wildlife, including for wildlife for waterfowl, fish, such as cutthroat trout, and amphibians, such as boreal toad, all on the state swap. Protecting American beaver from recreational and commercial trapping would enhance stream and forest health by acting as a bulwark against the impacts of our warming climate. The Colorado Sierra Club urges the Commissioner to base management on evidence-based science and support the citizen petition to ban recreational and commercial trapping of all native fur bearers on public lands in Colorado. Thank you so much. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Delia, and thanks for participating and appearing before the commission today. I don't have any questions or comments for you. And again, thank you for seeing us and giving us your comments. With that, Katie, can we move on to the next speaker?
Yes, so this is our last person that signed up for public comment on this item, Kareen Mahuna. Kareen, would you like your camera on?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be fine.
We can see you now, Kareen. Thank you and welcome.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chairman McDaniel and commissioners, for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Kareen Mahuna and I live in Colorado Springs. Trafficking has often been on my mind ever since, as a sixth grade student on a science field trip in my class. We came across a young skunk caught in a trap. We were all horrified and couldn't believe that people still trapped. That was over 50 years ago. And yet hundreds of thousands of animals continue to be tortured and slaughtered every year in traps in this country. I am grateful to the people of Colorado who voted for Amendment 14 to end trapping. And I also want to thank the Humane Society of the United States and the other organizations who today brought this petition before you. They represent the vast majority of Americans who understand that animals are sentient beings who have a right to exist and thrive in their own right and are not here to be slaves to our pleasures. I cannot begin to describe in civil terms the deep disappointment I have and anger towards wildlife agencies that continue to treat wildlife and nature as a commodity, a renewable resource, as I believe agencies like to say, as if wildlife is no more sentient than an ear of corn. In doing so, you not only devalue wildlife, but each and every one of us. In passing Amendment 14, the people of Colorado clearly wanted to end trapping. I doubt many, if any, trappers were using cage traps at the time, so this was not a consideration. Loopholes were found to thwart the desires of Coloradans. For under $50, trappers can continue to kill an unlimited number of animals. There is no legitimate reason to trap bobcats, fox, and so many other species whose diets consist primarily of rodents, insects, reptiles, and such. It is done purely for recreational purposes, or as trappers like to say, it is a part of their heritage, a lifestyle so horrendous that even most hunters reject it. Trappers and some agencies claim that trapping helps conservation. If trappers are honestly concerned about conservation rather than killing our wildlife for their own pleasure, they would rather put their live trapping skills to use as citizen scientists that could assist CPW in their research. I am confident that this research would not require the deaths of thousands of sentient beings in Colorado each year. Claims that fur is an important and green, so to speak, product are deceptive. Fur is used for fashion, primarily, whether as a trinket or a frivolous bob on a hat or trim on a jacket or a full-blown fur coat. Worse yet, we are slaughtering our native wildlife to meet the fashion demands of our BFFs, China and Russia. I would add that for CPW to recommend rejecting the petition due to other priorities such as wolf reintroduction, that is a self-inflicted problem. CPW has thus far chosen to use a much more time-intensive and expensive approach to wildlife introduction, to wolf reintroduction than is necessary.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you for Corinne, and thanks for appearing and speaking before the commission today. I don't have any questions or comments for you, so thanks again. That concludes, as I believe that was the last speaker, Katie, our public comment portion of this item. So I think we can move forward now to any commissioner deliberation discussion or any further questions of agency personnel. So with that, I will open the floor up to any commissioners. Commissioner Haskett.
Thank you, Chairman McDaniel. It's disappointing to me to see this for the third time. In 2019, the commission spent a lot of time on this. We listened and we did change some things. We changed the dispatch method and adopted the AWMA guidelines. Now they're asking for more. We received a lot of emails in 2019, and we also did this year. A lot of those emails came from the heart. They talk about family, traditions, and teaching their children and grandchildren. It saddens me that there's a lot of misinformation out there about trapping. There are many reasons we need trapping. We need to follow the science. This is a tool we need in our toolbox. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haskett. Any further discussion? I wanted to make a couple of quick comments myself. I guess number one, I was really felt a couple things were clarified. One was Jake Matter with regards to legality of what the commission regulations were underneath Amendment 14 and going forward. So I think that was very helpful with regards to it. The second thing, I think you made a comment with regards to policy and that policy being legal with regards to trapping underneath various other Colorado statutes, which you clearly indicated was underneath the opinion of the Attorney General's office. So again, I think two helpful pieces of information with regards to this in light of some of the comments that were received and in support of the ban. I do have a couple other questions or comments. Commissioner Blecker.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make the comment to the public who took the time to send in public comment. It was diverse and it was exceptional. Just like Commissioner Haskett said, it was from the heart. And I was really impressed with the breadth of diversity within those comments. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to make the comment and kind of just, I guess, make a comment on the public comment that we just heard with Mr. Lowney. Last year, probably like this time last year was one of the last few times we had the legislative caucus in person, and he did a presentation, I believe it was him, did a presentation on targeted trapping on a barrier island. And I believe that was in Maryland, I think. And that was done to increase the success for some nesting birds in that area. And if you take that, I'll say, example and combine it with what Ms. Legit had mentioned with her trapping experience on her ranch, where they've seen an increase of birds. It's a benefit to other species. Trapping is a benefit. It is a wildlife management tool that is the benefit to animals all over the place. So I just wanted to just say thank you to everybody that chimed in, and just to reiterate that it's a management tool that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blecker. Commissioner May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on the south boundary of our ranch, we contact the Arkansas River. There's a highway between our property and the river. There's a United States Geological Survey measurement station in the creek that measures stream flow. Occasionally, beaver build a dam and divert the stream flow around that measurement station and allow it not to be operable. So what happens, I get a call from USGS, we need to remove that impediment. And since it's partway on private property, partway on public property, if this ban on live traps is put in place, I will have no non-lethal method available to me. I try to propagate as many beaver as I can on the entire stream bed. These beaver are around this at the border of public-private property. It's my intention and passion to catch these beaver live and move them on up into the middle of the ranch where they will be able to survive and flourish. If we pass this ban on traps, my fear is that we will no longer have that non-lethal method of relocating wildlife. And for that reason, I will be in favor of following the director's recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner May. Commissioner Phillips.
Just kind of building off what Commissioner Blecker said, the public comments, I did not grow up trapping. I have not trapped before, but reading the public comments and reflecting on this, it struck me how it's in a lot of ways similar to ranching. There was multi-generational age groups coming through in the public comment, as we saw today. Young people are into it, older people are into it. And a big part of it is keeping this resource, you know, that my grandfather passed down for my kids, for their kids. So it's this multi-generational timeline, which is very much how I feel about ranching, perpetuating this legacy that's a rich culture, something to share with your kids and their kids, something to involve people. And like ranching, like Commissioner May said earlier, sometimes we get a bad rap as overgrazing and cattle are doing the wrong thing. And there are certainly instances, but as a whole, I believe ranchers are true conservationists. We depend on our resources, our land, for our livelihood. If we overgraze or we treat it poorly, it goes away, it becomes non-usable, and we go out of business, and there's nothing to pass on for future generations. And I was drawing this parallel, seeing emails coming in and reflecting, if our trappers are, you know, over trapping and trying to abuse this resource of animals, then it's not going to be around for the future generations, and they very plainly see that, I believe. So they're not going to do it. I think it's a very important thing, not to mention, you know, the effectiveness of it as a tool for a non-lethal removal or relocation method. So those are my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Phillips. Commissioner Vardy.
Thank you, Commissioner Chair. So on our farm, we work really hard to balance our activities with the well-being of our wildlife resource and the predator animals that are around. And we've come up with some pretty exciting strategies, including a way to leverage the coyotes' interest in our chickens to help manage our prairie dog population and redirect their efforts. But we're really focused on keeping our animals moving all the time in a way that they can provide soil health services as well as the products that the animals provide. And as such, it's just not always realistic to be able to leverage every predator animal's interests in a way that doesn't affect our flock of chickens. And we've had situations where we've lost dozens of birds in a single night, and cage traps are really our best option for relocating trouble animals in a non-lethal way. And similar to Commissioner May's comments, I just have concerns if this petition was to move forward, we would be left with no alternative but to actually utilize lethal methods, which has always been out of the way that we currently do things. And similar to many other farmers in our region, we also farm on public land. And so it's not just an impact on private, but on public land as well. And the cage traps really have been the best option for us to treat our wildlife partners and neighbors with respect when they come into contact with our animals. So as such, I'm going to support the director's recommendation on this one and not move this petition forward. But I do think that there is some valuable points Commissioner Touchton brought up around exploring limits. And in addition to that, I'd be really interested in just getting more of an educational session or possibly a discussion on where the North American wildlife model meets up with kind of the marketability of fur bearers, at least an education session, if not a formal discussion, to both better understand that and to see how we stand on that as an agency in a more clear light. It was really helpful when we got the other training session on the North American wildlife model. And I just feel like I could certainly use a session on fur bearers specifically. So if that's an option, and perhaps in that discussion, we can also bring up what Commissioner Touchton has suggested, I would be favorable to that. However, I am not going to support moving forward with this petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vardy. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Chair. You know, as Commissioner May and others have said, you know, my place up in Grand Lake, I remember many, many years ago, we always have beavers blocking up the creek. And one of my neighbors, unbeknownst to me, had hired somebody to trap the beavers and was using lake holes. And I realized that, and I went and met with him and said, you know, my dog just doesn't understand that the creek is not someplace that she's supposed to be all the time. And got my neighbor to switch to live trapping. And so I understand both. I think there's reasons for both. And as to Commissioner Vardy, luckily again yesterday, Dan Gates had directed me to watch a podcast with John Organ. And for those of you who don't know, take a look. He is an amazing guy. I mean, he was the top guy at Fish and Wildlife and USGS for years, and has written a book and numerous papers on these issues. And for Commissioner Vardy, he talked about a study that was done not too long ago on trapping of fur bearers in British Columbia, and how that sort of worked with the North American model. And they found that not only did it work with the North American model, but that it was really the best wildlife management tool that they could prescribe for that area. So I'm sure we can get a hold of that study if that's helpful. I, for one, believe that all of the work that Parks and Wildlife has done and all the work that we as a commission have done, we've done, I think, the yeoman's work, and I don't want to see this come back again. I would move at this time to deny the petition.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I'll take that as a motion. I still have a comment from Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of building off of what Commissioner Garcia mentioned, I think that we have had some robust discussions in the last few years, specific to trapping, the methods of take, some of the data collection in regards of it. I think that there are still improvements to be made. And I think that's part of the conversation moving forward is to be able to see what are the best things that we can put in place for all parties involved. Most importantly, the biological resource. However, you know, to kind of lay my cards on the table, I'm one of the presenters, I think, mentioned that hunters not supporting trapping. I think there's a level of discomfort. I'm one of those folks that shares that discomfort. I do not trap. However, just because I do not engage in an activity doesn't mean that others shouldn't have the opportunity to engage in that activity. And particularly in the absence of any data that biological resources are being harmed. And I think that that's a critical connection here, is that the absence of data does not prove that data exists. And it's difficult to be able to monitor for hundreds of species across tens of thousands of square miles and be able to do that in a statistically significant manner. There's nothing that has been presented that shows that we are being damaging to the resource itself. from that biological standpoint, it makes no sense for me to vote in favor of advancing the petition. However, I do believe that there's continued conversation that is necessary in order to deal with the other resource that's always in question, which is the social resources. In this case, that there's certainly a far divide in opinion in regards to this issue. But if we were to try to address the concerns regarding the biological resources themselves, that there needs to be some collaboration moving forward. And part is, in part to facilitate that, we have to be honest about the ambitions here. And if the ambition is to create, better scientific data, then we can endeavor to do so. But I think Mr. Gates in particular, highlighted the fact that it seems as if this is an absolutist position. And that doesn't necessarily allow for that collaboration. And so regardless of whatever the vote may be here, I think that folks need to examine whether or not they want to get to solutions that address their issues. And if so, I would encourage folks to think about doing that in a collaborative fashion. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schaefer. Commissioner Touchton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I suspect I'm in a minority of people on the commission, definitely in a minority of Americans. I grew up trapping. Not many people participate in this activity. I used all the methods that we eliminated in 1996, and I have used box traps. I don't do that anymore. Experience with something, it's a two-way street. It may build a tradition, or it may be something you move away from. But as Commissioner Schaefer said, I let people make their own decisions about what activities they would like to engage in. And I agree with what Commissioner May and Commissioner Vardy both said, that, in terms of tools, box traps are the least cruel of all the things that we used to allow. I think we have tightened things up, in my mind, appropriately. Compared to snares or leg hold traps, at least the old school leg hold traps, box traps are a significant improvement, both in reducing non-target take, which I experienced quite a bit, and also in reducing cruelty of the animal that is caught there, even if it's only for a day or two. All that said, I worry about the North American model. I read it maybe more conservatively than some. I used to teach the North American model. I'm aware of almost zero evidence that shows a market in the parts of wild animals doesn't ultimately result in disaster. Particularly if you look outside of the United States, whenever you have a market, you end up with wildlife being commodified and devalued, their habitat gets devalued, and eventually you lose the wildlife. I heard the argument that a regulated market might succeed. And, I think that's true here in North America, at least. But the reason I asked the questions I did is I want to see the regulation of that market. And right now, when we sell an unlimited number of licenses, we don't have a bag limit and we don't have a possession limit. We do collect data on how many bobcats are caught, but that's really it. And I don't see that as regulating the market. I think if prices spiked or interest in a particular animal spiked, things could get away from us in a hurry. So, today's not the time. This petition is probably not the appropriate vehicle, but I would like for us to look at bag limits on some of these species, because again, it just makes no sense to me that something that's a state swap species like swift fox or pine marten doesn't have a bag limit, and something that's ubiquitous like a cottontail rabbit does have a bag limit. And I don't think we're setting those things appropriately if we ignore that part of this discussion. But I guess that's for another day. So I will be quiet now and let this process move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Touchton. I think that's all the comments that I have. I believe I have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to read that motion so folks take that back. Commissioner Garcia, do you want to make further comment?
Just quickly, with Commissioner Touchton, I'm not one to debate because you probably know the model better than I do, but again, yesterday I did hear a discussion that fur trapping, first of all, you said you taught the model. Well, John Oregon's been teaching the model for a long time, and he believes that the North American model is not a guide. It is simply a document which establishes what the history has been of wildlife management and is not intended to be a prescription in any way, but can be used for such a purpose going forward. And I would suggest that I think both you and Luke are both right, that I think we need to continue to take a look at this. And I would ask that, I think one of the things that was done was this fur trapper permit. Hopefully is going to start leading us into the collection of more data. And maybe that is a good beginning for trying to go and look at some of the things. And Commissioner Touchton, I would be welcome to other ideas on ways that we might be able to take a look down the road at this in terms of collecting data and coming to some scientifically based decisions. So I support that completely. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I think now we're at no comments with regards or further discussion with regards to this item. I have a motion to deny the petition for the reasons stated in the director's recommendation. These always give me, because they're like a double negative. Voting to deny meaning we're voting to deny the ban. So just for clarification purposes, yes is denying the petition. Of course, trapping will continue. Underneath current regulation, no meaning it would not continue and would move forward into a rulemaking. So with that, we have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Schaefer. Let's do a roll call vote on this one, Laura. Could you execute that for me, please?
Sorry, Chairman McDaniels. I listened so intently when you told me that yes is this and no is this, but if you could please just say that one more time.
Voting yes means we will be denying the petitioner's request to ban trapping. No, of course, means we're allowing it.
Okay, thank you kindly.
You're welcome. Laura, could you execute the roll call vote, please?
Yes. Adams? Yes, I am voting to deny the petition.
Yes. That's right.
Pleca,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Haskett,
Yes.
Hauser,
Yes.
May,
Yes.
Phillips, I see you. Yes,
Giving you a thumbs up.
thank you. Schaefer,
Yes.
Touchton? Yes, I do want to add to Wendy Keefe-Overing. She's an old client of mine and a longtime friend. I've known her since the 1990s. I'm sorry to vote against you on this one, but I have to call it as I see it. And I very much support your efforts to bring things like this to our attention. And I believe you're sincere in your efforts, and I wish you well.
okay, Barty,
Yes.
Chairman McDaniel,
Yes,
motion passes unanimously.
thank you. And with that, I think we've actually reached, unless I'm reading my agenda wrong, the end of the day, shockingly.
You're like a sorcerer, Mr. Chair. I don't know how you do it.
I don't know how you do it.
It is 10 after 4. I'm going to adjourn the meeting for today, and March 17th, we'll reconvene at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the public for listening in, and thanks to everyone for their participation. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.